a
knew
sports
what
guru.
I
I
meant
am
when
a
I said
sports
thermos,
guru.
and I still think I'm
And on
closer,
Sports
right?
Guru's
That
channel,
more
I'm
people
in
would call it
episode
a thermos than a
49. I'm
vessel.
at
More people would call it a
2023
thermos than
Saints
a bottle of
franchise, and
than a
I'm
bottle of
doing an
water.
early video today because I'm going to do a two-part video. Part one will be 4 hours, part two will be 6.5 hours. So stay tuned for the
I
entirety of
thought
the video
crockpot is when Stugat smoked
later
marijuana.
today.
Hey.
Let me see if I can find it.
Good.
Kleenex.
Deserve that.
Now's a good time to remember where the story of tequila started. In 1795, the first tequila distillery was opened by the Cuervo family. And 229 years later, Cuervo is still going strong. Family owned from the start, same family, same land.
Because
Now's a
part
good time to
one will
enjoy
be the Saints
Cuervo,
franchise.
the
Part
tequila
2
that invented
will be the
tequila.
Giants
Go to
franchise.
Cuervo.com to shop tequila or visit a store near you. Cuervo, now's a good time. Trademarks owned by Becle, SAB the CV. Copyright 2024. Proximo. Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
This is the Dan Levator Show with the Stugatz Podcast.
Today's episode is sponsored by DraftKings. Stay tuned because you'll hear more about DraftKings and all it has to offer throughout the show. DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Roy, I want you to tell me on first reference what you would refer to this as if you had to give it a name.
I would give it the name water bottle.
Water bottle is probably closer than
What if there's coffee in it?
thermos. Then it would be a
There's
water,
multiple uses for
Coffee bottle.
water bottle holding coffee.
Vessel.
Billy,
Yeah, what'd I do?
how happy were you about what LeBron did yesterday as someone who has accused LeBron for many, many years here
Moi?
of being someone who loves attention, goes out of his way to seek attention, brought his own bottle of wine to sit right in the middle of Cleveland's postseason and get great seats, incidentally. I don't think those seats are
Best
easy.
seats in the house.
I don't think those
Imagine that.
seats are easy to get at the last minute. I know Greg Cody.
Well, it is if you download the Game Time app, Dan, and use promo code Dan. He probably took advantage of a flash deal. Maybe he was trying to figure out exactly what his seats would look like there and couldn't picture a courtside seat in his mind, so he opened up the app and he opened up Game Time and he saw exactly what his view might be over there. And it's not just sporting events, it's concerts, it's comedy shows. Really, Game Time has entertainment on lock and great customer service, low price guarantee. If you find something out there, you'll get your money back and more. Nothing is going to beat Game Time when it comes to pricing or customer service. That is promo code DAN.
A little early for that.
Well done. The rare live spot inside of a minute of our show.
What do you say?
That's
$20 off your
It's the
first
earliest
purchase
we've
if you
ever
use
done live,
that
yeah.
promo code DAN.
Pricey seats, but $20 is $20, Dan.
Lowest price guaranteed.
That has never happened that early in the show before. I have scrolling across my phone as he does this. I have not seen this before. Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker bashes Pride Month, tells women to stay in the kitchen is the Yahoo headline. I'm going to read that during the break, and I'm going to consume that. All I've gotten so far is the headline.
Can we go back to LeBron or a thermos or Game Time?
It's an easy distraction what LeBron does. Last night in Cleveland, he sits right in the middle of the festivities, and
I'd argue it was selfless what he did yesterday. You have to look to see the bigger picture of what was going on there, because the news that was coming out of the day, Dan, is that Bronny is not as big as we thought that he was. And he also isn't very good, apparently. But somehow is at the Combine and is eligible for the NBA draft that no one really thinks that he should be drafted in. So what's going on here? Because the story we've been told is LeBron dreams of playing with his son. However, his son probably shouldn't be in the NBA. Not that I'm saying. I wouldn't
what was
say
that? I
something.
didn't. Yeah, but I didn't understand
Well
anything
said.
that
Say
you
it
said
again,
there.
then.
What did you say? Okay, that's.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say probably going to be playing in the NBA. Some are saying that that's a situation. But for his son to play in the NBA, what do you have to do? You have to find a landing spot. And then you start looking around, looking at all the different teams in the league. Where has he played? Where has he hasn't? It seems as though the Lakers isn't going to be a thing anymore. Maybe they will be. Maybe they won't be. But what's a comfy landing spot? Cleveland.
Yes.
Because if Bronny gets drafted and he goes to New York with the Knicks, they're having a great season this year. There's going to be expectations next year. And if Bronny's not that good, the Boo Birds are going to be coming out for Bronny James. You know what I mean? And you don't want that. So you go to a familiar place. Literally, a familiar place. Family, home, the land, if you will. And who comes to the land? Not only their favorite son, their favorite grandson is coming with Daddy. He's bringing Daddy back home to finish his career where it started. A perfect storybook ending for the LeBron James career. And who did that? Bronny James did that. So no matter how bad he is and whether he belongs in the NBA or not, doesn't matter because he brought Daddy home. And he's there for the storybook ending. No Boo Birds for Bronny James if they return to Cleveland.
Well, let's play this from last night, just the standing ovation. This is quite the turn if you've been watching the last 15 years.
Intercepted! What a pick!
From St. Vincent, St. Mary High
Eric
School
Wilson.
in Akron, Ohio, number 23, LeBron James!
It really is crazy. The story arc, he's the oldest player in the NBA, and this is what Brian Windhorst had to say, that several NBA executives were curious about that visit last night because LeBron's postseason doesn't start that early usually, and this is the Windhorst quote. I will say this, the first thing I thought of was this moment 10 years ago where LeBron showed up to a game in Cleveland while he was a player for the Miami Heat to honor Zydrunas Ilgauskas' jersey retirement, his longtime teammate, and he got in a private plane, flew from Chicago over to Cleveland on an off night. Pat Riley was not happy.
Yeah,
2
pretty
months
much.
later, he signed with the Cavs. He's extremely strategic, and I wish I could tell you I knew exactly what he is doing. I don't pretend to know, but he's got to be up to something.
Yeah. They retired Big Z's jersey?
That's crazy.
I mean, that's nuts.
I mean, Memphis just retired Tony Allen.
They had
jersey.
nothing until LeBron.
That is hilarious.
Which one? Big Z? Big Z is funnier to you than Tony?
LeBron intended it. That's great.
Allen was at least
He's like, oh shit, he actually did.
He was the grindfather.
Chris, I don't know. I'm going to look up some stats
Wow.
during the break, but I
Chiefs
argue
losing
that
to
Big
Jet.
Z, after maybe Brad Daugherty, Big Z might be
Wow.
one of the best players in
Chiefs
Cavs
losing?
history.
Yeah. Plus, it might have actually been a move to get LeBron back into the building.
It worked.
Yeah, just based on merit alone, they were probably like, he's on the edge, but LeBron played with him, and there's a chance he comes to the jersey retirement ceremony. Also, white pants for LeBron. Well, you got a bottle of Cab between your legs. That is a dangerous game.
Well,
What
I
the
want to
fuck?
talk about that because I don't imagine a lot of people would be allowed into that arena with a bottle of wine.
That's crazy. It probably violates all kind of laws.
Is there more precedent for that or for a 6'1" combo guard that averaged 5 points a game with a heart ailment entering the draft being talked about as a first rounder?
Now, in fairness, Brian Windhorst came out and said, yes, he was undersized, but he was a lot better shooter than most people thought. And he was in great shape and actually had a good day yesterday.
Just let me just for
Say
perspective.
it again. Say it again. Say it again because Stugotz wasn't listening. He was waiting for you to stop talking. He was waiting for the words to stop, the sounds to stop coming out of your mouth so that he could say what he wanted to say. But say it again.
What is the precedent for someone who they told us was 6'4" but is actually 6'1", who averaged just 5
strikes
points
you down for
a
saying
game
those
in
vile
college and is
words.
entering the league with a known heart ailment?
Right.
What is the precedent for that? Because I'm going to rattle off a player right now who also had a famous dad, who was actually 6'3" and averaged 12.5 points per game in college. Marcus Jordan was not talked about in these circles. He was not talked about as an NBA prospect.
Looking at the Devils like, did you do this to me?
LeBron, and LeBron's still playing at a very high level. Michael wasn't at the time. He was done. Michael was done. So you get Bronny just to get LeBron. Nothing wrong with that. And what a great dad.
Okay.
Seriously.
So
to
you're
leverage his situation to make money for his son. What a great dad.
Yes,
So you're
sir.
just drafting
And a
Bronny
fumble
essentially
return
wasting
for
a draft
Jordan
pick in
Miller.
the hopes of luring LeBron James.
Yes.
I would.
Yes.
I certainly would.
Yes.
You know, there's a spot on the end of the bench for everybody. Like, no matter how bad Bronny is relative to NBA standards, there's a 15th spot. What's the roster, 12 or 15?
It'd be good for you, it'd be good for you to know that before saying that there's a spot.
We get it, though.
There's a 15th spot on the roster for Bronny anywhere in the league, as long as Dad comes with him. You know, personally, I don't believe in nepotism. I don't think a father should do anything. I think a son should be on his own. But in this case, It's a package deal, and any team in the league
That's
would
ridiculous.
still love to have LeBron at age 40 next year, which is remarkable. Maybe the most remarkable thing in a remarkable career is that at age 40, he is still near the top of the game. Anybody would want him.
Greg, we talked about this yesterday. What if this is the new Shabazz Napier, where you draft him thinking this leads to LeBron coming to your team, and then you just get Bronny James?
He shot well yesterday, as Stugatz mentioned. He's also got a 42-inch vertical leap, which is one of the best.
Exactly.
And Shabazz Napier was also 6'1".
And what Mike Ryan is saying is correct. But LeBron exerting power is as the oldest player in the league. And I'm just going to read the last part of that sentence again, because Windhorst, if you've been following the history of this, Windhorst is and has become an exceptional reporter. But it all started with Windhorst covering LeBron in high school. Windhorst's entire career started covering LeBron better than anybody. To be in 2024, 20 years, more than 20 years after Windhorst was covering LeBron, and Windhorst to report, I wish I could tell you I knew exactly what he's doing. I don't pretend to know, but he's got to be up to something. Is a tremendous report from LeBron's #1 insider as he gets a standing ovation in Cleveland. Again, I will tell you, Stugatz, it's a weird game for him to be at. You don't do that unless you know you're going to invite a lot of this attention that Billy says that he craves when we're not talking about him. At this point in the season and in his career, you tell me all the other times in the second round that we haven't been talking about him, because we're always
on the court. Right.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And so he's going to find a way to get into that conversation, and it is one of his superpowers, the economy of relevance around him. It's not just the economy around him, which is enormous. He comes to a city and he makes it matter more, and he brings a ton of money with him, and he's underpaid no matter what you pay him. Underpaid no matter what you pay him. Because in a salary cap sports, there are limits on what it is you can pay him, and he's always worth more than that.
I just can't believe that he's 39, going to be 40 years old, and he's going to control another offseason, because he is. Because he is perceived now, for certain teams, Dan, I'll have to see how the playoffs play out, but he is perceived because he's playing at such a high level still that he could be a missing piece for certain teams in the NBA.
Well, how about that one?
Like a team like the Knicks. Like,
no, but how about the one that he's visiting yesterday?
Well, I think he could be. If Donovan Mitchell stays and you have LeBron James, you have Jared Allen, you have those guys, like, I think he potentially could be a missing piece. Plus, the Eastern Conference is so much easier. The Celtics are not playing their A game by any stretch, and they're about to breeze into the Eastern Conference Finals.
Hey, listeners, it's Mike Ryan, and I've changed a lot over the course of 20 years that you've known me. I've gone from unlikable to, well, my hair has changed. But my point is, while a lot's changed over our relationship, there's one thing that hasn't changed one bit, and that's a great taste of Miller Lite. Another thing that hasn't changed is that it's less filling. So what's the best thing about the original light beer? Miller Lite had sparked this debate way back in 1975, and we still haven't settled it. But keep it simple. It's got undebatable quality, great taste, 96 calories. You know all those things. It's a beer that strips everything away that you don't need and holds on to what matters most. But with Miller Lite, you don't have to choose what's best. Miller Lite has great taste and is less filling.
damn.
It's both those things. Tastes like Miller time. Get Miller Lite wherever you are. Visit MillerLite.com/Dan, or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces.
It's limited up to a fill.
Don Le Batard.
Surely every time you're watching this, you recognize that your wife is laughing that she married Larry David.
Yeah, I do, yeah. One of the great characters in the history of television, in my humble opinion. And to my credit, my personality...
In my humble opinion, followed by to my credit.
To my credit.
It's amazing.
My personality
it's just amazing.
does predate Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Stugatz.
Oh, wow.
I'm not going to say Larry David patterned himself
you
after
copy.
me.
All right, put it on the poll, please, Juju. Did Greg Cody copyright being an asshole long before Larry David?
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugatz.
1, 2.
Well, the Celtics are about to breeze into the finals with one of the easiest paths I've ever seen to the finals.
Right.
I wasn't super impressed with them last night either. Just getting it over the line against a Donovan Mitchell-less Cleveland Cavs team.
But what are we doing there? Like, seriously, we bash Jason Tatum. When they lose game 2 at home, we bash the Celtics.
I guess what we're doing is we're like the only ones that bash Jason Tatum.
Right.
He's living a very charmed existence right now. And I want to see him just like... You know how a couple of years ago I wanted to see Steph Curry just do it in the finals?
Right.
Because there wasn't really a finals where he had the best performances. Maybe you can talk about gravitational pull and all that. But I just wanted to see it. I wanted to see him take over a series and unquestionably be the best player on the court. And then he did it, and we're good.
Right.
I'm there with Jason Tatum. He's been in the league for a while now.
Right.
I know he's young, but he's been playing in important games for a very long time now. I'm very confused by this player.
So you're saying nothing short of winning an NBA championship will have you praising Jason Tatum? Like, he has to do that.
Well, but the thing is...
just be really good. Like
in the finals.
If he loses to Jokic in the finals, who I think is maybe... You could have an argument for greatest basketball player of all time. Sure, but, like, go out like a soldier.
I would say that I thought that you holding Steph Curry when you did to that standard was asinine, though I understand how and why you arrived there. And I would say that Jason Tatum's resume at his age is only missing that. His age, because he's 25, the number of Eastern Conference Finals, very few players of that age have that
So that
kind
catch
of
was actually a
winning
rush.
that early in their career. Jordan didn't.
No.
Jordan did not have that kind of winning, even that much, because it doesn't happen for players that early. It doesn't have. Anthony Edwards has a chance to do it, but what Tatum has done, both statistically and with team success, super unusual for that age.
He's been on really good teams, though. Jordan and LeBron.
But he's been the best player on those teams.
Well, I mean, some people would say Kyrie was on that one team. Some people would say that. But I'm saying he had teammates like Kyrie and like Jaylen Brown.
Guys, he's been the best player on teams that have had a lot of success at a very young age.
Also, did that Kyrie team do much? I think that was like...
They did a lot when he got hurt.
Did not.
Yeah, when Kyrie got hurt, they went to the Eastern Conference Final.
Yeah. So I think they actually performed better with him. It's kind of... You have to remind yourself that Kyrie was a Celtic at this point.
Yeah.
I want to talk a little more about the strategy in doing what he did yesterday in the middle of the playoffs. I have not seen LeBron James sitting courtside with his wife and a bottle of wine in the middle of playoff action very often in my life. And I don't believe that was just because he wanted a night out with his wife. I believe that the Windhorse report is right. Quote, he's got to be up to something.
So you don't think that he sat down with his wife, we're bounced out of the playoffs, he looked at the calendar, he said, hey, Monday night, we have an open night. Let's take in a Cavs game.
Maybe it's a Mother's Day gift.
Could be.
I don't know what to make of it. And I'm asking you guys to maybe help me make something out of it, because I was watching Get Up briefly on mute, and I saw them talk about two basketball topics. It was what LeBron was doing, and
two Cellies in one.
Being used as a propaganda machine to get Kevin Durant.
And a Princess with a rushing touchdown.
Let's talk about this for a second.
Like, what is happening with the aging stars taking over the narrative where the main sports cable channel is, I mean, Lucas
because the quarterback was not going to make
it. Star, that is an even series right there. But instead of talking about the stars of today,
he was doing the dribble one.
We're doing this with
a little bit of risky one.
It's just interesting to me. Is because are we just so incapable of talking about new topics? We've just been lulled into talking about KD and LeBron and their off seasons potentially for 20 years. That this is all we want to do now.
It is an interesting thing to watch. The reluctance of the media to give the story over to the action on the court and the young people who have taken the sport away from the old people. But these two old people, specifically that you speak of, are the ones who introduced us to an entirely new age of how we consume all this stuff, and their movement is more relevant off the court than it is on the court until you get to the games with giant stakes. This probably wouldn't happen or feel like this during the finals. But when you've got this absence of star power we're familiar with, and you've got
I'm on CD land. Got it.
Doesn't have an embrace that America has warmed to? You get this kind of thing, and are you saying that Stephen
Oh, you
A.
can see
Smith
McIntyre
and
stretching
Kevin
the
Durant
ball
are
out.
now
I
in
like
cahoots?
that.
Because we have the sound of Stephen A. Smith, and at one time, I've never seen a journalist do this on television to a star athlete before Stephen A. Smith did it.
You don't want to make an enemy out of me. And I'm looking right into the camera, and I'm going to say it again. You do not want to make an enemy out of me. I'm not having it.
So we, of course, turned that into a movie trailer because it did sound like an action star talking.
I sit here today incredibly offended by the
You
personal
gotta be
attack
serious.
that this man has put against me.
In a world with hot takes, his takes might be the hottest.
Kevin Durant is the one that's lying.
Kevin Durant is in too deep.
You know, I made a mistake.
With a man you don't want to make an enemy out of. The Slim Reaper versus the suit with 400 buttons.
I don't want to hear from you, and nobody else should either.
McDonald's All-American.
Am I human? Do you look at me that way?
Versus McDonald's commercial.
Had I had to come on the air that next day, I can promise you it would have been very bad.
Stephen A. Smith.
Forget the numbers. You don't need them. Look at his eyes.
Versus Kevin Durant and them boys.
You the real MVP.
You won't want to be on his journey hit list.
You don't want to make an enemy out of me. And I'm looking right into the camera. And I'm going to say it again. You do not want to make an enemy out of me. I'm not having it.
He's writing your fate, and he's up against a deadline.
But since then, since their public beef, Stephen A. has been on air, a pretty good ally for Kevin Durant, quietly, because everyone thinks of their initial beef. But he goes on First Take earlier this week, and he says, like, keep an eye out at Kevin Durant. He's not happy there. He keeps to himself. And they're sort of kind of using Stephen A. Smith. He gets great information, but Stephen A. Smith on the other side is also pushing this very well-informed opinion that Kevin Durant is unhappy
What a
over
catch.
there. So it's just bizarre that these guys aren't really mattering on the court right now, and yet they're leading the discussions when they're not who they once were. Greg, your breathing is very loud. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's just very loud.
Wow.
It's a nice reminder that you're still kicking. I appreciate it.
We're going to miss that when it's gone.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Him breathing?
Yes.
I'm not the only one that hears it, right?
Well,
No, I hear it.
No, I meant the breathing, because then he too will be gone. Those things go hand in hand.
Yeah, you sort of have to breathe.
Not into the mic when other people are talking.
For the love of God. By the way, if I can say this. Oh, we're out of time. I didn't hear a horn.
The Dan Le Batard Show with Stugotz is sponsored by BetterHelp. We all carry around different stressors, big and small. When we keep them bottled up, it can start to affect us negatively. Keeping things bottled up can feel like carrying a weight that gets heavier with time. Whether it's talking to a trusted friend, journaling, or seeking professional help, finding ways to let out your thoughts and feelings can bring relief and help you navigate challenges more effectively. Remember, it's okay to reach out for help when you need it. It's helpful for learning positive coping skills and how to set boundaries. It empowers you to be the best version of yourself. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Get it off your chest with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/DLB today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/DLB.
Don Le Batard. Billy, somebody has written in here, I need way more.
Okay.
Sorry.
I just said in his headset, haven't you been to all of them too?
It sounded like you were speaking aloud. My bad. Totally on me. That's 100% on me.
What the hell? Why is the...
But that goes without saying.
I pressed the button.
Well, no, he didn't say it. He said it again.
Greg,
My apologies.
Greg, why? Greg.
Yeah.
Greg,
He apologized.
Craig.
Sincerely.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stuttgarts.
Chris Cody, I do not condemn you for this because it's something I see not just throughout sports, but basically throughout a ton of commentary that doesn't have a grasp of history that happened just a little before Big Z became a joke to you, for example, because the last parts of Zydrunas Ilgauskas' career, when LeBron brought him over in 2010, is worthy of your laughter. But Big Z has the second most games for the Cavs ever, second most rebounds, second most points, all behind LeBron only, and the most blocks in franchise history. So if you're not going to retire his number, there aren't a lot of other ones for you to retire.
But you're doing it because you're desperate, because you have no other jerseys to retire. I mean, that's not a reason to retire someone's jersey.
I'm seeing on some website that he's the 5th best Cav of all time, so he should be, I guess, celebrated. It's just hilarious to me.
So we take a shot at cable television for being retreads about talking about topics from a bygone era with LeBron and KD possibly moving teams, and we're relitigating the jersey retirement of Zydrunas Ilgauskas.
Just laughing at it.
Yeah. Too many retirements, too many jerseys being retired.
Well, has there been one less recently that you guys have seen that felt less worthy to you than Tony Allen getting his jersey retired in Memphis? Because I understand they've retired a couple of jerseys recently. I don't even remember what the other one was, but I had a reaction to the other one, and then that was erased in my memory by, and they're retiring Tony Allen's, which seemed excessive.
Udonis Haslem.
Oh, God.
I'm going to hide now.
God, come on, man.
Well, that hasn't happened yet.
Well, it's happened.
It's been announced.
But has it been announced?
Yeah.
When the first
Just like Tony Allen.
When the first stat you say about someone is most games played, that is just always a
that screams compiler.
Yeah.
Again, though, it's second most games played, but also I said point second, rebound second, behind only LeBron, blocks first.
Haslam's number is already retired. It's in the Raptors already.
Oh, there
no,
you
he's
go.
saying that's an embarrassing one, I think, is what he was saying.
I don't think that's embarrassing at all. Not at all.
Stu said it. I didn't say it.
I didn't say anything.
You're a fool!
Embodiment of heat culture.
Yeah, he invented heat culture. UD did.
Well,
win 06 without him.
I'm going to go ahead and say that Tony Allen is to Memphis whatever it is Miami thinks Udonis Haslem is to Miami. Just
Grindfather.
Same kind of guy. What do you mean blasphemy?
Tony Allen?
He's a grindfather of the grindhouse.
That's how people talk about Udonis, like that
Correct.
on Miami.
Yeah, but he won.
I know, but in Memphis, they would talk about Udonis exactly the same way. I think there was a comedian, that went on his podcast. That went on his podcast and said to Udonis's face that his last 5 years with the Heat was a Make-A-Wish kid. That's what Udonis was, and Udonis allowed it. That the whole thing, because he just sat on the bench for 5 years, because he is not afraid to say to Udonis's face what Udonis would never say to Udonis's face. In fact, you kind of hid under the desk while trying to say what you did say.
I did. All we're saying about Big Z, by the way, is no one would have them on their Cleveland Cavalier Mount Rushmore. I mean, nobody. It would be LeBron, it would be Mark Price, Brad Daugherty, and Larry Nance.
And by the way, the fact that the Heat for 5 years had that last spot on the bench for UD verifies what I said earlier about Bronny. There's always a spot on the end of the bench for useful people who aren't useful on the court.
Billy, are you laughing because you know that Stugotz was looking that up? There's no way that...
Well, no, I asked him. Kyrie's not on your list?
No.
I mean, the shot.
What shot? I mean, the shot he hit in the NBA Finals. His teams were so lousy before LeBron decided to come back, and then Kyrie hit that shot, and only hit that shot, and had the opportunity to hit that shot because LeBron decided to come back.
I thought you were talking about the shot he wouldn't take.
Look, I'm a sports meathead, so I truly don't mean to have a larger conversation about nepotism and make LeBron James all of a sudden be the face of it. Answer for nepotism and how it's unfair. No, I'm not going to do that. But this is truly bizarre with Bronny James. Like, it's so bizarre that we're just taking the news that he's 2.5 inches shorter than they told us, just like in stride. Because
yes, and I'm in the zone.
You have an inside track on a dude who's currently under contract with another team. It's a fast. I understand why it's all unprecedented.
Damn.
We've never had a child superstar fulfill the promise the way that LeBron James did. We've never had a basketball player play this well at his age. We've never had one have a son come into the league potentially. I understand why it's all unprecedented, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be talking about it in terms that are like, this is unreasonable.
When I used to talk about Michael Jordan and the most improbable things that he did, Stugotz, I put at the top of the list making bald cool. Like just under it was defying gravity and the championships and everything else. When Greg Cody says, and you can, say that this is science or modern medicine, but when Greg Cody says on the resume that has so much on it, including somehow meeting the expectations that came with being 16
I gotta press
years
L1 for a
old,
triangle.
and no one would look at his body of work and say that he underachieved from there. He met whatever the expectations were, and they were unprecedented expectations for a 16-year-old coming into the league.
Skip Bayless would say.
Okay, one person would say it, and no one would make an entire media career out of saying it because he was the only one willing to say it because it was an asinine thing to say again and again. When Greg Cody says this value at this age might be the most impressive thing on the entire resume, I'm not sure I can argue it. Like, there's a number.
Get off me.
Revolutionized what can be done at that size by a player.
And he's still doing it. I mean, to average 26 points, 9 rebounds, 9 assists a game this year, which is what he averaged, it's insane. And the fact that he is going to be one of the guys in free agency that controls yet another offseason is insane. I'm starting to gain more and more respect for LeBron as he gets older.
Is it like
both as a player and a dad?
Especially when he's not up. Like, he's just forcing this to be a conversation. They've already blown out their head coach. He's just making this a thing when he's under contract. And I understand doing this certainly for LeBron in his prime. But how much longer are we going to – is he going to possibly be doing this? You really got to waste – a draft pick's important. I mean, those – I understand you're saying there's 15 guys. I'll give one of them to Bronny James. But you could set your franchise back by doing this potentially.
It's a bad draft, though.
But it is a bad draft for Atlanta. No Wembayama this year. But –
take Bronny.
Yeah, there you go. When you say that LeBron turning 40 is still in his prime and might be for another couple of years.
No one said that.
That's the truth. That's what I'm saying right now.
No, you can't say that.
I can say that.
No, you can't
yes,
say
you
that.
can
say it.
No, you can't.
Why?
I think LeBron is as good as he's ever been.
Thank you.
That's crazy. You're not watching.
Excellent commentary. They are his words.
Well, he
You are
thinks,
correct.
he said. He didn't say it as a fact. He said he thinks.
His defense has 100% taken a decline.
Just so we're clear, LeBron has a player option. He is scheduled to make $54 million this year for the Lakers, but he can opt out if he wants.
You cannot say
he can work for free.
That LeBron
should
James
work for free.
is in his prime.
I think he is.
Why? What do you? Stugotz, go sit outside.
No, Dan,
just go.
Hear me out for a second.
No.
1 second.
No.
Give him a shot.
In 2 minutes, I'll hear you out. In 2 minutes, you can come back with whatever that thought is.
There's a window for prime. Prime doesn't mean
Derek Carr, really?
he's as great as he's ever been. It means he's as close to the pinnacle.
You sound insane,
Greg, he's not.
You sound
Coach prime,
Greg,
yeah.
he's not.
Okay.
I'm seeing he also has a player option for next year, for the 2024-2025 season.
Well, hold on a second. If Bronny doesn't get drafted, can he just go back to college?
I saw something about that where he has eligibility left in college, but he's also in the draft. It's weird.
He wasn't very good in college.
Oh, come on, Derek. Are you lost?
I don't know, Greg, why you wouldn't walk back the tape that the oldest player in the league in his prime.
I felt it for my direction, too.
About this. I will say on one of the things that's happening here that makes it so that what Greg is saying about LeBron's entire body of work and saying that playing this well at this age as the oldest player in the league might be the best thing on the entire resume. If Tom Brady didn't exist, we'd be more awed by this. If Tom Brady hadn't done it first and older at a totally different position where the rules are meant to protect him. The most surprising thing to me about LeBron at this age is that he can still play the most rugged and physical of games, that he can still bully Aaron Gordon at 40 and yell at him on the court, I'm in the weight. You're not the only one who's in the weight room.
I guess the reason why talking about it isn't the most entertaining thing is it's because like we have no real option or way to talk about this other than to marvel. And maybe if a generation comes and goes where someone doesn't do this, then maybe we can talk about it a little bit better. But as it's happening, how do you explain what Tom Brady and LeBron James are doing other than saying you can't? But I think it's fair to question. And we saw
Matthew Stafford in the ring.
All right, we're done playing this game. Tom, we don't doubt that you have good football left, but at some point we got to put the franchise first. Now for them, wrong call. Tom Brady's an alien. But with LeBron James in a sport that is way more reliant on physical athleticism, like if he loses a half a step in that sport, it's far more perceptible than if Tom Brady loses a half a step playing quarterback. This is a legitimate conversation to be had about Bronny James and how a dude who doesn't have the player option that Stugatz claimed he has in next year, how he's having this much influence over the proceedings, how he's purposefully playing coy, won't give answers as to like, are you done playing for the LA Lakers? What does that mean? You're under contract, bud.
Damn.
The under contract.
Yes, said his ass.
He broke all of that over his knee in 2010. Like that's one of the many
They're
things
tiny.
that he changed and pioneered.
No doubt, Dan, but he was up. Like he was a free agent.
No, I'm gonna bar.
Since then, all he has done inside of the last 5 years, including create an entire agent economy around something he ostensibly doesn't own. The agent business that he doesn't own, wouldn't be allowed to own. A player cannot be the agent for a bunch of other players in the league. This person has changed the way the rules work and the finances work in this sport for the last 15 years.
Reading the internet wrong, June 29th, he has a deadline to opt into this player option. So I will pay a big hefty fine there.
What do you love, Billy?
Just all of this.
That Mike is wrong?
No. I love that LeBron can do whatever he wants.
He can. That is correct.
I also like that all of a sudden, Mike, we're following the players are under contract, so they must behave, and they can't just force their ways to whatever team they want.
No, but it's just I've never seen a player. No, you're right to call that out. I've just never seen the presumed leverage play that he's doing here is to get his son into the NBA to play alongside of him, but his son would seemingly be a charity case.
I don't know why I went to R1. Could have went to.
I know what's going to happen, and maybe even Juju flips that. But there was just no precedent for a 6'1" guy who we were told is 6'4", who averaged only 5 points a game in college, who enters the league with a very publicly well-known health issue. There's no precedent for this. Well, this was more of a conversation I thought last year when we were fantasy booking this, but he actually went through the combine process. He went through a full season in college. I know it was hampered by what he dealt with a heart ailment, but this is a truly bizarre one.
I mean, he was medically cleared.
Yeah, he missed several months of his college career because of this, and he's been medically cleared from it. So I think, in fairness, he's got a clean sheet health-wise, and
he didn't look good afterwards.
You're right, he didn't.
And it doesn't happen all the time where a player flatlines, comes back. That's also a miracle. I do think that you give that player like a runway to try to figure it out. But, I mean, we were being told by people in the know that there was a lot of hype associated with Bronny James that wasn't necessarily fair 2 years ago.
Mike Piazza was a charity case, and he went to the Hall of Fame.
Don't try to count.
The 64th round.
As a favor. Yeah, charity case.
Yes, okay. But drafted in the 64th
And it's a different sport.
I had it.
Pretty low.
There you go.
What I don't like is I'm setting myself up to be like the face of like, well, this isn't right. But it's also like, I think it's crazy that no one else is talking about it.
But you say it's not. You say it's not right. His value, LeBron's value, is whatever whatever one team is willing to make it, and there's no questioning that he still has an enormous value. I want to switch gears here real quick and put up on the screen a photograph of Tyson Fury's father from an incident in Saudi Arabia over the last couple of days. Now, you have to understand this family's history. It is a family of bare-knuckle
I didn't want to do that.
boxers. This man has passed down to the heavyweight champion is we fight in the street.
Get off me.
Money. And the reason his head is bleeding that way is because he appears to have headbutted a toddler that was in the other camp and bloodied his own head in headbutting him. And I just wanted to ask you guys, do you guys know anybody? Do you have anyone in your circle that you believe in a fight would use the headbutt? Because this tells you so much about a person. I don't want to be reckless here. Stugatz, of course, leaves for more than 2 minutes because
get off me.
Time to throw away all journalistic credibility and get reckless. Here is something we like to call reckless speculation.
You're good.
You're good.
I want to ask the group, how many times has Tyson Fury's dad been in prison?
The last divisional round.
There's an answer to this.
So we're playing the Buccaneers.
I'm reckless.
To win this game.
Based on
You're even saying to make the playoffs.
Like a say overnight in a holding cell type of thing, or like he went through.
If I set the over under at 2, would you go over or under?
Years?
Going prison or jail?
Stop doing that, and you'll not have to get humbled so many damn times.
Hey, listeners, it's Mike Ryan, and I've changed a lot over the course of 20 years that you've known me. I've gone from unlikable to, well, my hair has changed. But my point is, while a lot's changed over our relationship, there's one thing that hasn't changed one bit, and that's a great taste of Miller Lite. Another thing that hasn't changed is that it's less filling. So what's the best thing about the original light beer? Miller Lite has sparked this debate way back in 1975, and we still haven't settled it. To keep it simple, it's got undebatable quality, great taste, 96 calories. You know all those things. It's a beer that strips everything away that you don't need and holds on to what matters most. But with Miller Lite, you don't have to choose what's best. Miller Lite has great taste and is less filling. It's both those things. It tastes like Miller time. Get Miller Lite delivered right to your door. Visit MillerLite.com/Dan, or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs than premium regular beer.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
Now's a good time to remember where the story of tequila started. In 1795, the first tequila distillery was opened by the Cuervo family. And 229 years later, Cuervo is still going strong. Family owned from the start, same family, same land. Now's a good time to enjoy Cuervo, the tequila that invented tequila. Go to Cuervo.com to shop tequila or visit a store near you. Cuervo, now's a good time.
Trademarks owned by Beckley, SAB, the CD, copyright 2024, Baltimore, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Welcome to the Big Suey, presented by DraftKings.
Why are you listening to this show?
The podcast that seems very similar to the other Dan Le Batard podcast.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize for that.
In fact, the only difference seems to be this imaging.
I have been tempted in restaurants just walking past tables to grab somebody's prize if they're just there. But that hasn't happened to you guys?
I've done it.
And now, here's the marching man to nowhere, Fat Face, and the habitual liar.
So, Stugatz, you were saying before you were kicked out of here?
I was saying he doesn't have to play for free.
Damn it.
At this stage in his career, if LeBron is interested in chasing ghosts and trying to catch Michael Jordan and getting 6 NBA titles, the way you would do it is attach yourself to the team that is most desperate, the team that needs him the most, the team that is the closest but doesn't win this year. You attach yourself to that team and you say, hey, I'll play for the league minimum, therefore you can keep all these other pieces around me and let's try to win 2 championships. That's all I'm saying. It's something to think about.
It's not, because LeBron has already said 10 years ago, I'm never again playing for anything less than the Madden.
That was before Bronny. If he could now get Bronny to join him in Cleveland, he plays for the minimum, builds a super team around him, gets Bronny 2 rings in the process. Now you're talking about hanging Bronny's jersey up in the rafters.
Yep.
Two-time champion. I mean, how many Cleveland Cavaliers are two-time champions?
I mean, one of the
Wow.
teams that
Zero.
fit the bill would be the Miami Heat potentially, but they didn't want LeBron doing things in the prime of his career. They wouldn't give him certain privileges. Would they use a draft pick on his son?
I'll tell you what, if I'm LeBron, I would make the tour. Tonight, I sit front row at the Mecca.
Interception! Yes!
I don't think it's public, so you guys...
DJ Williams!
Because I really don't know how many different things Dan Gilbert did for LeBron, but when LeBron and his group got to Miami, they had to be told, no, you cannot start with more than 1,000 season tickets. We're not doing it that way. We can't do it that way, but there were a lot of asks. There were
That's insane.
A great many
1,000 season tickets?
With game time, you don't need any season tickets.
DAN. Flash deals. They should have signed up using
That was sus.
I have to stop here because that is something that was spoken about in the
40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! It's my fullback! Let's go! And I'm in the zone.
That many season tickets. Don't hold me. Don't hold me.
Man. Don't worry about it.
It's like saying a million. Like, yeah, a million tickets. I'm going to ask for a million tickets like this. It's just a large number. Yeah.
I would love to know what it is that the Cavs might offer him in order to get him back, because he can make a lot of different asks.
Was Jason Bickerstaff looking for a job last night?
Okay. Were those players auditioning for LeBron James?
Charlotte Wilder is here. You can hear her basketball expertise with Amin El-Hassan on Oddball every day, except for Monday. Thank you, Charlotte, for joining us. Before you came on with us, they were criticizing both Jason Tatum and how sluggish the Celtics looked. I would say to them, road playoff games are hard to win, and the Celtics seem to do it pretty easily again and again. But you have to be very enthused about what is the easiest run to the Eastern Conference finals and the easiest run to the finals that we've ever seen.
I mean, first of all, hey guys, long time listener.
First time, long time.
Well done. Well done. Well, very efficient, Charlotte.
Thank you so much. Yeah, look, okay, the Celtics. Here's my thing. I don't know if I'm broken inside or if I still have some trauma unresolved from last year when they totally screwed everything up, but I'm not getting a lot of joy from this. I think part of it, like, it's either a blowout win or a blowout loss. What I liked about last night was that the Cavs went up. The Celtics were like, oh, I guess we should do something. They were rebounding. They were playing defense. They didn't just give up and be like, oh, well, we'll
Damn,
get them next
158
time,
yards
blow
to
them out of
CD
water the
line.
next time. It was actually
Not
like, there was a little
fun.
tension there. That was good. They did it. But also, like, they're supposed to do it. So it's sort of like, what am I, like, I'm having a total come apart because I'm like, it's not that much fun, but I'm such a loser if I'm like, oh, they're winning, but not the way I want them to, and it's not fun. But also, like, the vibes are off. Something's weird. I don't know. This is. Help. Somebody help me. Like, help me.
Playoff series are not fun when you're a huge favorite. I think that's what she's trying to say.
I disagree. That's ridiculous.
Because anytime anything goes wrong, it's like, this shouldn't be happening. You're the huge favorite.
But wait a minute.
And then if you win big, it's like, you should have done this.
Right.
No, but I want to be a huge favorite. There's nothing better than knowing your team's great.
Yeah, but the only way you win is by winning. Anything short of that
correct.
is right.
But that's what the standard should be.
I know, but it's kind of boring. I mean, they're expected to win, and they're doing so in boring fashion.
I would disagree on a couple of fronts. One of them is this where the standard is? The Celtics have now lost twice in the postseason. Has anyone lost less than that? Has anyone in the postseason lost less than that? I'll give you hockey, too. Has anyone lost less than
the Rangers just tied
2 times?
The Rangers just had their second
I'm
loss.
hearing folks, I'm hearing that the statistics are in, and the statistics bureau in my head have no idea, Dan. I have absolutely no idea.
Charlotte, you're a
What?
professional speaker. What is happening with your speech this morning?
The Celtics are happening to my speech because I'm having a lot of trouble. Thank you, Stu. I'm having a lot of trouble articulating what is going on here because, like, in Jason Tatum's post-game press conference, he was like, well, you know, we knew Mitchell was out, which when your star's out, it means that the other players are going to play really good. They're going to have a lot more freedom. And I'm like, no, when their star is out, it means that they're going to be less good because they don't have Donovan Mitchell. And then Tatum was saying, like, oh, we're not a super team. Own it. He was like, yeah, we're really good, and it's super fun. I mean, I feel like the people who are having fun most this season, like Porzingis was having a blast. Because if you go from having a career year with the Wizards, and then suddenly you're in Boston, and Boston's happy to have you, that's awesome. Drew Holiday was like, oh man, I avoided that mess over there in Milwaukee, but now I'm here. And Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are like, we have been ruined by Boston media, by Boston fans, by the expectations. And so they're just sort of slogging through because that's what they have to do, because I think Boston sort of breaks you in some way anyway. Because we're New Englanders, and that's how it goes, Stan. That's how it goes.
You break people.
Are you broken? Are you broken by what it is the Panthers have done to your Bruins, or do you not really care that way over there? Basketball's your thing, and it doesn't hurt the same way in hockey.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't really hurt the same. I can only do. I'm watching so much basketball, Dan. Like, I have dreams that I'm like in a clutch situation.
Oh, wow.
I'm like basketball. I'm like on the bench. I'm like in the locker room. I'm not really. I'm mostly just watching it, but it's really all consuming, and I only have so much sports pain or energy that I can expend right now.
Yeah, I remember Drew Brees, that 5,000 yards. Yeah, back-to-back with 2015 as well.
In your dreams.
I was not expecting to be called out in that moment because I feel like I had a dream about it last night, but I couldn't quite tell you, so I was gonna just sort of, well, I can make one up.
He set a franchise all-time record with 6 touchdowns of more than 100, 6 touchdowns of 80 or more yards.
Can I try again?
No.
The Panthers, Rangers, Thunder, T-Wolves among the teams have lost twice.
Yeah. Charlotte, you're doing that thing that Bill Simmons does all the time, the misery, the losing, all that stuff. No one has had a better 2-decade run. No city in the history of American sports has had a better 2-decade run than Boston. Enough. Please, stop it.
Okay, first of all, I am not doing the thing Bill Simmons says. I did not say that the WNBA players, that team should be called W whatever. I'm not doing too much misery. I'm doing confusion. I'm doing why isn't this more fun? I'm doing something's broken in me if I'm not, loving this. I am loving this, but also like, I don't know. Sue, look at your Knicks. Your Knicks are they're gritty, they're tough.
Yeah, Drew Brees led 2 straight years.
Don't make it. That's okay because their pets' heads are falling off. And the Celtics, it's like most people are healthy and they're playing well, and that's fun. So, but it's not, and I don't know why.
I think to Charlotte's point, being a fan of the favored team is a lot of pressure, and it makes you overreact to everything negative. When the Panthers lost Game 1 to the Bruins, there was panic down here.
No, there wasn't.
Yes,
Roy wasn't scared.
No, it's the most confident I've ever seen Roy. I got to be honest.
We were winning in 5.
Okay, did you look at Reddit?
No.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Gets a mail to his house.
It's an app, right? I don't know. No, but believe me, the reaction was such that there's not moderation. You got to learn to moderate. It doesn't come naturally.
Here's the thing, Dan. Can I give an analogy, please?
Yep.
Okay.
Damn, they were up 31-0 at halftime.
A lot of times, sometimes I
Drew
fumble
Brees
over
had 4
what I'm
seasons
saying.
of 5,000 yards passing.
Say that I'm
No
a
quarterback will
mastermind
ever
because
do
the bar
that.
is so low that when I make a coherent point and make my way through it, everyone's like, "Oh God, she did it." If I were just had bars left and right all the time, like the pressure would be too much. The Celtics, they're good at talking in a basketball way.
I really don't understand what you're doing in general. I don't know a lot of fans who would prefer to go into a series as the underdog instead of the favorite. You want to have the best team because you want to have the best chance of winning. it doesn't make any sense
Oh,
to
wow.
me that expectations would spook you.
But with Michael Jordan, the Bulls knew they were going to win. This is different. Dan.
No.
This is a team that, yes, they're favored to win, but as a fan, you're not certain they're quite good enough to win.
Yes.
That was a young
This
Joseph
is a
Buck.
team that has over the past years, 6 years, I don't know, what's 2018?
Are you doing a bit? What is happening
she can't
right
speak.
now?
She cannot speak. She's just.
This is what this team has done to me. This is what this team has done to me. Listen, they have gotten so close
We'll
so
do
many
Mixon's
times,
first
and then
catch.
they lose. So I'm like, I don't know. Even though it looks like they should, and then they probably will, and then it'll be great.
I get it.
I think you're right. And the example I would use is that Jason Tatum is famous for nothing more than not winning. So therefore, based on the recent past, you don't expect him to win.
I don't think either.
Yeah, shout out to that franchise record.
I don't think either of those things are true. I don't know. I know. It feels like
45, 40. Breaks tackle 35, 30, 25, 20, 50, 10, 5, touchdown.
You don't want him as an ally. He roots against
Oh,
the
Drew
show.
2008. Wow. I don't remember that season.
Guys, I'm trying to be honest. I'm trying to give you honesty in a way that would it be smarter to be like, yeah, this is awesome. I'm a
I'll do
Costa
it 2 more
fan.
calls
I
on
love
next
it. We're
session.
gonna win. You guys all suck. Maybe, but I'm trying to be honest about what's in my heart.
That was the Steelers franchise record before that.
They are for well-spoken feelings. This is not a safe space for misspeaking. This is not that.
You know what I always say, Dan? Honesty is the best policy.
Thank you, Stugatz. LeBron James getting a bottle of wine into the arena last night, placing it under his seat. I don't think there are a lot of human beings who would be allowed to do that.
This I can actually speak very coherently on if you would like some insight.
I would.
Okay, first of all, the coffee cup with the lid. Brilliant. If anyone's ever brought wine into a theater, first of all, if you're LeBron, you can bring the bottle in. If you're trying to do it as a lay person, you have to bring it in a Nalgene or some sort of water bottle that is opaque, so you can't see into it. Also, very funny to me that LeBron James shows up and he's like, sitting off to the side as if to say, "Oh, no, don't look at me. I'm simply off to the side." But he's still courtside. And what is he doing? Like, does he miss playoff attention? Because I feel like bringing a bottle of wine and a coffee cup into a stadium is a really good way to have people be like,
well, I can see why. He had a fucking howitzer of an
I
arm.
think he brought the bottle of wine in and asked what the corkage fee was. I think he bought this there.
No,
you can't buy a bottle of wine in an arena, can you?
You can't bring a bottle of wine into an arena.
You can if you're LeBron, I would.
Well, then I would assume
that's like a $500 bottle of wine. I think that's a very. LeBron's not drinking like
You don't think he ordered a bottle of Josh?
I think he has a wine locker there.
Maybe he snuck it in.
Is he a cab man or a Pinot Noir? What do we got him for?
What year is your Josh?
Pinot Noir.
The Cleveland Caberniers.
Oh God.
I liked it.
That's good.
I'll get
tried.
Yeah.
No, it's good. You said. You said.
Just bad allies.
Apologize.
Greg Cody has, he likes him the worse the better. It's the Jeremy Taché memorial joke. Give us last thoughts, please, before you get out on the WNBA season opening tonight. What is it that you're excited about? It's not going to be Caitlin Clark all the time.
It was for the I still a franchise
Mela
record.
Cardoso. Although I think she might be a little hurt.
She's hurt.
Yeah, but she'll be better. She'll be better eventually. It's so hard to go from college right into the WNBA. I mean, it's Angel Reese. There is so much to be excited for. It's Nika Mule in Seattle, picking up the Sue Bird mantle. Like, there's so much to look forward to. And also, in terms of Caitlin Clark, I'm very excited to watch everybody who's already in the NBA be like, "Oh, you thought?" and just give her a very hard time. So I think the whole thing is so exciting, and I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see what happens, guys.
Way to nail the dismount there at the end, Charlotte. Just a total disaster of an appearance.
She just named like 3 players that I would have named.
I was with the quarterback.
This was a bit.
You want my Celtics pain, and then you want something coherent in the last 30 seconds? Okay, it's my fault, Dan. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oddball every day but Monday.
Drug testing.
You will get coherent thoughts there, unlike on our show. Thank you, Charlotte Wilder.
Thanks, guys.
Stu Gouts here for my friends over at Simply Safe. When you travel, do concerns back home nag you? Lock up, leave a window open? That's why I recommend investing in Simply Safe Home Security today for award-winning security and peace of mind wherever your summer plans take you. I've had Simply Safe in my home for many years now. The peace of mind it gives me, especially during the summertime when I'm all over the place, is incredible. Because I know the things I care about, the things I value back home. I can always keep an eye on it using Simply Safe's indoor and outdoor cameras. So do me a favor, before you head out on your next vacation, make sure to protect your whole home with Simply Safe's variety of indoor and outdoor cameras, plus add sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, no contracts to worry about, and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Simply Safe has given me and many of my listeners real peace of mind. I want you to have it too. So right now, get 20% off any new Simply Safe system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/DLB. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Don Lebitard. And there was another one showing the land because the big star of this show was a man who was cool because he wore a leather jacket.
The Foz. The Franz?
Fonz. The German version, the Franz.
Stugats. I did not think she could do better than the Foz, which was her initial offering. And then it became the French television show Happy Day.
Yeah, I was Miller. One more touchdown, it'll seal the deal. So many formations. Ow!
The criticism from yesterday is unrelenting. I could say that every day. And one of the comments is Dan is acting like he has never seen a damn half-court shot in an NBA game before today.
What the hell?
I want to hear from the audience all the shots that you believe have a greater degree of difficulty in the history.
I can't even be mad. That was probably one of the best interceptions ever, and I'm slightly upset, but I can't really be really mad because I was up by 2 touchdowns.
5 Jordan shots alone yesterday.
Yeah, there are none is the answer. There are
I mentioned the game of horse I played.
Yeah.
Yes, you did, because again, you are someone who roots against the show. You actively put it on the poll. Does Billy actively try to destroy the show every day? I want to ask Chris and
before Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre, Majowski was one of the best quarterbacks in Packers history. He has more titles than both of them too. He threw on 3 NFL and 2 Super Bowl titles, so 5 titles.
Complaining about Barkov and Bobrovsky, that Bobrovsky was a bad contract, a terrible contract that could not be moved. If I had told you then, hey, Barkov would be at the center of everything that's happening with one of the most championship-worthy teams in the history of South Florida sports, and also on ESPN.com, the headline is going to be Exploring the Legend of Playoff Bob. What would you guys have said to me? Because it was so loud around here about what disappointment both those guys were. And if I asked you who's more of a disappointment, I don't know who you would have voted for, because that Bobrovsky contract seemed like an anchor that was going to ruin the franchise.
Well, Alexander Barkov, I thought he was going to end up turning it around, especially defensively. But now he's found his offensive game. Now he's better. Sergei Bobrovsky, he would have played up to his contract eventually.
Now, Ekblad.
Wait, what do you mean he would have played up to his contract eventually? There was no hope. You guys were telling me.
calling for Spencer Northrup.
You guys were
We were calling for Alex Lyon last year because Alex Lyon had the run that got them into the postseason. Bobrovsky's had an incredible turnaround, and now he's finally started playing up to that.
Fumbles! Yes!
Of that, even last year,
Damn it,
at the
boy!
start of the playoffs, or even last year down 3-1 against the Boston Bruins. I think that's kind of facetious. We all had our doubts about Bob. I'm still like kind of low-key a little scared. It's just what's happening in front of him is so damn good right now that you're not asking him to be all-world, and occasionally he'll be all-world for you. So he's been great.
I should have went with the quarterback. I should have held it.
When you talk about these players, you always circle back to what it was like 2 years ago when they won the President's Trophy, and they both kind of laid an egg in the postseason. Lots happened since then. A lot. Markey was always the more likely to bust out of it because, look, this year, Stolarz had the better goals against average and save percentage on this team even this year. But Barkov is a tremendous player, and the reason why we were complaining so loudly 2 years ago is because we've always known he has this in him.
But Bobrovsky got that money, at least in part, because everybody here believed he was worth that money.
Because it was what was plaguing them after Luongo is they had some teams that could actually threaten, and you had a two-time Vezina winner available on the open market, a guy that had actually just swept a record then at the time, record-setting Tampa Bay Lightning team. Bobrovsky came in. All this guy has to do is do exactly what he did in Columbus, and you're talking about a Stanley Cup potential type team. And to his credit, he did kind of legitimize them immediately despite not playing up to an expected level. That says more about the career he's had than his own talent.
Well, I had faith in him last season during the regular season, but Alex Lyon did
God.
the playoffs, and then now we got Sergei Bobrovsky, what we have now. But this playoff season, he hasn't really played up to his standards. It's the Panthers' defense in front of him that's really built him out a lot.
You mentioned
not allowing shots.
And you mentioned Ekblad. Look, we're speaking into microphones, and we're going to swing with the results of the games, and 2 years ago with the results of the series. But we were all very hard on Aaron Ekblad after Game 1. He had arguably his worst game as a Florida Panther. A terrible time to have it. Since then, he's been terrific. He's been everything that Paul Maurice assured us he would be. After he calmed everybody down with the press conference, which I don't know if you're watching. I'm a super fan. The way that Paul Maurice is handling these press conferences lately is basically appointment television.
He's had the biggest blow-up, I think, on this roster.
Yes, sir.
I mean, obviously, Reinhardt's having a career year, but, man, that's the person we flipped the most from.
If you want to hold us accountable for our Panthers takes over the last 2 years, Zaslow openly calling Paul Maurice the murderer of fun.
Yeah.
I had to announce that I had deleted my Paul Maurice tweets because it looked like they had a team that went from President's Trophy good to a team that was going to miss the playoffs. And thankfully, Alex Lyon got hot, and they had a little bit of luck, and they got into the playoffs.
Yes.
And then they started playing the type of hockey that Paul Maurice was trying desperately the entire season, almost to their detriment, to try to get them to play. So by the time the playoffs rolled around last year, they hit the ground running.
There was criticism
So
of
that basically
Maurice
sealed
hire,
the deal.
To hire Maurice, they didn't re-sign the guy who had just won the Coach of the Year award.
Andrew Brunette.
Yeah, and Paul Maurice is number one in all-time losses of any NHL coach. So, you don't rehire the Coach of the Year to hire the biggest loser, quote-unquote, of all time. Yeah, there was some initial doubt about the hiring of Paul Maurice.
And Zito we trust.
Man, has he proved himself.
If we're taking
13 yards in the
hockey
playoffs,
teams,
a
let me
franchise
apologize to
record.
Vancouver Canucks and Rick Tocchet. I was not familiar with your game. Did not think you could totally change your identity and have your superstars start eating pucks. Credit to you. But also, Dan, you got to walk one back too, brother. You said you didn't see a talent disparity between these two teams. You got Morgan Geekie out there on the first line.
What I said was what in the results shows you a talent disparity over the last 2 years.
What results? It like 4 games, 3 of which went to overtime. This is not Boston. The first intermission of Game 2, Paul Maurice essentially told his guys, "These guys don't have anything. We're giving them all their quality chances. Just be disciplined with the puck because they're going to play anti-hockey and hope against hope that you're going to give them their quality chances because they have zero creativity there. They got Pastrnak, we all respect, but they got no one else creating for that team. There is not a lot of talent on that team. It's a miracle they have the regular season that they did, and they're showing you exactly who they are. This Montgomery has no moves.
Lundell would be a top liner for them.
The difference is depth. Florida's fourth line has been their best line at times. The fourth line.
Olave with the dagger touchdown.
Poso's been like a first liner in this league.
Lombard can't get on the ice right now. He was sick the first series. He's healthy now and just can't get on the ice.
Right. Nick Cousins, they benched. When
He's always been mad.
Let me ask you guys a couple of questions here about the playoffs in general because Connor McDavid has sort of disappeared since game one. But I wanted to talk about the Val Nichushkin story.
Landon Roberts has caused that to be knocked down.
How many?
I've never seen an old Sebastian Hammond like that before.
This year was higher than
9 or 10.
Oh, I shouldn't know.
There are 9 or 10 100-point teams in the NHL, great teams, and I think any 100-point team, if I get it into the playoffs, that's a team that has a chance to win the championship. You're talking about a third of the league, I think, roughly.
10 teams at it.
Okay, so it's 10 teams, and Nichushkin is the most important player on Colorado.
He led the playoffs in goals.
Well, I'm not sure because
McKinnon and Makar are more important than Nichushkin, but Nichushkin had things gone the way that things were looking, they were going for Val Nichushkin and the Colorado Avalanche. He might have been the Conn Smythe winner. He led the team in goals. He was incredible, two-way incredible player. But now the second straight playoffs for the Colorado Avalanche. This is a former champion that Nichushkin has not been available to them. He had a questionable incident that happened in a Seattle hotel room with a woman that was found there that was in really rough shape. And all of a sudden, he doesn't play for the remainder of that Seattle series, a series that they end up getting upset. Fast forward another postseason, great. Nichushkin, he's a demon on the ice. He's incredible. Two-way player, scoring goals left and right. He's essentially become our number one winger next to Nathan McKinnon. He's been marvelous. And then you hear right before puck drop that he has failed the drug test and won't be available for 6 months.
At least.
He can apply for reinstatement 6 months from now. His nameplate was removed from the locker room. His teammates, if you go by Jack Johnson's quotes, are done with him. This is the second straight postseason where his behavior off the ice is
wow. There's like, you know what? Get the fuck out.
Program back in January, so this drug test pretty much is bad. This is bad.
It was bad for Mike as well because I took the Stars last night after Mike texted me about this news, and Mike was broken because he had a bunch of futures on the ledge.
It was already locked in. I mean, the team is toast now. The team is toast without Nichushkin.
Let me talk about something here, though.
How the hell he score?
This is a super rare suspension. It's not just the timing, it's the amount of time. This suggests a serious problem. And teammates being done with him, I understand, but whenever a suspension of something like this lands, I remember Chris Birdman Anderson was suspended for a long time, where it's not just marijuana. There's something else here when the suspensions go this long and the behavior is so out of control. Keep in mind, hockey players are notorious for partying. Like the lifestyle runs hard. Like there's a lot of pain in that sport, and there's a lot of self-medicating in that sport. So for you to be out of control by the standards of hockey immediately makes me say, oh, that man does not have control of his life. And his teammates landing on him with, we're done with that, while totally understandable, isn't what an addict needs.
Oh, very, very clearly what he needs is treatment, and he's going to get that because the league legislates that, Dan. But if you're a Colorado Avalanche player, this guy was making up for doing this to you last year with his performance on the ice. And for him to do it again, I can totally understand.
Oh, my God.
Families have addicts in their family dynamics, and people get cut off, and it's very personal. These guys are making sacrifices. They're taking 200-mile-per-hour pucks off their shin bones. And for Val Nichushkin to decide now's the time to party when he did this to us last year, I can understand why there's resentment there.
I know, but
he can't control when he parties.
That is correct. Like that's the illness. He doesn't want to be disappointed.
Very clearly, there is also other people that can't.
Understood. But this addiction would appear to be worse than most because you don't see this very
Yeah,
often.
he'll be
Never
out.
mind in the postseason.
He'll be definitely
you
out for that
see this
game.
length of suspension in sports very often where it's like, well, maybe he can come back in at least 6 months, but get out of here. And whenever someone's that out of control, I understand why all of the anger would surround him, but I also
I
understand
just
why
want to
it
throw it
would
out
birth
one last time.
general misunderstanding of addiction. Like when the family member comes into the house and steals from their parents' jewelry box to take stuff that needs to be pawned because the desperation is such that the need for the high
It was only
is greater
28
than
yards,
anything
so
sports is
not.
giving you, even if you're playing.
But I didn't even want to score. I just wanted to throw it up. But hey, they gave me single coverage, and I took advantage.
You know your teammates are going to be heartbroken. You clearly don't have control over the sickness that grabs you and is a dragon in your life that eats up everything else.
Summer requires extraordinary hydration that's built for everyday dehydrating moments, especially in Miami. We know that it gets very, very hot. You go outside for 6 seconds, you're sweating and you're possibly dehydrated. Liquid IV hydrates you with benefits like electrolytes, essential vitamins, and immunosuppressive nutrients, with 3 times the electrolytes in hydration, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients in a single stick. It's clear why Liquid IV is the #1 powdered hydration brand in America. Guys, I love Liquid IV. I get the sugar-free lemon lime version. They should have my picture on it. How much I drink it, how much I use it. The sugar-free has no bad stuff, only good stuff. I use it when I go to the gym, when I'm playing hoops.
Would a win or Arsenal loss versus Evans?
Just air, pour,
Oh,
and live more.
it's gonna be
One
NBC
stick of Liquid
too.
IV plus 16 ounces of water hydrates better than with water alone. Turn your ordinary water into extraordinary hydration with Liquid IV. Get 20% off your first order of Liquid IV when you go to liquidiv.com.
Yes,
and
my
use
boy
code
Papi.
DAN. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code DAN, D-A-N, at liquidiv.com.
Don Le Batard. Stugatz.
That was not my receiver. I didn't even need to be right there. I knew that was a bad pass.
You mentioned earlier, Greg Cody, Andrew Burnett, the former coach of the Panthers, coach of the year, and every time someone mentions that name for me, I do a word association with that golf cart DUI that had a certain drunken smugness in it as he talked to the authorities, and I can't forget this, even though I, too, would be really annoyed. I believe I'd be annoyed and arrogant, too, if I was driving around in a golf cart and somebody arrested me for DUI. I wouldn't feel... This happened to Bill Murray one time in England. Stugatz, how deep into your mouth is that sausage finger going to go on
It's a
television?
piece of bacon. It's just sticking right there, like right in between my 2 teeth. It's hard to get out. I finally got it out. You want to see it?
Charges were dropped against Andrew Burnett.
Yeah, but let's play the video anyway.
Yeah, I coached the Florida Panthers. Sorry? The Florida Panthers, I was coaching. Yeah? Yeah. You don't.
No disrespect.
Let's go.
2 years ago was a different time.
It really was.
Now you can get off the case.
If I had been right there next to the golf cart and I had just looked into that camera and said, "Hey, Mike, so Barkov is going to go through 3 defenders to go up 3-1 on Boston, and also the legend of playoff Bob is going to be what greets me."
Bob's nominated for another Vezina.
You would have said I was drinking.
Ekblad's definitely off the team at that point.
Yeah. All the Ekblad takes are right there.
Andrew Burnett, by the way, is close to federally to the playoffs this season. So,
wow.
Good on him.
Good recovery.
Yep.
Thank you, Roy.
Good on him.
Thank you for giving him his flowers.
Thank you, Roy.
Thank you. No, it was unfair what Dan did, and you were giving him his flowers.
Yeah.
He squeaked in as an AC.
Charges were dropped and replaying.
Had one of the worst hockey series I've ever seen against the Vancouver Canucks.
Yeah. Wait,
why are we defending Andrew Burnett?
What was unfair about a golf cart DUI? Me just playing it.
Charges were dropped.
I know, but listen, that video and that audio was him saying
he seemed composed.
He was trying.
Doesn't matter. We're going to the conference championship. Let's go.
The Florida Panthers coach, and do you realize how little value that had in this market 2 years ago?
No disrespect.
Now you can get away with anything.
Oh,
Dan, I want to play a game called Closing the Loop.
Good work there, Chris Cody.
Spo gets away with that 2 years ago. Spo gets away with it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he gets away with it.
What?
Spo?
Yeah.
Is it a golf cart? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he coaching the Panthers?
Yeah.
Put it on the poll, please, at Lebitard Show. Would Eric Spoelstra get away with a golf cart DUI in Miami? Riley certainly would.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, for sure.
I haven't had the ability to laugh at the Boston Bruins' expense, but I have been following the show. I know that Katie's been on a couple of times, and I'm really upset with this show perpetuating this media narrative that's out there, talking about everything other than the Boston Bruins getting their ass kicked. Because that's what's happening right now. You have a team that is incapable of playing with the Florida Panthers. So what did they try to do? The only thing that they could, muck it up. Florida Panthers beating them at that game, too. They're better at them across the board, including with the head coach. And the fact that everyone's boiling this down to a rapid punch that, yeah, Sam Bennett, he probably got an extra shot in there. And was it interference? You ask me? Yeah, sure. I actually wish that they called it interference because the Panthers would have just did what they ended up doing, which is score again. The Panthers are so much better than this team. This is not decided by an interference call. This is not decided, of all people to defend Brad Marchand. Get out of here with that. I mean, no, this is not a close series.
How many times has Marchand been suspended? Because I did delight in seeing Sam Bennett in Boston registering as public enemy #1. You guys weren't sure he was going to play in this series. They would have missed him.
He's got them going crazy. Dude, a Barstool guy wrote 3,000 words on a rabbit punch as if he's like a pugilist. Like, you think Sam Bennett has enough power in that hand? Actually, I think that Brad Marchand hurt himself trying to hit monster #2 and Kevin Stenlin. He got up a little woozy after that. I think Sam Bennett just finished the job when he realized Marchand's coming in here all loopy, missing this hit. I'm going to brace, and I'll get me a piece.
I count 8 suspensions.
Yeah, 8 suspensions.
It's like
hockey player.
Yeah, he's the Rat King.
It is crazy that because everyone except Roy kind of agrees the Panthers got away with a call there, like that.
And he's
we got lucky there.
Roy's an unusual cat because Roy, when Mike was talking about what he was talking about, Roy said in my ear, he said, "I already said all of that yesterday," and Roy also said earlier in the show, I knew
Quick
Bobrovsky
draw.
was going to be this, which is just
Increase pass.
like
it's not a lie.
I love
it's
the
a flat. You didn't say it. You did not say it to anyone publicly, privately. That is not an opinion that you expressed anywhere.
Well, I'm a quiet person. So.
Yeah.
I am enjoying Roy's like Magic Johnson tournament.
I only do that for my first playoff game because I just want to see how far I can throw it. You're not really supposed to throw the ball after you win the game.
Is Marchand? We'll close.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the support.
Not as much as I thank you for Panther School.
We
224 yards now.
But Marchand is. They actually call him Rat, right? Like
yeah, he's Rat. There's a couple Rat Kings in this series.
Well,
Brad Marchand and Matthew Tkachuk too. Who also they had gripes like, Matthew Tkachuk got an extra shot in on Pastrnak on the ice. Not a fighter. He did. But this is what they were looking to do in Game 2. And then the Florida Panthers responded in kind.
Just roasted his ass.
Team. So, yeah, go into the penalty box and cost your team. You guys can't play with them 5v5. So you like your chances 5v4? It's just been dumb. I don't know what to make of Jim Montgomery because you have to look at the talent that they have on the ice. They lost Krejci, they lost Bergeron, and they had a better season than even last year. And they entered this playoff series second round. Granted, they got through a depleted Toronto Maple Leafs team, which was a total shit show of a franchise. But they come in here, and you really see they're super overmatched. But then Jim Montgomery's doing every wrong thing he could possibly do to hurt their team's chances. So I don't know whether to give him credit or damn him to hell.
Well, no, he's giving them motivation. That's what he's doing.
You can't trust,
he knows the series is over.
You can't trust the guy that always has his hands in his pockets. What's that guy doing? Even when he's mad at the refs, he's always got his hands in his pockets.
Put it on the poll, Choo-Choo. Can you trust a guy who's always got his hands in his pocket? Billy, close the loop for me.
Close the loop slightly on this, Tyson Fury's dad, John Fury, in 2011 was found guilty and sentenced to 11 years because he left the victim half blind. A 12-year dispute erupted in violence at a car auction in 2010. While Fury was getting the victim in a headlock, he forced his finger into the victim's eyes. He was released from prison in 2015.
Eye gouging? So only one time?
Well, I mean, he was in prison for a little bit. That cuts into his times that he could get arrested.
Car auction's a really weird place for a fight.
Billy, keep looking. I bet you there's more than one.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
This is the Dan Levator Show with the Stugatz Podcast.
In the spirit of closing that loop, Billy, because I am grateful that my admonishment of you being an active and purposeful irritant who tries to destroy the show, you actually made yourself helpful there, and I was confused by it. I thought your hands were in your pockets and that I would mistrust you because when you're helpful, I think there's an agenda or something that you're up to.
Is this a compliment or an apology or an insult? What is this exactly?
It's neither of those things. It's not an apology or a compliment, but I
Two
thank you
new
for bringing
playbooks?
back this subject because I don't think that we talked enough about the people in your life that you believe would problem solve with a headbutt. Because the headbutt, I have never thought, right? I would try to protect my head in a fight. I would not be aggressive with my head in a fight. I know a few people who would handle stuff this way. There is one person, I've told you the story, you're always making fun of me when I quote sources from the MMA community, but I know some people down here in South Florida, which has a very active MMA community, a lot of MMA business down here, that a friend of mine was one time driving behind somebody who was on a bicycle and on the back wheel and purposely weaving through traffic and ignoring that my friend was honking and trying to get around him. And so eventually they got into a shouting match and my friend got out of the car, went up to the cyclist who approached him, headbutted him and left him in the street. Solved it with a headbutt. But I don't know many people. I wouldn't mess with any of them. I don't know many people who solve things with a headbutt. And I'm asking you guys, what do you make of someone who does? Because that is a person that I would not want to mess
Zoned in and
Once you're
prediction,
willing
bro.
to go with the headbutt, there is no line you're not willing to cross. Like, that person is crazy.
Yeah. To me, headbutting and eye gouging almost seem to go together. You know, I would find it difficult to be a soccer player and just head the ball. I mean, because it's like, wow, that must give you a headache. Right. How do you do that? But to actually head somebody else's skull.
I'm with them. I try to avoid a header.
No, Mike knows. Yeah. Now, I am familiar with the woodpecker community, okay? Woodpeckers use their beak to peck wood, which in and of itself has to hurt. You know, so the human equivalent of the woodpecker is the headbutt.
Yeah.
You know, so there is some precedent there.
Yeah.
What? I've made my point. Now I'm moving on.
It was a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They use their beak to peck wood. They don't have arms. You know, if I had a hammer, they don't have a hammer. They use their beak. And the headbutt is similar.
Right.
The motion is similar.
Correct.
You know?
Right.
So, you know, take my point and run with it. Bring it to the bank. Invest it. You can go into a bank, go up to a teller, and say, I want to invest the idea that a woodpecker and a headbutter is a similar...
People just walk in, give me takes all day.
First of all, you saying the phrase, I'm familiar with the woodpecker community is useless.
I am.
I don't believe the woodpecker suffers any pain from... We'll ask Ron McGill. He's going to be on with us. I don't think there's any pain involved for the woodpecker there.
We have breaking news. No Ron McGill. Hyena surgery. I misread it first and thought it was permanent.
Yeah. Wow. Get Woody on the phone.
He's familiar with the woodpecker community. It'd be helpful.
Yes! Fumble!
Put it on the poll at Levitard Show.
Pete Werner.
If I headbutt you, I'm already sacrificing the thing that you would punch. In fact, I'm using this punchable thing as the weapon. So there is nothing that you can do to actually hurt.
To me, it's like a nose butt or a mouth butt.
Well, there's an art to it, too. Like, you don't lead in with nose. That's not what you do.
I'm just saying that using the thing that you would be trying to protect from getting hit. To,
Alex,
start
why is
fight,
Alex Huss calling baseball?
No one's got. There can't be a fight where anyone's expecting a headbutt. It's got to be
in that part of the country and in that part of the world. I would expect it more.
Saudi Arabia.
Well, was that in Saudi? Well, I was going to say with Europeans.
Right.
Yeah.
Like Zinedine Zidane.
Yeah, they're
Jokic.
Europeans. Europeans
the Jokic
are
brothers definitely would.
Slavs.
Yeah.
They're more likely to headbutt. Yeah. This is a sweeping generalization that might be xenophobic, but I feel confident in saying this. Yeah. Europeans headbutt more.
They do, especially Eastern European.
Put it on the poll. Do Eastern Europeans headbutt more? Just leave it like that.
Especially when you consider his family ties. More marauders.
Also, gypsies.
Well, he is a gypsy king, but I've found that is a disparaging word, and you can only use it in context of, like, Tyson Fury calls himself this.
That's correct.
Would you rather come face-to-face with a biter or a headbutter?
Ooh.
Wow. Put that on the poll as well. Would you prefer to come face-to-face with a biter or a headbutter? And also put on the poll at Levitard Show, do woodpeckers hurt their beaks or heads when they woodpeck? Because I don't believe that they do. Otherwise, I'm guessing they would stop doing.
No, that's why there's that concussion stuff. Like I think that necklace that you see a couple football players wearing around their neck is like the tech is based on woodpeckers.
Well, the internet is telling me a woodpecker's brain takes a big hit with every peck against a tree, yet the animal doesn't get brain damage. A team of scientists says the reason is the brain's very small size.
No CTE for that one.
That is what Greg Cody said. Do you guys know what he was doing there? Because Greg Cody has a stream of thoughts. He thinks all his thoughts are interesting, and anytime there's one in there, he just says it, even though it's useless. Do you guys know what he was doing there? Because he was doing the song from, I guess, the 1960s, If I Had a Hammer.
If I had a hammer. Yeah.
Sing it, Greg.
Trini Lopez, I believe.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Back that ass up.
Yeah. How about yeah. It's a folk song. If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning. I'd hammer in the evening.
Let's go, Yummy.
I'd sing about justice. I'd sing about freedom.
Not a big fan of the fact that I misconnected on an interception attempt.
Brain damage in a fascinating way.
But I love my fans. I love my subscribers. I need like 70 more to be over 1,000. So I need more people to subscribe.
The woodpecker's biology functions much like bubble wrap to protect and insulate the brain from damage.
Trini Lopez also not Trina, who also is not juvenile. The same thing. Lots of confusion.
What year was that song? And again, why did you insert that in the middle of what it is you were talking about, as if anyone should understand it?
It was 1962.
There you go. Good year. Greg Cody, 7 going on 8. Prime of my life.
You've made LeBron 40, prime of his life, and you're 7.
Everyone has a different prime.
That was the beginning of my prime when I was 7.
Early bloomer.
You're still in it.
Thank you.
Howdy, folks. It's Mike Ryan. As you know, probably a sports
We're
fan.
in hour 1 already.
And you probably have a team that you want to root on, and maybe you're like me and you're not a season ticket holder, so you miss the first crack at getting tickets. So what do? You check the secondary market. Well, let me tell you about my best friend in that secondary market, because I've tried them all, and no one's as good as Game Time, the only ticketing app that gives you complete peace of mind with your purchase. You get to see the view from your seat on your phone before you buy the tickets. All-in pricing shows your total cost up front, so there are no surprises. Buy tickets in seconds with just 2 taps. I'm telling you, folks, this is a personal endorsement from me. I was using Game Time long before they joined us. I'm so happy they're with us, so I can preach the good word. Trust me, folks. Game Time. That is what you need. Take the guesswork out of buying NBA tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code DAN for $20 off your first purchase.
I'm mad, man. I hate doing that shit.
Redeem code DAN for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Don Le Batard.
Ron, I can't walk around my house naked because I fear that the cat would be traumatized.
Stugatz.
Like if your cat or dog suddenly saw you nude walking around your house, how would they react?
They wouldn't react.
Probably wondering why I don't have spines at the end of my penis. Yeah, like a cat.
This is the Dan Levatar Show with the Stugatz.
And you wonder why female cats, their pussies are always broken.
Perhaps Billy and Stugatz can explain something to me because I'm at a bit of a loss. I don't understand the general enthusiasm around the NFL schedule coming out. It's a real baffling to me how interested people are in this. And I've also got a place where I believe that Billy and Stugatz might be most at odds on football analysis because Stugatz says Joe Burrow is the best quarterback in football. I think he made him better than Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, you're fucking kidding.
Well, I made Alex Smith better than Patrick Mahomes. So.
But I think you have said that Joe Burrow is the best quarterback in football, and I don't think Billy not only doesn't agree with you, I think Billy thinks that
He's got to prove something to me this year. I'll say it.
Say it.
Yeah, I said it. He's got to prove something this year. Stay healthy.
Yep.
Take him over the hump.
How about the schedule, though?
Oh, yeah. I don't know what Dan's talking about when he says he doesn't get excited. I feel bad for you, honestly.
Right.
Smile. Enjoy it. Yeah.
The Chiefs, opening 2 weeks, Ravens, and Bengals. I mean, if Burrow wants to prove something to Billy, he can do it early by beating Patrick Mahomes.
Opening night.
Yeah.
Well, no.
That does get me excited. Just knowing exactly I can build myself up to this one Monday night.
Play, win, loss.
Now, I have a Monday night game to open the season. It's Jets at Niners. I hate a Monday night to open the season. I have to wait around all
Week
weekend.
one, you don't want it. Yes, agreed.
Yeah, you don't want it. But the good news in that is that Aaron Rodgers will be playing on grass.
Exactly right, on the road. So he'll probably get a game in.
But how about the news that we're getting a Friday in Rio to open up the season after opening night?
We have games. NBC just picked up a game, according to Adam Schefter, I believe, that is going against the college football playoffs.
Wow.
Now, it's an expanded playoff this year, so it's the first week. What?
I don't like that.
It's the NFL flexing.
I don't like that.
The NFL does whatever it wants. I do think schedule day is more interesting than it used to be in the NFL because of international games. Now there are like 3 or 4 years.
Yes, a fumble recovery.
This year.
Contavion Street.
This is exciting. This is a big day. I mean, and today's not even scheduled release tomorrow.
Just leaking out right now.
But I like that.
The reason you like it is because you want to see where your team fits in the hierarchy of the league. How many primetime games do I have?
How many 425 games?
I want to know where I am because that's how the league just puts. They basically just say if you have 10 primetime games, you're a good team.
I'll tell you one story. I'll tell you one storyline I was looking for, Chris, and that was where's Tom Brady going to pretend to be calling this?
We found out yesterday.
What's he got?
It's going to be Cleveland.
Oh, wow.
That he doesn't actually show up to play, to call because he might actually be playing in the game.
The Browns versus who?
Cowboys. You know his first assignment on Fox had to be the Cowboys. But he's just wading into the waters with just a classic Deshaun Watson game. Already, challenging himself.
How's he going to handle that one?
How does this do nothing for you? I don't understand. I mean, sure, you could argue and say you already knew who you're going to be playing on the home and who you're going to be playing on the road, but now you know when you're going to be playing them home and road, because it matters, because then you know it's going to be cold, it's going to be hot, so we get them early, so we get them before they start cooking. Steelers, you want to play early. We talked about this last week on GBF. Get the Steelers, which the Jets do. You want them early in the season before things start clicking in the Steel City, because you know that's bound to happen, because Tomlin always gets his team ready, but it always takes a little bit of time to get them there. Here's another one, Dan. This one's for free. Trevor Lawrence needs a big year. Needs a big year.
You have had a stronger opinion than that. Needs a big year.
On Trevor Lawrence?
What?
Oh, I think I said before that this may be his last year in the league.
Well,
what you're referring
that's stronger than needs a big year.
Yeah, could be his last year in the league.
What does Joe Burrow exactly have to show you?
Anything, really. I mean, just been a lot of huff and puff from him.
He beat the Chiefs.
He's been the only one.
No.
Him and Tom Brady have been like the only ones to beat them.
In Billy's defense, he is the highest paid quarterback in the NFL this season at $55 million. And Jared Goff is second.
Crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
His career. One it's all said and
well,
done.
You say it's crazy, but hasn't he already been the highest-paid quarterback
What
in the sport once?
in the
Didn't Jared
world?
Goff already have that distinction?
Yeah, but for the Lions to take the next step, you need to not pay Jared Goff $53 million or whatever it is.
He's making more than Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes
Well,
this season.
he's making more than everybody but Joe Burrow, and that's what happens when the latest quarterback signs. It's why now people think Tua is going to get $50 million because, I mean, Carson Wentz was the highest paid quarterback in football at one point. The guy who comes up that year, that's how that one works. But I want to circle back around to what didn't he say in his first press conference about being an announcer? Didn't he throw out there that Dak Prescott has to show him something?
Yeah. Oh, man. Wow, so that we got another storyline there. Maybe he's actually going to be gunning for his job there. Although it's a little complicated because he is a part owner in the Raiders, and I think he has to divest. Basically, look, I think he's coming back, and I think he's coming back to the Raiders. I already put my future in for the Raiders to make the playoffs.
Hello, Cheeseburger. How are you doing today?
I think he's put it out there, and I'm fascinated with the looming prospect that Tom Brady's actually saying things now.
Also, I want everyone to know if you're going to make comments onto my comment section, please make them inappropriate. Okay, that's good.
Crumbs out there signaling to teams like maybe not at the start of the year. I don't really have much interest in training camp, but if you got an injury, I'm open for business.
But they have depth. They have Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. Need 2 injuries.
Let me read you guys the quote here from Tom Brady, because if he's willing to say stuff, which he's never been willing to do, this can be more interesting. But he says...
He has a media company now. I mean, he's incentivized to say something, anything.
Well,
and what can Tom Brady say that would make news?
It's not just a media company. He's being paid $375 million guaranteed, a lot more than he made in his career, to say stuff.
I know. I mean, plus he's also in the process of building his own media company, much the way Pat McAfee and the Mannings have done.
Stupid. Why don't you just take $375 million worth 1 day a week and retire?
Just go games, yeah.
Yeah,
ball games.
so easy. Why do you need the stress of this?
Yeah.
Not that easy. Dan, you tell him. Not that easy to just start a media company. Why does he need this stress in his life?
It would be much better to just be able to go to one football game a week for 17
Just tell us what you see,
than having to go and create an entire...
That was a high ball, so it was hard. It took a longer time for it to come down, and I was worried I mishit it. Yep.
I have found that basically every athlete who's great tries to be great at this stuff. Like, there is not... Well, I shouldn't say every athlete who's great.
I eat sneakers for breakfast.
You need some help.
Great, Dwayne Wade or whatever. They go into these fields or these other things after retirement, and they are very coachable about wanting to be coached, like about going around asking questions as if they don't know anything, wanting to learn. And I imagine Tom Brady doesn't want to embarrass himself. So he does say, though, and I ask you guys, is this anything, or is it just something because Tom Brady's saying it? I know the Cowboys, how important they are to this network. They've got great storylines. Come on, Dak Prescott. Let's see if he can finally come through. And then he heard the buzz, and he just said, did that just slip out?
Might have just had his lips done. You don't know.
Classic Tom.
Did that just slip out?
He could be talking about it too.
That is something. That is something because Tom Brady is saying it's something that everyone would say, but because Tom Brady is saying it, and where the bar is below the floor on, he's not gonna say anything interesting. When he says, "Will Dak come through?" Did that just slip?
What's your favorite NFL team?
I'm a New Orleans Saints fan.
Very benign comment in the criticism category, in the controversy category.
I'm already dreading the Greg Olsen hipsters. I love Greg Olsen. I think he's fantastic.
Awesome.
Go Canes. I will miss him on the main broadcast in specific moments. But the novelty of Tom Brady, the greatest ever to do it, hopping in the booth and talking about what is unfolding in front of his eyes with his perspective of knowing certifiably, wait, is this the greatest player to ever call a sport ever? Like Wayne Gretzky, he's a studio analyst, but in terms
Michael
of
Jordan hasn't called the game. So yes,
this
yes.
is not this is a pretty cool novelty, such that it is, but it's awesome. At least for 1 week, we get to hear the greatest by far to ever do it. Talk about this, and then we're going to look at the schedule and see when is he talking about the Chiefs. When is Tom Brady going to be scheduled against a Kansas City game? I think that's another reason to look forward to the schedule.
Give me whoever it is that you guys regard as second place on what Mike Ryan is talking about, because I'm not talking about Charles Barkley or studio hosts. I'm
put some respect on McConnell's name, Flight.
Greatest ever who is willing 17 weeks a year to fly into Cleveland for a weekend to call a football game. There's a
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Without having done it. And the reason is because they have to pay in order to incentivize the Michael Jordan of their sport to not be in ownership, but just come over here and talk about it. Be a partner with us on selling this. Be someone who hands the sport over to the young people by being a voice that people recognize. The premium price on that is because he is somebody whose time is that value.
Are you saying within football or just within sports?
I'm saying in the history of sports.
Scott Hamilton.
One of the things that's a good one.
Aikman's up there. Aikman. John McEnroe.
McEnroe's good, but this is, bar none, the greatest to ever do it. And I'm not even talking, like, studio is a different thing. You get the live play-to-play thoughts of the greatest ever to do something as he's watching games just like you. This is amazing.
Yeah.
I can understand having your doubts about it, but can we experience this first? I want to see his first Mahomes game.
It's amazing if he's any good at broadcasting. It's amazing if he says things that are interesting. Dare say more interesting than his veiled criticism of Dak Prescott. Because he's
30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35.
But even if he's not good, even that has a level of interest. Him dealing with the adversity of his confidence on the field doesn't apply to the booth. What is he going to do week to week to get better? Or is he just going to call it? Is he going to do the Jason Witten thing and just be like, I tried it for 1 year at the peak of the profession, and I'm not cut out for it? I understand ownership got in the way, but a lot of guys get into this new media content game, and they get frustrated inside of 2 years because they're not as in control as they were when they were playing.
Way back when Dan Marino, you may recall, was broadcasting and didn't prove particularly good at it, and so he slowly faded. But he would have been one of those all-time greats.
Maybe A-Rod? He called baseball games?
Yep.
Yes, A-Rod would be one of them. Marino wasn't calling games. He was doing a studio show. That's different. I will say, because you may have noticed this at ESPN, maybe you didn't, in whatever the transition is, the difficulty of the transition for the greatest to find something else they're interested in. ESPN always had a hard time getting the top tier to go fly into Bristol to do stuff. So the guys they would get who were that kind of great, Emmitt Smith, Jerry Rice, Scottie Pippen, they were all terrible broadcasters. Like all three of them were really bad at broadcasting, uninteresting, but their level of fame made it so here's a primary voice. You can speak on behalf of your sport. It doesn't even matter if you're any good, but what Mike is saying is true. That guy's never in a booth with wires around his head on the night
off the cuff
on a Sunday, just calling games, because Michael Jordan went from what he was doing to, no, I want maximum power. And so they end up paying Tom Brady all of the money to do that. But I still ask you guys, I'm the only one here among us who just doesn't care about the schedule stuff. Like, I don't care which game Brady is doing first. I care that he's going to do it, and I will be listening to his first game. But it doesn't matter to me who he's calling.
Oh, it matters to me. When is he going to do an Aaron Rodgers game? Is he going to do an Aaron Rodgers game? Is he going to be scheduled against the New England Patriots? Who knows? This is all very interesting to me. Because I'm a sports fan. I like getting excited.
Tonight's the schedule release show. If ever, the NFL schedule release show 2024 presented by H sponsors. Which I can't say.
Schedule equals games.
Just think about how happy. All right,
the games are going to be played.
It's a bridge, Dan.
So Sundays,
Hmm.
Sundays you're going to spot on the couch It's a sacred thing that we go through in this country.
Yes.
We all look forward to our football Sundays.
Yes.
And I like seeing the schedule to come out. That second Sunday in November is going to be a good one. I like that stuff.
It was always Jets and Browns. Remember, we had like a 5-year run.
This is incredible. What a matchup for week one. The Browns never get the 4 o'clock Fox window against the Cowboys. That's a rare matchup.
They played in 2015 against each other in that time slot.
To find out that that's going to be your first Sunday afternoon?
I told you.
America's game of the week.
Drink cold water after chewing minty gum.
Who doesn't?
It just confuses me.
Eagles versus Packers in Brazil. Neither team can wear green.
Yeah.
Thank you, Billy.
What? It's big.
Because it's a rival.
Yeah, it's banned from the stadium.
It's banned from the stadium.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're familiar with these teams, but
what are they going to do?
In them uniform.
Alternate black uniforms, road whites.
Watch out for the Pack this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Everything in the NFL is overcovered. You got to realize that. Schedule day's big because everything is big. Rookie mini camp was covered like it's wonderful, heavy news. I don't care about rookie mini camp personally, but people do. NFL fans do care about the schedule as well.
Yeah, I must be alone on this.
Yeah,
and
Can we see the uniforms with the bubble wrap helmet?
Yeah.
I just want to know what my eyes have to get adjusted to.
Again, though, I will just tell you guys that none of this will be shut. Like, when they're announced, none of these things that you want will be known. None of these.
I don't get how.
You don't know
First bubble helmet that we see.
You don't know what the helmets are going to be. You don't know what Tom Brady's going to sound like. You don't know who's good. You don't know who's going to win. You don't know what injuries they're going to be.
I'm a pig-headed man. I know everything. What are you talking about?
You don't know anything.
I'll see that, and I'll say 10 wins.
Yeah, there it is. That's what you do.
Oh my gosh. Folks, gather around. Everyone gather around. Listen to these words. The NBA playoffs are heating up, and so is the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. With same-game parlays, live betting, odds boosts, and so much more, don't miss out as the NBA postseason winds down. And if you're new to DraftKings, you gotta check this out. New customers, listen to me. You bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now.
Wow. I didn't know I celebrated for that long.
And you get $150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. That's insane. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or in West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Blue Hill Casino Resort in Kansas. 21 plus. Age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.com/bball for eligibility, deposit.
Hey, Chad.
Ballot Hall of Famer, the musical fart. Okay, where it can be a creaking door, it can be an orchestra tuning up before a concert, and the bassoon is a little bit off key, and it comes out like that. Stugatz, the musical. It's a beauty. It is a beauty. Me. Sorry. Shit.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugatz.
I have 2 items of film news for you guys, but Mike Ryan is insistent on giving us some breaking schedule news. Evidently, there's some breaking NFL schedule news.
Yeah, and it's big with a local audience here in South Florida. Wow. Both the big football teams involved. First off, game time for Florida. Miami has been announced. Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, 3:30.
You say that's as big a University of Miami football game for the entire program as there's been in how long? Because now the program is all in on football, because football has to be great, because basketball did not capitalize on the momentum of making a couple of Elite Eights, and the basketball programs are a little more broken than they used to be.
Dan, you know, when it comes to Miami athletics, I'm about as rational as one can get.
Yep.
But I'm also a student of history, and I know what it sounds like when I say these words. This is the most important football game in the history of the football program.
No pressure.
Shut up, hater.
I thought we were talking NFL.
When you consider the investment, we can have that conversation another day. Here's the real.
I don't understand why I was struggling on
But
coverage.
here's the real big news. Adam Schefter just shared the tweet.
Oh, I like that name.
This is the big news.
Amazon Prime just announced the first Prime football game of the season Week 2. Bills Dolphins.
Wow.
What?
Where?
I can't tell from the graphic.
Oh.
Well, Buffalo's above Miami in the graphic, which leads me to believe that Miami's the home team.
Unless you're in Europe.
You're right.
Yeah. What happened,
Is it in
Chris?
Europe? He just took the deepest breath I've ever heard, and you were away from the mic.
He's 2 feet away from the mic.
It's big news. It was big news.
Craig, what's going on with you today?
Because in soccer, the first team is the home team.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's a game in Europe.
No one ever comments about my breathing until I come into the studio here.
Probably because there's a microphone in front
I
of you.
mean, a man's got to live.
What are your initial thoughts? Week 2, Thursday night, TBD location.
It's in Miami. I've just got a breaking news.
Wow, look at you into the schedule, huh?
Because they showed up second.
I wanted to delight you guys. I wanted to tickle you a little bit.
And you did.
Now you get them on a Thursday night, so the heat doesn't come into play. The sun, none
Yeah,
of
but
that.
you know where my
like
mind
that.
starts going when I see that little nugget? I'm like, okay, so if that game's at home week 2, what is the NFL going to do to the Dolphins come December?
That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
Terrible.
It's a lose-lose.
This is why the schedule is exciting.
Terrible.
You lose the heat, and now you have to go to Buffalo at the end of the season. Terrible.
Bad omen. Oh, yeah, that's tough to play Buffalo that early on a short week.
Just like Billy said, like your advantage in September is the hot
and
sun.
now that's gone too because it's at night. Big time early winners and losers of the schedule release leak. Dolphins are losers right now.
Man, you could definitely tell that speed increase.
No, it's just like you
No,
gotta
sometimes
make that.
Take your logic and get the fuck out of here.
Sometimes
sorry.
you can usually count on that, but not always.
There is very little chance that Chubb and Phillips will be ready. That is done. I'm done with scheduled talk. I've got breaking.
You liked it though, admit it.
I did not.
That's a great Thursday nighter at the gates.
It's good content.
Now in 21, they played Buffalo at home. The Dolphins did early in the season. I believe they did in 2022 as well. Chris, so you're wrong.
See, what I told you is you can't always count
Every
on.
2 years.
Early season measuring stick game. Who's who, if you will.
Okay.
Week 2.
And I know without the schedule coming out that they play twice a year.
Day game in Miami. Like there were 12 IV bags.
Ken Dorsey threw something at the camera. They forgot how time worked.
But
The whole
someone's making
thing.
people crazy.
Exactly.
And then you got fired.
That was the next season, but still, good point, Roy.
The heat is important when you talk about the fact that later this week in Miami, it's going to be 98, 99 degrees in the middle of May. We've had a blissful April, just charming. I couldn't believe how nice the weather was. But the end of this week brings horror of weather because it's going to be close to 100. And then we head into the hot stuff. So it is possible with climate change that wherever it is you put the Buffalo game against Miami, Buffalo will melt because our city is melting.
18 days till hurricane season, I believe.
I got my pack in the mail yesterday. Exciting time.
Why was it such a blissful spring down here? It was very mild. Was it the El Nino?
The Earth's up to something.
Well, I can't call it the El Nino because that's basically saying the Nino.
Right. Redundant.
Yeah.
I have two breaking bits of film news. Are you ready? Because the second one's going to get you guys very excited. I don't think you guys know the second one. You may know the first one. But the story of an aging and down on his luck private investigator in 1930s New York who was forced to grapple with his past life as the city's one and only superhero. Noir is coming to MGM Plus and Prime Video, starring Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
Now, which one's an MGM Plus? I did not have this one on my docket. There's an MGM Plus? I got to get MGM Plus now?
I have no idea.
I don't have MGM Plus. I've never heard of
Well,
MGM.
guess what?
Are you getting it now?
You're going to be paying $13.99 a month for it in like 2 weeks.
It's existed since 2008.
Oh,
Oh, it used to be known as Epics. With an X.
That's
Yeah.
what. Okay.
The other bit of news that I do not think you guys know, Roadhouse 2 is in the works. Starring Jake Gyllenhaal.
Is it Gyllenhaal? I think it's like a J
You guys
sound.
correct me on that every time.
Gyllenhaal.
It's a tough one.
You guys,
Medicine.
you guys liked
Love
Put it on a poll at Levitard Show. Is Gyllenhaal a medicine with many side effects?
I really liked the first Roadhouse. I thought it was a great popcorn movie. Thought Conor McGregor did a great job. Who would have thunk he could just really test his acting limits the way that he did?
Yeah.
Good action. A little too much CGI for my liking. But, nice little nods to the keys. I'm excited about this.
Was it necessary? I mean, the first one was so good. It was perfection.
Neither one of them.
Which one are you talking about? The Gyllenhaal one or the Swayze one?
The Swayze one, of course.
I mean, they were both good. This one was good, man.
Yeah,
it became popular to hate on it.
Yeah.
That was...
Hello, Joey. How's it going?
But you weren't not having fun at any point while watching it, were you?
I watched the first 70 minutes and thought it was terrible, and then circled back around after you guys yelled at me. And at the end of the movie, it was more laughably ridiculous. And if you're tuning in for just sheer absurdity at every turn, then I suppose I can understand how it is that
7'1".
you watch this. I will not watch the second one. I'm surprised that Gyllenhaal has signed up for another one of these. I was surprised he signed up for the first, but he clearly did it to get in shape and as homage to the first one, whatever it meant to him in his childhood. I can't believe he's doing a second one. This is one of the actors in Hollywood. I don't know who you guys choose here. But Ethan Hawke for me, or Ewan McGregor, there are a handful of actors that I trust their choices. And Gyllenhaal
Intercepted! 30, 40, 45 to the 50.
Well, he's afforded that.
Everybody's in the zone. Toxic. And
He's a very talented actor. But also, look at that physique. You can't be hiding that behind a T-shirt.
So wait, do we have him taking that role to get in shape? Like he couldn't afford.
That's how famous people do it.
Could he just have a trainer?
No.
No.
You can't. You need them. No, you need to take a role to do something. Did you see what Jason Bateman looked like recently? He was sitting next to Michael J. Fox. Everyone was shocking, like, oh, what's he doing? He's just training for a role.
But that's a blanket statement. You're saying all actors do that. They'll take a role to get in shape. Some actors will just get in shape.
Why just get a
trainer?
trainer? Well, I can have the studio pay for my trainer.
That is true.
Yeah, J.K.
So you're saying Jason Bateman just wanted to look like a wolf, so he took a role where he could do that.
That was actually cool. I didn't even catch the Teen Wolf aspect of him being in the same frame as Michael J. Fox. Good on you. I know that was your intention there.
For sure.
No, but actors generally let their facial hair and hair grow because they want to be ready for whatever Hollywood throws at them.
I wish someone would pay me to look like shit or to look good.
I feel like we are.
I am.
I want to accuse Levitard of oddball behavior. Who invests 70 minutes in a movie and then decide, you know what, I don't like this enough, I'm going to stop watching? It's like reading 150 pages of a novel and then quitting on the book.
Totally
you don't
fair.
do that.
Yeah, once you get to 70 minutes, you're in.
Oh, I've bailed on books. Bailed on books.
After 100 pages?
The Wickersham one? Are you kidding me? I saw the time left on this. I'm like, I'm not doing that.
You're not reading books, though.
Yes, I am.
They're audio.
I'm reading audiobooks.
You're bailing on audio.
We're not having this conversation again, but I bailed on that.
You don't want to have that conversation because you're self-conscious. You know I'm right.
What are you talking about? You just put a book down and you put it back on the shelf, and you're like, I bet you have dozens of books in your bookshelf that you put a bookmarker in saying you'll get back to that you just never got around to.
That's false. I investigate a book before I invest in it.
Roy, can you please look up for us, because we had this poll question recently where we asked people, do you ever bail on a movie if you're halfway through it, or are you the type of person that has to finish it? I am not. I think I came out in the minority. I am not a person who has to finish stuff. I rarely get into 70 minutes of a movie that bad as the original Roadhouse, but I tried to stay with it for the idea of it might be some things that we could talk about here that would be funny, that our audience would be interested in.
You ended up liking it, didn't you?
No, I mean, no.
I don't typically do that. Usually I start a movie, and no matter what, I'll finish it so I can have a full opinion on the picture. This happened to me recently with that Bob Marley biopic.
There is no highlight, so I wouldn't care for that.
How can you screw that up?
Mike, I find it hard to believe that the Marley pick is worse than Roadhouse. That has to be about your expectation.
Oh, yeah, no. If Marley started fighting, that would save it.
No, the Marley pick was bad. I actually saw it. I bailed inside of 30 minutes.
The Roadhouse remake was bad.
No, what? No, it was bad if you're going for like an award or something. It had a mission. Let's have two ripped dudes just go to town let's fight each other in the Keys. And, you know, they did that.
Put it on the poll, please. Was the Roadhouse remake bad? I have seen that Gyllenhaal's workout regimen for this is something that Men's Fitness and others have grabbed because it was a very rigorous workout regimen. And I would say, Billy, that the blessing in something like this is to have both the goal of being super ripped off across from Conor McGregor in a movie and also have the studio pay for you to get into monster shape that can be on the cover of Muscle magazines. That is a reason to enjoy 8 months of making a silly cotton candy movie and getting, you know, a six-pack.
I'm doing well.
I'm not impressed, though. I mean, you want to get in shape on your own.
Yeah.
Seriously.
It's cheating, really.
It is.
And he probably did steroids.
They did all sorts of stuff. They do all sorts of stuff. They do all sorts of stuff.
I didn't say that.
His hair really isn't that dark.
What?
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
This is the Dan Levator Show with the Stuttgart podcast.
Roy, what did the audience say? I'm assuming I'm in the minority in being someone who will not finish a movie once I've gotten 70 minutes in.
After 4,180 votes, the answer is yes at 70.1%.
What is the question?
The question is, if you get halfway through a movie, do you feel obligated to finish it?
And the answer is yes at what
Yes,
percent?
at 70.1%.
I thought the yes was I leave a movie, so it's the opposite of that.
Good follow-up, Dan.
A very odd way for Roy to do all of that, I would say, to just give us the yes and not the question.
It's like Jeopardy.
Yeah, it's like Jeopardy or Yoda.
Yes.
I'd like to put up on the screen here real quick for people so that we can devour it a recent photograph of Pablo Torre. I want to ask the group here what they think of what Pablo is trying to achieve here with bowling shoes and what can only be described as Mr. Rogers fashion gear.
Is he preparing for a role?
I don't know what he's doing there.
Is he bowling?
Is he on Broadway? What the hell's going on?
It does.
Hello, Elias.
The hand on the hip, it feels theatrical.
Well, people's eyebrow.
I'm not going to have to go at someone else's style. I just couldn't do that.
Pablo Torre Finds Out is the name of the podcast. He is doing excellent work. I asked the group here and I asked the audience to take some inventory about what Greg Cody came in complaining about today.
WPass.
Yeah, I'm getting better.
Although Greg Cody, I would say, is a Hall of Fame complainer. Greg Cody came out publicly in indignant against the U-turn.
Yeah.
Yui.
You know, I think it's because the U-turn caused me to miss a light a couple of days ago when the line was very long, and it peaked like 3. I'm like 12 cars.
TV baby.
To make my light. And there's 4 or 5 cars ahead of me, all taking the U-turn, which is very slow. When you're taking a U-turn, people slow down too much. They don't take it on 2 wheels. They slow down. Slows down traffic. I miss my light because so many people are taking a U-turn. A U-turn is selfish. Look, I understand.
I live somewhere where I had to make the U-turn.
I understand that. I remember. But here's what else you could have done.
Move.
Here's what else.
That means your dad had to as well, right?
Oh, he did.
No, here's what else you could have done. Instead of taking that U-turn, you could have taken a left into that development and then turned around in there and taken a right. You didn't have to take a U-turn.
You're wrong right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
Can we just stay on point, please? Let's not get caught in the weeds on what's happening.
Yes!
Take the long way is what you're saying. You have to take a U-turn.
Yeah.
It's a shortcut.
Put in the effort. Put in the effort. Quit taking shortcuts. You know, people take U-turns willy-nilly. You know, it's a bad thing to do.
Oh my.
40% of pedestrian deaths
What
in
the
America
fuck?
are directly attributable to
You're just
You should not
You started laughing at that.
How the fuck does that keep happening?
Yeah.
I'm not making it up.
Look it up.
Hold on a second.
Look it up.
Do you know what making it up means?
Time to throw away all journalistic credibility and get reckless.
All right, don't
Here is
take
something we like to call reckless speculation.
You're good, Greg.
Thank you. I mean, look it up.
So what do you?
How do you make?
So you just want a 3-point turn in its place, or no turns whatsoever? You
No,
exit?
take the long way. His thing is, you don't make a U-turn. You're not allowed to do that. Just take the long way, even if all you have is U-turns.
They often encourage U-turns. Sometimes this sign says, "Hey,
you want it banned,
take a U-turn,
Greg. You want it banned.
I would ban U-turns. Yeah. Because a U-turn is never necessary. It's a convenience.
Right.
It's a shortcut, but it's rarely, if ever, absolutely necessary.
Practice what you preach."
Because normal, I don't.
Oh,
You don't take U-turns.
Come on,
Oh,
Greg.
shut up.
Greg.
You don't take.
You're an abstainer.
I will tell you what Greg does, because every once in a while when I'm driving down on a Tuesday, I see Greg Cody in that beautiful Corvette that he has. And what Greg loves to do, he shoots the gap better than anyone I've ever seen. But what he really loves to do is tailgate. He loves to tailgate. He is right on people's bumpers.
He's drafting.
I watched him today do it.
He doesn't want
amazing.
people.
Yeah.
He doesn't want anyone getting in front of him.
Never.
He's the guy that will get up on the person in front to not let somebody in.
Right.
Yeah, but if you go out of
Cheaters
your
never prosper.
Exactly.
You go out of your way to get in front of Greg Cody, meaning you do something dangerous, there's an expectation that comes with that. Don't get in his lane and then drive slow.
Right.
Drive fast, because Greg wants to drive fast.
Yeah. I tooted my horn on the way to the studio today because the person ahead of me was not tailgating sufficiently, so people were cutting in front of him. And
Inside the 5.
you don't let them. You know, it's not being mean not to do that. It keeps the traffic flow going.
Yep.
If everyone tailgated like me, the traffic flow would go much better. If nobody U-turned, the traffic flow would go much better. You spend an hour and a half driving 20 miles in South Florida. It's ridiculous. So you got to keep the flow going. I'm trying to do my part. Others aren't. That's all I'm saying.
There.
Put it on the poll. Have you ever considered banning the U-turn? Billy, you seemed worried when this segment first began. You had the look of concern on your face, and then you started roaring with laughter afterward because I think you thought Greg Cody was headed somewhere else.
Well, I was worried where that may be going.
Right.
Anytime he opens his trap, I'm worried.
Yeah, you never know.
Where that's going.
And you were kind of setting him up, and I was worried where you may be setting. Because, sometimes you're the guy that likes to put the leaves over the hole and hope that Greg steps in the hole.
Yeah, isn't that the truth?
Very vivid picture that is also accurate.
Leaving a manhole uncovered, hoping I'll fall down it.
Well,
Dug up by woodpeckers.
In the spirit of all of that, I would say that the look on your face,
My God, my face is in out weird.
suggested to me that you were concerned with the general take that Greg Cody walked into the room today with as the WNBA season starts.
I don't recall the take.
Yeah.
The take was free Greg Doyle.
The rare
free Greg Doyle.
There's the hole.
Wow.
There is the hole with the leaves. That is correct. I still have to get to this Butker story. I've got to read the story during
I've seen a couple of tweets.
Wow.
What is going on with their special teams unit over there in Kansas City?
I have to read this story. I need to get to this story. Was this during a commencement speech?
Yeah.
All right. So,
awful.
I mean, it's not.
You're right. Let's stay there.
It is
like
awful.
Andrew Tate did a commencement speech.
There was a commencement speech last week that we played on Friday that it was a guy trying to sell Bitcoin.
Oh, Ohio State.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought in. By the way, GameStop's back. Halted.
Video, do me the favor of getting, we didn't get to this story a couple of weeks ago, but Greg Doyle, who I think is the biggest newspaper columnist in Indianapolis, he handled the press conference of Caitlin Clark being introduced to the Fever, and her debut is tonight, pretty terribly in a way that made a whole lot of people recoil, and there's going to be some stumbling around here from men as we try to figure out how to catch up with the times, and all of us correct behaviors and inequities from a long time ago that aren't acceptable anymore, even though Butker is at a commencement speech. speech saying, evidently, that women should stay in the kitchen. But Greg Doyle handled a press conference with Caitlin Clark in a way that made a lot of people cringe, a lot of people uncomfortable, and he was punished by his newspaper. He was suspended. He wrote a column that made it worse, saying he was sorry. He was suspended from his newspaper, and evidently, and I don't know if this is indefinite, if this is forever, but he's not allowed to cover Indiana Fever games, which is a hell of a penalty to start Caitlin Clark's career if you're the local columnist, and she's going to be the biggest star in your market and a phenomenon. And holy,
I was throwing the ball.
That's the punishment. Greg Cody is not saying free Greg Doyle in general, but he wants something between those penalties, not both of those penalties. He wants that to be softer, and I thought that there would be better days to do that than a day when there are no women here, but I suppose there are leaves over the hole. Go ahead, Greg.
Okay. First of all, I'm barely a casual acquaintance of Greg Doyle's, so this isn't me sticking up for a buddy.
He worked at our newspaper a long time ago. He started his career at the Miami Herald.
Right. As many did.
Get off me.
What he did was cringeworthy. It was sexist. It was creepy. It was juvenile. He deserved to be suspended for a couple of weeks. He deserved that. But I don't believe what he did was a journalistic felony. I believe it was a dumb misdemeanor. But it's a felonious penalty when you tell the lead columnist in a city welcoming its new big star that he can't write about her indefinitely. I wouldn't stand for that. If the Miami Herald tried to tell me that and the role was reversed, I would use whatever leverage I have to say that's not standing with me. You need to threaten to quit. You need to make a mess of this if you need to.
You think that's a good idea? Are you crazy?
No.
You would threaten to quit the newspaper?
Yes. They can't tell me what I can cover and what I can't cover because I misspoke in an introductory
That was not Greg. That was not That was not That was not misspeaking. Let's listen. This is
Can't
not.
they as the employer too?
This is not misspeaking, Greg.
Hi, Caitlin. Greg
Ugh, no, I don't even want to listen. I've heard it like 6 times. It's gross.
You like that?
There, I got some yards.
I do that at my family after every game, so.
Okay, well, let's start doing it to me and we'll get along just fine. So,
I'm not defending any of that. Don't put me in the category of defending that. I'm not. What I'm saying is it didn't merit telling him you can't write about Caitlin Clark ever again. And I'm just saying that wouldn't fly with me.
In your mind, what should the penalty be? You're saying it should be something, just not a full season.
Okay, he's been suspended a couple of weeks without pay. I understand. I think that's perfectly fair. He's written the mea culpa column, which to me seemed reasonably sincere. I think there's contrition there. I think if it were me, I would make sure that I had a private meeting with Caitlin and apologize to her directly. And from that point...
And the shame is also punishment.
The shame is punishment indeed. And from that point on, unless Caitlin Clark is so upset that she backs what's happening, if she's in a forgiving mood, I think the rest of us should be, and there should be a clean
Whoa! And you would threaten to quit.
Yeah.
And would you quit?
I think I would. Keep in mind, I'm at a point in my career when I'm already plotting retirement anyway, so me quitting right now would not be
Gamble on by DraftKings.
Spring is the best time to add new challenges to your training. Just in time for summer and warmer days, spring's the best time of the year to take a new look at your fitness routine.
72.
Dial it up a notch and continue powering on. Challenge yourself. Peloton's classes were made just for that, to challenge you. There's a variety of classes like boot camps, boxing, full body strength, all created to grow your skills and push you to improve what you already excel in. Plus, if you don't know which class to take to reach your fitness goals, guess what? You can join one of Peloton's many programs. Right now, I'm in a strength program with Andy and a core program with Emma. They're expert coaches like Andy and Emma and non-stop vibes with tips
I pressed the wrong fucking button.
keeping you on your toes while giving you the professional coaching you need. With Peloton, you don't need to worry worry about driving to the gym, making it to class on time. You can do it all from the comfort of your own home whenever it fits your busy schedule. Get your head start on summer with Peloton at onepeloton.com.
Dan Lebatard.
Yeah, very
Imagine
nice.
if someone told you you couldn't have a Corvette.
Stugats.
I'm a grown ass man who's not filthy rich. I can't afford a Lamborghini. Well, I probably could.
Hey!
I mean, he's working for Miami Herald. He should be able to. Charlie McAvoy's guys. Good job, defensive. That was kind of bad on my part. And Foster Moreau's in the zone. Great.
Although thankfully it's gotten a lot better in recent years. But Greg Cody just announced something that I've never heard him say before, ever. Plotting retirement. Now, maybe that would be obvious to the rest of you, but he has been reluctant about admitting it for a long time. I do not hear that word come out of his mouth. He is probably the most long-standing member of the Miami Herald, not just the sports department, just no one's had more years presently working at the Miami Herald, I don't think, than you have.
Currently?
Evident.
Maybe right.
Are there people at
Wow.
other papers that have been there long? I feel like you could be in the top 5, like, of all papers in the United States.
I know. He's top 5%. Top. I don't
Certainly
know.
sports writers.
I don't know. Well, I just think that
Kornheiser still writing?
No, he is not.
Okay.
I think that. Maybe you are. You've been how many years?
I never know how to answer that because I worked like 7 years part-time as I
16 you were hired, no?
Yeah.
Well, you should count.
Just since when?
You should count the part-time years.
Yeah, just say, I've been with the Herald since.
Well, my first byline was 1972. I was full-time in 1978 or 9.
I don't know why you're making a distinction between part-time and full-time. They paid you beginning in 72. That means that you have been there for 28 years plus 24, so that is 52 years.
Jesus. Man. You got 22 to go if you want to catch Sid Hartman.
Okay.
He's still writing in Minneapolis? There's no way.
Well, no, he just has the record. He may not be with us anymore.
I was going to ask, but I was afraid of the $50 fine.
I said May.
Sure.
I said May.
I want you, Hartman.
You're saying Hartman was with his paper longer than anyone's been with their paper in the history of papers?
Yes, that's what a quick Google search told me, but it could be wrong.
He died in 2020.
I think Edwin Pope was with the Herald longer than I have.
Edwin Pope, I thought of him just last night, the former sports editor of the Miami Herald, because he had a great...
Wow, really?
The reason I thought about it is LeBron getting those seats last-minute notice. Those seats are hard to come by, and he gets the best seats, and of course he would get the best seats, but Edwin Pope would show up at a hotel, and if it was sold out, he would get mad, and he says, you mean to tell me that if the President of the United States shows up here, you guys don't have a room for him? And then the answer would be no, of course. Well, then give me his. He's not coming. Would be the move that an old Edwin Pope would fire at the front desk.
That's perfect.
You're saying it's hard to get those seats. It's not hard if you're LeBron James. If LeBron just walks
It's crazy. I have two more touchdowns, but they have more yards.
I understand, Stugotz. I'm just saying that those tickets are hard to come by last minute, and I would be interested in what scurrying takes place back behind the scenes when people who aren't quite as famous as LeBron, but also Bruce Springsteen, want seats at the last minute. And what do you do? Where is the line on where you don't have seats because other people want seats? I don't know the answer to that question. I'd be interested in finding out how people get turned away in those situations.
You have to think it was not a spontaneous arrival. You know, that LeBron's people called the Cavs people a week ago and said he's going to be in for this.
But what if it weren't?
You guys have Josh Cabernet from 2021.
What if it weren't is the interesting hypothetical in my mind, whether somebody like LeBron could just show up that day and expect to walk over to public relations. And
They're saying they only have J-Lloyd.
It would have been hilarious if he was like in section 128, row 7. No, like, we got an end seat for you, LeBron.
I have told you guys over the last couple of years that all the public stuff about Tyreek Hill makes me think that the there's no way that he's so unlucky that every bad thing or wrong thing that he's doing, we are learning about. That it suggests the amount of incidents suggests a general recklessness in your life that is uncommon if that much of it is spilling into public. And I bring it up because of the last couple of years of Rashee Rice, Super Bowl champion. If you want to see some of the things that have become public that would suggest to you that there is a bit of messiness around him that is problematic and has largely and quietly been eradicated from this sport. I came down hard on how Roger Goodell made himself emperor of rules to clean up all of the arrests and the bad behavior in his sport when he had a public relations nightmare of Pac-Man Jones getting in trouble everywhere. He cleaned that up with such firm discipline on the employees and unprecedented penalties that you don't think this way about football anymore. You may do so athletes in general, but you don't think anymore that the NFL has an arrest problem, that the NFL has a crime problem. There might be an occasional Ray Rice or something here and there that grabs your attention, but this is not a blanket over the sport the way it was when we looked at the Bengals and it was Chris Henry and Pac-Man Jones and we're like, what the hell's the matter with that team? How is it that nobody can stay out of jail?
Well, the penalties are so stiff because of Roger Goodell that players aren't doing it, obviously, nearly as much. Are you apologizing to Roger Goodell? Or?
I got it wrong.
Okay.
I got it wrong that was so heavy-handed and so unprecedented that it violated the rules, I thought, of the collective bargaining agreement, that he should be with his partners, not fighting his partners on that. But he wanted to clean up the image, and it did work. It didn't work immediately, but it did work. But in spite of that, I bring you the last couple of years of Rashee Rice. This is from ML Football. Reportedly involved in a shooting over a girl with friends. Fired 5 agents since his last game in college, according to sources. Negotiated his own rookie contract, per source. Set the NFL rookie record for playoff receptions in January. Won the Super Bowl. Hit and run, major accident in March. Faces 8 felonies. That was with a bunch of luxury cars all under his name that apparently were racing. And it's after the Ruggs stuff, where the lesson is very recent on how you can throw away everything driving.
Intercepted!
Bulletproof. Arrest warrant issued in April, and then allegedly punches a photographer in May. That's a good amount of stuff to be public, and I'm guessing that we don't know just of all the bad in his life. There's just a recklessness there that seems a bit unsafe.
Teams knew, because as he was starting to come online last season when Kansas City needed a
I'm in the zone again.
I
Nice.
was wondering aloud, why'd this guy go so low? Personnel guys knew all these things that were around him. So when I found out about the car incident that happened in college, yeah, no, it's impossible to keep secrets these days from these folks. Yeah. I mean, the Chiefs are taking all sorts of chances. This might be the opportunity to talk about Harrison Butker, but their special teams unit just shows you, like, these guys don't want to see the field much.
But when you credit Goodell, the reason it's working is that the players' union went along with these penalties, which a lot of people didn't agree with.
Yes, sir.
They fought a lot of them in court. They didn't collectively bargain what the penalties were. They were fighting them case-by-case basis because they were trying to keep the precedents from being set.
And he still finds himself in a bit of a pickle in that everything is open to his POV on it. So there's no real textbook. What does the rule book say about it? Is it 25 allegations? Is it 32? And that's where he seems to be making up the rules as he goes along. But I think, as Dan pointed out, it's a better option than what we had before.
There's no question that it got fixed. Like, this league had a legitimate problem where we were spending off seasons talking about the NFL's image problem. I read the other day that basketball was bringing back the dress code for coaches. Is that an accurate report?
I hope so.
In the NBA? Do you?
I hope so. This is where I find myself with Chris Whittingham here. There's just, I like the coaches in suits. I just like the coaches in suits.
I agree.
I don't want to apologize for it. There, I said, man, that's a relief.
Put it on the poll, Juju. Do you like the coaches in suits at Levittown?
Everyone looks like Bob Huggins out there. Let's have some pride.
I like Spo in the polo.
No.
No? Well, guess what? You're going to love Spo back in a suit.
Just basketball coaches, right?
Just basketball coaches.
Yeah. No,
I don't know if it's because I grew up around Pat Riley looking like $1 million.
That's the reason. $1 million bucks. Armani. Put the baseball managers in suits. That's where you get my attention.
Really?
Yes.
That would be funny.
Yep. I'm serious. Like Connie Mack.
But then they walk out. They walk out to the home plate for the meeting, and they get like clay in their shoes.
Yeah. Well, you know, you're wearing a wingtip.
I just can't. Where it bothers me the most. This is going to sound stupid, but where it bothers me the most is I can't tell the assistants apart from the trainers. I don't follow the sport that closely.
Yeah, choked. You had a 2-0 series lead and you lose the series.
Whether or not that's an assistant or just like a towel guy.
Dan, another question that's coming. Connie Mack was born in 1862.
Yeah. I mean, let's reel it back.
He died in 56.
Can we isolate, please, Greg Cody's? You're wearing wingtips. Like a car. It sounded like a car trying to start. You're wearing wingtips.
What do you guys feel about the... let me know in the comments below. What do you guys feel about the coaches wearing suits?
Well,
because
I agree with you.
It bothers me. It bothers me, and I understand why, you want to go comfort and COVID, just like it was a Pandora's box.
If I were a coach, I'd prefer to be able to throw 7 sets of sweats in the luggage and just go and not have to worry about ironing or dry cleaning or dress shoes or anything like that.
Doing that. I'd rather a whole team of people that handle all that for them.
I want the coaches in uniform. The NBA coaches. That would be good.
With a number and everything.
Yep.
Wow.
I think if I wore a suit and I was a coach, like in the NBA with the wooden floor, I'd wear tap shoes to make sure you get your players' attention. Because then you don't even have to scream that much. You just
you can call a play with a tap seat.
Exactly
Call
right. You
That's
can almost
inspired.
like Morse code.
What a
Because
great
you know
idea.
what's going on. Yeah.
It's a great idea.
It'd be like the sideline report would be like, "Holy shit, Popovich, you really tapped the hell out of that sequence."
Come on.
My assistant coaches.
So just a Morse code, though, that's unique to your team, right? Because you can't have them be expert and fluent in tapping as well. And they know how to defend
there'd be tap
you.
class as well. Yeah, they know. Because you want to have, now it's complicated because how do you have tap sneakers when you change the play on the
Look, that's for the league partners
exactly.
to figure out
Yeah.
why Savion Glover's calling the 2.
Connie Mack lost nearly 4,000 games as a manager.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Everyone gather around, listen to these words. The NBA playoffs are heating up, and so is the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. With same-game parlays, live betting, odds boosts, and so much more, don't miss out as the NBA postseason winds down. And if you're new to DraftKings, you gotta check this out. New customers, listen to me. You bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code Dan. That's code Dan for new customers, and you get $150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. That's insane. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY, or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777, or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Blue Hill Casino Resort in Kansas, 21 plus, age varies by jurisdiction, Ontario, Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance.
Finally.
CKNG.com/freefall for eligibility, deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources.
Don Lebatard.
He called me on my own podcast. He called me full of shit, claiming that I'm faking interest in the solar eclipse.
Well, you do this. You love to just get excited about everything.
Okay, Junior.
Stugatz.
I had to school you and explain to you.
He was going to take you to Augusta.
When I was 17 years old, Alan Cherry and I used to haunt the Bueller Planetarium.
This is the Don Lebatard Show with the Stugatz.
I really do hope that Juju flips. You guys heard Greg Cody just throw his phone on the table as he was, right? Greg has been loud today, away from the microphone. Loud when I didn't need him to be. Quiet when I do need him to be loud. It is a Greg Cody Tuesday in full force, and we need to clip and send to the masses Greg Cody getting out there with one of the hotter takes I have seen, which is, if the Greg Doyle situation happened to him, he would send the flames roaring into the sky and create a giant political division between the genders in America today by being a freedom fighter on behalf of I don't know what, because he would quit if the newspaper told him that he couldn't cover the Fever games, and he would become somebody who would become weaponized by the right wing as somebody who's fighting for the America of yesterday, the correct America, the America that men deserve to have, one of free speech. And what are you getting mad about?
I mean, you're
He's saying you would be weaponized.
Well said. I get it. I've been there.
okay. I'm on the right side of this. I'm on the side of sanity. I'm not trying to. It's not a backward opinion I'm throwing out here.
Greg, I do see your argument absent context, but Greg Doyle, there was a history there. I think you stake your reputation against Greg's reputation. It goes differently for you.
Okay.
You make your public apology, and I think you've bought enough in the court of public opinion that people would give you a pass on that one. Greg Doyle's got a sordid history. I mean, even Dave Portnoy had it go at Greg Doyle. I mean,
it's a body of work thing.
Yeah, the unlikeliest people came out against Greg Doyle's body of work.
I believe I prefaced it by saying what he said was juvenile and sexist and a bunch of other
Greg, but I just like...
And he deserved the suspension.
Yes, you did say all of that, and I'm just laughing at the idea of the whole thing getting so much worse because Greg Cody is someone who can be stubbornly right, but also takes a minute to give up on stubbornly wrong. And so, because he'd be fighting his newspaper, he would get caught up in the whirlwind of threatening to end his career at the end over a principle, and he would absolutely be turned into a political talking point. He would become a symbol for an assortment of things that we argue about today.
In fairness to Greg, and shocking to no one because he didn't think his take all the way through, he said, I would quit, pause, I think.
No, but we pressed him on it, and I am just enjoying the way arguing goes with Greg Cody and me over, I don't know, 40 years is, even if he's wrong, he's going to try and argue for a long time that he's not, and then he'll come around days later. Now I want you to imagine Greg Cody's career going up in flames over this because he's quit at the end. He's 50 years of service at the paper. He's fighting for free speech, I guess, but he seems to be against women. You know what he's saying? It's
wait, time out.
This is just what people are saying, hypothetically.
Greg, I'm not saying it about you. I'm saying
I know you care about women.
You've just had what happened with Greg Doyle. I'm putting
Intercepted!
You don't care about women. I'm saying you've just had the
just say that.
Greg,
but this is he didn't say
hypothetical.
If you were just the word came out of his mouth.
If you were just tuning in then, you would be confused by it. But this is the hypothetical that he laid out.
Yes.
By the way, I do think body of work matters.
You have a back in my day.
But let's just say this happened to you. I think you'd lay your shield down the second you got a phone call from Armando Salguero.
As an ally.
Greg, I agree with you.
As you get so many allies. Greg,
I don't know what Armando Salguero has to do with this.
You don't get this.
Okay. Shitstain has a website that has an assortment of shit stains doing the political work.
You'd be
in sports, and you would turn into a freedom fighter for those people. Let me go back because I know I hurt your feelings. We have long established on this.
You've misrepresented.
Well, hold on, hear him out for a second.
Just let me finish, please, because you have said on the show, and we've heard you here before, that you are a lover of women.
Wow, are you fucking serious?
For women, and your wife is the greatest person in the world, and we all know what you believe here. I'm saying, hypothetically, you have exactly the controversy that Greg Doyle finds himself in, which, whether you believe it's against women or not, Greg Doyle is now buried under, this guy doesn't know how to deal with women. He's getting buried under a controversy that's no longer about him. It's about the symbol that he becomes as we argue
700 yards.
shit during the gender wars,
To
the culture wars,
Tristan
the race
McKenzie.
wars, everything that's going on. And so the idea of you stubbornly ending your career that way, with that as the hill that you die on at the end, hey, this is a journalistic misdemeanor, it shouldn't be a felony. I want my God-given First Amendment free speech right to speak freely about
the WNBA.
I want to cover it. I want to cover the WNBA. That's a funny mountain for you to die on.
I have no idea why you're saying that with a shit-eating grin. And I'm surprised, as a former journalist, that you don't respect what I'm talking about in the point I'm trying to make, which is that I have never in 50 years been told, not that, as long as I've been a columnist since the early 90s, I have never been told what I can and cannot write. I have never been banned from writing about a particular subject. In this case, I think Greg Doyle is totally guilty. I think he deserves to serve the suspension he's serving. But I don't think what he did deserves to have a lifetime ban from doing his job properly in Indianapolis. And if my newspaper is not going to let me do my job properly, I'm not going to work for that newspaper anymore. That's all I'm saying. If I were Greg Doyle, I would threaten to quit, and I would quit with my head held high.
But, Greg, consider the body of work that we're talking about.
I don't want to argue that part. I just
thank
want
you for taking all the fun out of this.
I want to find the humor in what it is that
he's not finding it. He's not finding it.
The way that Greg laid it out, I side with you. And I do think that fentanyl is a huge issue that we should do something about as well.
Greg, Greg, your argument on behalf of what it is, and that was a nice cut there as a former journalist. It was I have clearly, I have hurt Greg Cody.
It was a bar.
It was. As a former journalist.
I would think you.
Yes.
Most people would have heard shit-eating grin and moved on. But the bar there was former journalist.
Yes.
That was with intent.
I know. It was and it was funny that you got this way about this subject matter. The thing that I'm trying to accentuate is your career ending that way, head held high, and then Arlene coming over to you 4 days later. Hey. And because Greg Cody would absolutely enjoy.
I didn't even have the scrimmages.
Applause and everything. And at the very end, I just threw it all up in the sky because I didn't know how I was going to end it. And that'll do. Like, just the glorious, like flames in the sky. I'm a national figure. I'm a sports columnist who matters. I've entered the gender wars, and I'm for free speech, men, women, everybody, and you cannot censor me.
Follow me, everyone.
I insist on covering the Indiana fever.
It's just him and Doyle.
You must give me my right, my constitutional right to cover the fever.
He did in the 1800s. That was a pandemic that swept the middle of the country. He was there, documented firsthand.
But okay, Greg.
Not a single smirk from my
He's
dad.
not. No, he's enraged. He's enraged.
I'm
right
not
now.
enraged. I'm disappointed.
Well, you once had to go at Dan for being too look at me for the Hall of Fame vote. This was when he was an active journalist, not a former one. Don't you think that would be
clinch your spot into the 2024 Super Bowl. The 2027 Super Bowl.
I can only speak for myself. What is happening to Greg Doyle was happening to me.
You would have stubbornly fought it.
I would not
700 yards.
Quietly serve my suspension and come back under the rules that I am banned from covering this team and this woman because of what I did, which I don't think was. I think it was a journalistic misdemeanor.
I was supposed to sack the quarterback.
Very important. You have a personal conversation.
But that's a game plan. It wasn't a scenario.
And how she feels about it matters. Okay, if she's so upset that she doesn't want to deal with Greg Doyle, that's a different matter. If she's forgiving.
But are you okay then? If you're getting banned in this hypothetical now
then I would understand. Then I would understand.
For what it's worth, like jokes aside, I side with Greg, Cody, in that if Greg Doyle, I would actually enjoy to hear Greg Doyle's perspective going forward after going through this and seeing how he can evolve with it. I don't think that we should close him off from it. This goes back to the Pacers series of yesteryear. I don't like Greg Doyle one bit. I understand, though, that it's a different thing.
Let's go!
Clear to the audience that the part of this that I'm focusing on is not whether I agree or
Alvin Kamara clinched it.
punishments
Yes.
all punishments are subjective.
This is how I'm selling for Coach year. I was on Drew with Coach year when this team went 2-15.
Which he looks down. Yeah,
and isn't the Y like in the middle of it?
Yes.
That's very confusing.
That is
so
weird.
It's Doyle.
You're defending a double G, Greg?
I am in this case.
Oh, wow.
I challenged Dan Levitard to tell the audience whether or not he agrees with me that the punishment of Greg Doyle
Check it out, was Offensive Player of the Year. Miles Game was Defensive Player of the Year. And Daniel Scott won Offensive Rookie of the Year. Cameron Burks won Defensive Rookie of the Year. Mahomes, Dobbins, Smith-Schuster, Barrington, Garrett, Watt, Denzel Ward, Kyle Rosenberg,
because you've caught me toward the end of a break.
Christian
You
McCaffrey,
have maneuvered me
offensive
into a
player.
position where you're unlikely to be aggregated, and I'm very likely to be aggregated. And so I wanted to keep it on the hypothetical Greg Doyle that you were, when you asked me who do I agree with, Greg, it's the Greg Cody that's acting as the hypothetical Greg Doyle.
Kamara, best running back.
He pulled a U-turn.
Michael Carter, best wide receiver.
I should ban the U-turn around here because you have positioned this now in a place where I have to maneuver and gather my thoughts on this and Butker, which I promised for several segments to talk about. So if I'm going to get aggregated,
Marshawn Miller,
I'm going to do it
Williams,
You know, you're
Brandon Lawrence.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
Ooh, this one's in Tampa.
I am so tempted here because I don't want to actually not give people the conclusion to this show they desire, which is me answering Greg Cody's question and risking being aggregated here by answering his question. I want to do that. I do.
Man, 29 touchdowns.
I don't feel good about doing it not in costume. How does the group feel about holding me to? I have a punishment yet to pay. Holding me to. I will get to Greg Cody's commentary tomorrow as soon as the show starts, but it's to be in costume to see if indeed I can get in trouble that way as opposed to right now and just wasting one of these. I don't want to avoid it, though. If you guys think
what
that's
an odd excuse.
It seems like you kind of do want to avoid it. We need to get this costume thing reined in because this is ridiculous. You want me to ask you to do this in costume?
He doesn't want to do it.
You don't want me.
You'd really be twisting his arm.
Mike, a little thing I like to call buying himself time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He just wants to wear a costume badly.
I will do it now. If you guys want me to do it now, that's fine.
No.
I think it should be Greg's decision and Greg's decision alone. I do.
Why? Because he had a take?
I mean, you turn.
Give it some thought here, and I will get to this other story before I get to that one. Because Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker, he has bashed Pride Month. He has told women to stay in the kitchen, according to a headline I'm reading here, an article by Doug Farrar. He was doing a commencement speech at Benedictine College in Kansas, and he called Joe Biden delusional and is talking about abortion
Dobbins,
Hayes, that is
neighbors.
So you guys have the sound here. Okay, I was just going to read the quotes, but you guys have the sound. So go ahead.
We have some sound.
I'm being introduced to the thoughts of Harrison Butker here in his own voice. Let's hear it.
To the gentleman here today, part of what plagues our society is this lie that has been told to you that men are not necessary in the home or in our communities. As men, we set the tone of the culture. And when that is absent, disorder, dysfunction, and chaos set in. This absence of men in the home is what plays a large role in the violence we see all around the nation. Be unapologetic in your masculinity.
1.5 sacks
Fighting against the
for
cultural
Luke
emasculation of men.
for Quinn Weston and Ojabo have submitted DK here.
it is you, quote, this is a quote here from Harrison Butker. I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say her life truly started when she started living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. I'm on this stage today, able to be the man that I am because I have a wife who leans into her vocation. I'm beyond blessed with the many talents God has given me, but it cannot be overstated that all my success is made possible because a girl I met in band class back in middle school would convert to the faith, become my wife, and embrace one of the most important titles of all, homemaker. The world around us says that we should keep our beliefs to ourselves whenever they go against the tyranny of diversity, equity, and inclusion. The tyranny of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We fear speaking truth because now, unfortunately, truth is in the minority. Not the deadly sins. He went on to take a shot at Pride Month, not the deadly sin sort of pride that has an entire month dedicated to it, but the true God-centered pride that
3
is
touchdowns for
cooperating
Gibson,
with
2
the
for
Holy
Pickett,
Ghost to glorify
Case,
Him. And I will just tell you again and again that there is a lot of hatred tucked into the pages of the Bible and espoused as religion. And I know
one
that
for
this is
Trashenka,
where
one
the
for
division
Kendall.
lies in our country. This man is speaking at a college, and I don't know if it's half the country, but a lot of the country agrees with what he says, finds him to be a freedom fighter, and then the next thing you know, a woman loses the rights to her body because the man is in charge, and the man has always been in charge, and then it gets tucked into the pages of the Bible, however it is you rationalize and moralize away, taking away the rights from others to their own body in the name of serving the man and saying it's to serve
Oh my
God.
good
And
gracious.
I know a lot of people
11.
with the kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs, thinking that he is doing something brave here by saying it is the man who must be served, so then the union could serve God. I was raised in that church. My mother helped so many women.
I did not touch any of
bring
them
life
at
into
all.
this world that they were going to abort. My mother worked in an anti-abortion clinic. This is the place. I shouldn't call it an anti-abortion clinic. I should say it is a religious entity that was servicing the needs of finding money wherever they could so that women could have babies that might not have babies because of poverty or an assortment of issues.
You know, after hearing you talk about it, we've caucused. You should have done this in costume.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Should have.
So if we're kicking the can on the Greg Doyle conversation, Exhibit A, you doing this without a costume? I'm saying bring on the costume.
Yeah.
So you think I should do this over tomorrow?
We'll just do it again.
Just do the whole thing again. Just do it again. Well, that is doing it over.
Well, we got this
I
one.
know. Yeah.
Maybe the next one.
Mm-hmm.
So a worm was eating his
Okay, both
brain.
teams are 99.
It was dead, I think.
We've got 3.
But did it die after it ate some of his brain?
Unclear.
We've got 3 presidential candidates with brain damage, 3 different forms. One, dementia.
Allegedly.
One is a dead brain worm, and the other one is whatever the hell is going on with Trump.
Things seem to be going great. Costumes would make everything better.
But the schedule is out.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait till
The
tomorrow.
Knicks play a big game tonight, incidentally.
I don't agree with what Harrison Butker said.
Same, for the record. Greg?
Yes.
Well, we're an echo chamber. I think from
My dad said
Madden football is the home of the Super Bowl, and this
Yes, I don't agree. Yes, I don't agree. We need something that is a sound that is actual echo chamber, like that just starts echoing here. All right, let me answer the question.
Or echo chamber.
Wow.
Echo chamber.
Without a costume.
Let me answer the question that Greg Cody asked. There is no circumstance under which anyone is telling me what to write, what I can or cannot write about. If you place this hypothetical in front of me, with all of the variables for Greg Cody, where he can retire on that note and get the attention and the applause and the clicks that he wants from retiring on that note, I would consider the grandstand play of how could I theatrically do this in the maximum look-at-me fashion of principled guy who goes out on the wrong side of the popular issue of the day by fighting for that penalty is too harsh. I would do something similar to what it is that Greg Cody is doing because it's a hell of a dismount, and it's kind of amazing that I could file it under the principle of no one tells me what to write.
But you would do it in costume.
Yeah, as Pat.
The grandest of the costumes.
What kind of costume would I wear? I'm thinking some sort of
George Washington on the river.
What's your hierarchy of costumes where you're like, that's too much? I need that for like a really big moment.
You would build the boat into your costume.
I don't have. It would just
like
be
there's like sometimes you see like you're going shopping or whatever, and you're like, you know what, that's nice, but like this isn't the right occasion for that. That I need to do like a wedding, or like you're looking at like, oh, when you're younger, like, oh, I'll wear that to prom.
Or
like,
a new
what is
Supreme
your
Court
costume
justice.
that's out that you're like, I can't wear that for a Wednesday on the show, but I can for this giant moment in my life.
Jimmy Carter.
Greg Cody
Mixed
is writing
up
me a note
in
for some
like a
reason
book.
instead of speaking into a microphone saying you evaded answering.
Yes, you did. You did not answer my question.
How did I not? What is the question? Let's do it
He
right
said
now.
me maximum, essentially.
Why'd you write that down?
Let's do the.
He just evaded my question,
I didn't know whether he wanted me to belabor it. Okay, let me ask you this as specifically as I can. Yes or no?
Oh, wow. Wait a minute.
No, that's fair. You told him that.
Harrison Butker, yes or no?
Yes or no?
Commissioner, yes or no?
The Indianapolis Star is justified barring Greg Doyle from any future columns about
they are justified.
Caitlin Clark.
They are justified with that, just as ESPN would be justified in banning Patrick Beverly like they did, because all of these entities can make their own rules for what the punishments are. I thought your question is, what would I do if the newspaper did that to me?
That's my question.
I thought that's what your question
Okay, so
was.
you think Greg Doyle deserves to be banned from ever writing about Caitlin Clark?
But Greg Doyle, again, is a recidivist. It's not just this one thing with the body of work and apology and everything else. Like,
what would you do? What would you do? If the same thing happened to you, what would you do?
If the Miami Herald said that I could not write something, what I would do is come on this program in a George Washington costume that had a boat attached to it, and I would absolutely lean into, yeah, I know I'm wrong, but I'm going to go out as if I'm fighting for the principled right of free speech here.
Welcome to Pablo Torre Finds Out. I am Pablo Torre, and today we're going to find out what this sound is.
Pablo Torre, the hero, as he knocks in Velociraptor and the Cubs walk it off.
Right after this ad.
You're listening
Ow, that hurt. It's like anytime I do anything, I'm just pissing off somebody. And I hate that.
To DraftKings Network.
Anytime I do anything, I feel like I piss off everyone. Can't just do anything right.
So this is true. My first ever road game as a broadcaster with the then Florida Marlins. It was at Wrigley Field. It was, I believe, still the coldest first pitch temperature on record. 28 degrees. I finished the pregame. I have to come back to do the lineups, but I have to really go to the bathroom. Old Wrigley Field was 2 urinals, 1 stall. Run into the men's room, quickly take care of it. I'm washing my hands. As I'm washing my hands, Harry Carey walks in. I have not met him.
But that will come. Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series. And maybe sooner than we think.
He goes to the stall, and from the stall, as I'm drying my hands, he says out loud, not to me, I'm just standing there, but he says out loud, God is my witness, I got so many goddamn clothes on, I can't find my and I look around, and I'm like, wait, that just happened? And that was it.
You didn't go, and here's the zip.
Here's the tutu. That's happened.
Why we do. That's why you do this job.
Ow. Ow. Ow, my chest. Ooh, I'm having a little trouble breathing right now, which is weird.
It was taught to me a long time ago that pretty much everyone speaks about an octave higher than what they should. And they speak out of fear. So you basically
Pointing
just
to
get
your throat there.
Right. And so you basically just get yourself more to your diaphragm. So I'm able to get myself to a place where I sort of regulate and just I'm calmer, and then it's just more natural.
I am in awe of how deep in your diaphragm you are.
So deep.
I'm doing it right now. I'm like my energy levels will
I
never be
don't know
higher.
what you
And
want me
only
to do,
when
but
I started podcasting in earnest that I
to make
realized
up for any of my
I'm like going through
mistakes, just
podcast
tell me.
microphone management puberty.
And this sounds so clean, right, Nate? You know what I mean? Because I'm so used to nat sounds and stuff like that. So this sounds. I mean, you just leave me in here, and
I'm tempted.
Talk to myself. Yeah.
Like there is a musicality to, and I say this to you all the time, that you have the best voice in announcing, let alone baseball. And you're making faces with your red glasses that betrays the reality.
When somebody says that I have a nice voice, I appreciate it, but I would also say it's like trying to tell somebody. I don't even want to come up with a crappy metaphor.
Okay, so I'm just jumping in here because I need to save Boog from his own self-deprecation, and also because, obviously, I love crappy metaphors. And to that point, the human voice is an instrument. While lots of us just sort of pluck our banjos, us broadcasters, John Boog Sciambi has a Stradivarius tucked deep inside his diaphragm, as you can already tell. It's why Boog is the voice of the Chicago Cubs, doing play-by-play on their TV broadcasts. It's why he's the voice of MLB, the show, the wildly popular video game. And it's also why Boog calls college basketball and baseball for ESPN, and was just named the national radio voice of the World Series last year. But as audible as his job is, Boog recently got in my ear after listening to one particular conversation we had on this very show about the prospects of a rookie broadcaster, a real up-and-comer, named Tom Brady. And Boog argued to me that while millions of us clearly listen to game broadcasts, the vast majority of people in America simply do not understand the most basic mechanics of what happens in the booth. And that I, allegedly, might be one of those people. So I asked Boog to help me find out, if that's the case, what he really does. And he invited me to sit in the booth with him, actually, and hear everything that he hears, all of which we'll get to. But first, we do need to get back to the matter of Boog's ego. And my own. Who counts as the best in this craft, which I brought you on here to both shame me about? We'll get to it. Yes, you did. You did. We're going to save it because we got to fully explore
and then the audience
shame.
is going to be mad at me. John Miller, I think, uses his voice.
That's your guy.
Yeah, I love him. And I think Vin Scully used his voice really, really well.
Fastball is a high drive into deep left center field. Buckner goes back to the fence. It is gone.
I would say, if it's not Vin Scully in my estimation, I think John is the next greatest.
Give me a little John Miller so people can situate themselves in the theater.
John Miller is the voice of the San Francisco Giants. He was the longtime voice of Sunday Night Baseball on television, the original voice with Joe Morgan.
Swinging a long drive to left center field. It is gone.
And you say this as somebody who is now the voice of the World Series on ESPN Radio.
Yeah.
This is your voice carries here, so to speak.
Right.
But he sounds like what? Give me a little John Miller in that one.
It has some Vin sing-songy to it. It's sort of playful.
Oh my God, are you serious?
One of the ones in my head would be, I remember in the World Series, there was a pop-up to the left side, and the shortstop was Edgar Renteria. And sort of in post-play describing it, he said, and Joe, Renteria went back and said, yo la tengo. And then he tangoed. And like, that's John, you know, just that playfulness and
an almost kind restraint.
No doubt. And there's also there's a cleverness and a wit that is pretty unparalleled. The story that I was going to tell was, I had missed a dinner a previous night after having maybe a couple too many, and I was supposed to meet Rick Sutcliffe and Dave O'Brien, and I'm out in the hallway, and John Miller walks by, and Sutcliffe says, do you believe it? Boog stiffed us for dinner last night. Said a man named Jack Daniels beat his butt, and that's why he couldn't show up. And John, without missing a beat, says, well, that's nothing. A couple days ago, I was mugged by 3 chocolate chip cookies. I really admire the way so many
I'm
of these
struggling
guys
now. I
do
don't
their
understand.
jobs, and the gift for the language, the humor, and it's also using the voice, right?
The job is so fascinating to me, and I've been shadowing you at work.
Oh, God.
I was at Citi Field with you, in the booth with you, wearing the headset, because, again, you shamed me, which I'll explain. I keep on saying I'll explain it. I will eventually. But the point is that you're using an instrument that is, by design, not supposed to be electric guitar solo. There is a restraint that's built in, but inside of that space, you get to be, not just to lard all of this with, like, just highfalutenness, but there is an art to this. And how you learn that art and how I apparently, allegedly, failed to understand it is why you're here.
I do feel like there's art out there. I don't feel like that's what I'm producing. I would tell you that for me, it's accessing 5-year-old me who likes to play. And the willingness to play is what brings out my authentic self.
Yeah. But you say that so self-consciously, your authentic self.
Yeah, right. Well, I feel like it gets said a lot. If from a, crafting it standpoint, I just think that, you look at so many of the great calls, the Gibson home run, the radio call is Jack Buck's I don't believe what I just saw. One of the things that I always point out is the best part about that call is he doesn't do it once, he does it twice. He says, I don't believe what I just saw. I don't believe what I just saw.
From Eckersley. Gibson swings and a fly ball to deep right field. This is going to be a home run. Unbelievable! A home run for Gibson. And the Dodgers have won the game 5-4. I don't believe what I just saw. I don't believe what I just saw.
And then Vin's call on TV is, in a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
I don't know, man. I mean, look, I for some people, I'm sure it doesn't speak to them, but they had one shot at it. Nobody.
Well, so I want to explain the stakes of this, because it's not just that you're announcing a game for an audience that is used to a century plus of tradition.
Yeah.
Like, you can't be an electric guitarist because the electric guitar in this metaphor that I'm torturing was not invented when they fell in love with the game. So it's just a restriction on, like, what you have available to you. And then there's the live definitional aspect of, like, you are writing the first draft of history.
Wow,
in
what a
this way of
catch.
sports history. And if you f it up, it's going to be recorded that way in every highlight that gets played for eternity.
I go into it thinking it's a chance for me to do something great. I don't contemplate it as, what if I f it up? Is the first thing. The other part that I would say, in terms of how long people have done it, and it's one of the handicaps for young people in the sport, and that is, the game's been broadcast for, it's the ultimate broadcasting sport because there's so much space and because they've been broadcasting it longer than any of the other sports.
Right. Hours upon hours in all these senses.
And so we all try to sound like a 67-year-old white guy.
So I want to talk
So, like, there's a ground ball to short with a guy on first, and there is still a part of me that wants to you know, so Imanagi gives up fly balls, and I'm a dork for mentioning that. But it's like tonight, if there's a man on first, you know, he could really use a ground ball. And it's like, on the ground to short, Swanson to Horner, on to Bush. And that's just what the doctor ordered. And there's a part of me that has to resist saying that. But the part of me that's saying that is...
Intercepted! Just exactly what we needed! And a pick six!
That's not how I speak. And so... I really want to be as far away from that as possible. I want to give you as much of me as I can.
I've learned and come to appreciate that all of us everywhere are imitating somebody, but within these industries where there is a gold standard, unconscious or not, it gets passed down like an heirloom. That you, I assume, when you fell in love with this, we're imitating somebody.
No question. I still do it in different spaces. One of my favorite calls, and this will hurt some people and love other people, one of my favorite calls is the Buckner play by Scully.
3-2 to Mookie Wilson. Little roller up along first. Behind the man.
Never got really a chance to use a Devo in the season.
Sometimes someone will hit a little roller up along first, and all of a sudden I find myself, like, just rolling into that call. But, like, yeah, when I'm doing basketball,
I was gonna say, you also do college basketball for ESPN all of the time.
I will steal, puts it in. Green is someone that uses that all the time. Or Mike Gorman, when I was at BC, is a big, got it.
Pierce for the game. Got it.
And I don't know, it just comes out. So.
Yeah, I bothered you about this. You refuse to develop a catchphrase.
Yeah.
Good job, defense. And we got off the field. A pick, a touchdown, and then another stop.
Why don't you bang?
Hartstein gets it out to Anunoby. DiVincenzo a three. Bang! Bang! Knicks take a 1-point lead.
I actually, you know what? That's not true. I do have a catchphrase. I actually do have a catchphrase. Now that, it's funny. This is how I want it to be. I have a catchphrase, actually. And I started using it with the Cubs. When the game is over, I bark ball game.
What's the intonation?
Ball game!
Swing and a liner. Ball game! Michael Bush
And I just started doing it, and it just happened. Like, that's it.
My personal favorite impersonate is Kevin Harlan. He's gonna go all the way.
The degree to which you can show off.
That's my personal favorite one.
Right? The degree to which you can sort of like put the ball between your legs and spin it around. I don't know when you feel that, but there was a moment when you just showcased it to me. And it was, I believe, the bottom of the third.
Okay.
And I was like, hey, Boog, people make fun of me on this program, Pablo Torre finds out, because I say phrases that are impossible to diagram, and for some people, impossible to understand at all. Just so many angles on Tom Brady and just so many curves.
Oh,
with you.
Voluptuous.
Truly Zoptig, I believe they used to say in like the 1920s. And so we gave you a couple of options, like, hey, can you do something with us?
This is a menu.
Yeah, a menu of just ridiculous highfalutinisms.
Yes.
Do we have the clip of what I provided, Boog, the menu item that he ended up, that I ended up suggesting to him?
I've been described as truly Zaftig, as they'd say in the 1920s.
That guy's not afraid to put ketchup on his hot dog.
Bounce to third, backhanded. Madrigal. And Alonso retired. There's 2 away.
Did you say Zaftig?
Zaftig.
Can you break that down for me?
Plump.
I've never heard that term before.
Well, that's what they would say in the 20s.
Yeah.
Here to help. I had my friend Pablo Torre with me to.
JD's giggling,
feeding me smart words, like they would say at Harvard.
And then you continued to call a broadcast that was utterly professional.
So the part that's funny is that, to me, part of what makes that funny is bouncer to third and Madrigal throws it to first. Like, but that's the autopilot that just kicks in.
It was the best.
That's what kicks in. Is so we do the bit and the line, and then the ball's in play, and it's like, oh, we gotta get this going.
Yeah. I'm gonna force you to keep doing that as a side note, as I continue to just truly harangue you into doing things for my total benefit and no one else's. So we should explain that your voice matters to me in all the ways we've discussed, but also because I've been searching for fair criticism of myself.
Okay.
And you have been. I told you this before the show was launched.
Yes.
That we needed an ombudsman of sorts.
The ombudsman.
And you said, what about the ombudsman? And I forgot about it because we're doing a zillion shows.
Yeah, sure.
And then at some point, I believe you texted and then called and then generally harassed me about how I gave one of the worst takes you'd heard.
You and Mina.
Me and Mina had given one of the worst takes you'd heard.
Smart people say dumb things.
All right, so in short, what Mina and I both said back in February on this program is that Tom Brady is gonna be good at broadcasting. That's basically the take. Brady, if you hadn't heard, is going to be doing color commentary alongside Kevin Harlan on Fox in September. Brady is getting paid $375 million over 10 years, reportedly, to do it. But yeah, Mina and I basically bought Brady stuff. And I argued, confidently, that Brady's previous life as the greatest quarterback of all time is absolutely going to transfer to the booth. Tom Brady, where it's just like, whatever his take is inherently interesting because that's how good he used to be.
His one personality trait that we know of is competitive freak. He's probably been doing an insane amount of preparation. Like, he's not, like, the criticism of Romo now is that he's maybe not as prepared as he was initially. These are all the, leaked stories we're seeing. That's not going to be the case with Tom Brady based on everything we know about him.
And it went viral in announcing circles, it sounds like, where people were like, these alleged smart people.
I don't know about that. I think most people were on your side, to be honest.
Oh, I mean to say publicly, yes, and Dan was on the other side of it.
But Mina, I would say to you as someone who has done that, I would say to you as someone who has a lot of information at her disposal, You know how fast all that moves. You can prepare for that. Tom Brady, I'm sure, will have a lot of things to say and not enough time to say them because you are not prepared for how quickly all of that moves when you've got 700 sheets of paper in front of you and you need to know.
And Dan is always on the wrong side of
Always
history.
on the wrong side. Dan Lebitard on the right side. That's the thing where I am, I'm just gently.
It's a dangerous place for you to be.
Place, yeah.
On his side.
Me and Lebitard out on a limb is just insert. I mean, there's no joke. You don't even need. Yeah.
But the announcing circles I refer to are people who actually are announcers, who are like, oh,
that's why you came out. I mean, that's the genesis of all this was we went back and forth. I sent him a voice text.
That's right.
And mildly berated him, if that's possible.
Well, please recap what the argument was as you understood it.
It's hard to be an analyst, and the idea that, look, if you're betting on it, more often than not, these guys come to become color analysts. They're not very good.
The ex-athletes, like in this case, Tom Brady was
and there's
the guy.
So many reasons for it. I mean, I would say number one is they're not going to respect it and put the work into it that they put into their game. But then the next part that I would say that you guys were missing is just this idea of, like, when Tom Brady's playing the other team, he doesn't know the first and last name of
you don't have to punch me for it.
He knows the corner's bad and he can pick on him, but he doesn't know his first and last name. When the ball's thrown to him and he's broadcasting a game, he's got to say his first and last name. And accessing that is a completely different skill set than the idea of, oh, he's open, I can throw it to him. Like, it's completely different.
Where I was baffled by your take was, but he also has the most sophisticated high-speed processing of the mechanics of the game. The X's and O's, he's dissecting a defense in a booth the way that he would presumably on the field.
And then he's got to say it, and that has nothing to do with him playing quarterback. If in the booth they allowed him to throw the ball, I'm not saying, look, he might be good, but I was annoyed that you guys gave him the benefit of the doubt that you think just because he can process, that he can process and spit it back out. No, we'll see if he can.
I think what I underrated, which is hard for me to now dispute to you, to your face, is that the skill is transferable. Like, the hardest part about all of this would be, can you diagnose the play? Can you do the prophecy thing, which Romo was famed for until he stopped being famed for it.
Yes.
But, like, that to me feels like the unicorn skill of, like, tell me the future.
But for it to be executed at the highest level, it's two parts. It is diagnosing and articulating. And the diagnosing part certainly replicates what he does in his former job. The articulating has nothing to do with it and is a completely separate skill. And to prognosticate that he will be good at it, we're all just kind of guessing.
Like, part of me was like, I just want to see it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care if he's bad. I just want to see if he can swim. And if he's going to tell me the future. And even if it's clumsy, I'll take it. And you're saying that, oh, your face. Your face is already like, this is going to be, it's not what you, okay, what is your face suggesting? What do you mean?
I just want to see it. I don't, I mean, look, an example to your point, in my opinion, would be listening to LeBron and JJ do that podcast, because everybody has talked for years about LeBron being a savant, and so far on that podcast you're watching it, it's like, man, he's a savant.
They have one set that they run off all free throws. Chet takes the ball out. They send two guys to the other end, and now Shea he has it on the right wing or the left wing, or whatever the case may be. At the same time that the big is trying to load on Shea, there's a guard that's flaring Chet to the opposite slot. You know how hard that is? They're flaring a 7-footer to the opposite slot.
But it's not happening in live real time.
Right.
And that's the distinction. And look, don't get me wrong. I am not a brain surgeon.
You're calling Tom Brady unclutched.
That's
chokes under pressure.
Yes, that's correct. We're not rocket science. I also would tell you this. They do a terrible job in our industry training the analysts to explain to them, hey, man, you don't call him the mic. You can't, like, you can refer to the mic, but, like, if you want to be great, and this is, again, these are opinions.
My perceived
but, like,
feed.
I want them.
It's not if there's a pop-up to shallow right, JD can't call him the second baseman.
Yeah, Jim Deshaies is your
Jeff
partner.
McNeil.
Yeah.
It's like you can't call him, and the second baseman goes out. Nah, man, no. Who went out? Like you got because there's a story to who the second baseman is. So like
it's okay.
that's the part of it that I don't know that gets completely articulated, and being able to do it efficiently, being able to do it in a manner that where you're really hitting the points that need to be hit.
So one of the criticisms that I had read just in the press that executives had sort of levied against Romo, people who've done this for decades on decades, right, was that he wasn't doing enough storytelling as the analyst, as the color guy. What does that mean?
I wouldn't, because I don't know that I would say that in a live game. That I think it's hard to ask the analyst to be the storyteller. I would say that the play-by-play guy is more trained to be the storyteller. I would say initially he was someone that did the prognosticating. To me, and again, I think that there are certain people that are going to care and certain people that are not. And I realize now I'm turning into like the douchebag on the hill waving the wand. But I think, yeah, there's just a little more sort of game flow stuff. Like on the final play of the Super Bowl. Like,
yes,
be quiet.
Not great.
Can only feel the number of people out there being like, what's going on?
First and goal. Mahomes flings it. It's there! Hardman! Jackpot! Kansas City!
And this was the Andy Reid special. This was the Andy Reid special. We talked about he was saving all day. He's going to fake a motion to go across. And at that moment, he turns and goes back Hardman, who they didn't have.
Let the guy call a play.
Right.
Like there's a flow to
the dance.
Yeah, there's a dance.
That's what I observed with you and JD, Jim Deshaies, former pitcher in the 80s, who is also, like, shockingly, given his demographics, statistically fluent and incredibly
curious,
literary.
Smart. Yeah, man.
And so you guys,
so awesome.
So I want to say about your broadcast is that it is traditional in the ways that are obvious insofar as you respect what this should sound like.
Yeah.
But it also is subversive in the way that you weave in like advanced statistics, which I think is less about a personal, we've talked about this, less about a personal crusade you have, although of course you are Moneyball curious, long have been. It's that this is how the actual sport talks.
That's right.
At the highest levels, they are talking not about, okay, so for you, what stats in baseball, as just an example here, in football there are parallels.
Ow.
In baseball, what you do,
the hell?
Stats are the ones that fans focus on, that actually people who make decisions don't give a shit about.
Wins, pitcher wins, they don't care about. Runs batted in, for the most part, they don't really care about. Runs scored individually, they don't really care about. I was telling you off the air about stories. In the middle of a game last year, I texted Jed Hoyer, who's the president of baseball operations for the Cubs, and I said, who leads our team in RBIs? And he guessed, and he was wrong. And then he asked Carter Hawkins, who's the general manager, and he guessed, and he was wrong. And then he asked our head of R&D, and he guessed, and he was wrong. They were 0 for 3, the guys who are running the team. So, I mean, look, my point is simply, we can sit there and everybody can get cranky about, I don't want to turn it into math class, but I also would say I feel some journalistic or reporter responsibility to deliver. This is what they're looking at. Here's how they are being evaluated.
The tiniest of routes.
The two stats that correlate the most with run scoring are on base and slugging. So every
wow, that took me like
stat,
3 times to do that. That's weird.
Or WOBA is some derivation of those two together. So, look, you have to focus on the way these players are being evaluated if you want to do something that delivers some form of accuracy.
Yeah, and so when I was shadowing you in this take your child to work day kind of dynamic, we were on the field. I was yelled at for touching the grass.
Yeah, you were.
By the Citi Field guardian of grass. He was like, you can't be on the grass. This guy can, you can't. And I was shamed, like a child, like an actual child. And I backed away.
It was good, too, because the guy came over and said, you can't be on the grass, but he can. And then,
oh my God,
leaving the field, another guy came over, and even though we were on the dirt, he
that
said,
was not the plan.
Yeah, an habitual grass stepper.
Yeah.
And in the process, I was watching you report. I mean, in a sense, research. You have on your phone an advanced statistical personalized stat packet that you got provided by a personal researcher.
Yep.
You have your iPad in which you score the game on a tablet as you would by hand, but now you have just a searchable archive for, I guess, forever. And you're having these conversations with people on the other team, the home team in this case, the Mets. On your side, you're watching BP. And I was watching you have conversations that I then heard you work into the broadcast. And I was just like, okay, Boog is working. Like, this is the unseen stuff that I did not anticipate when I gave my takes about how Tom Brady's going to be awesome. And it culminated in just a broadcast that didn't show the scenes. Like, all of this is about what you did for me with that Zoptig thing. Into your research, it was like, the point is that you want people on some level to not know how hard it is.
Yeah, I feel uncomfortable saying, I don't want to make it seem like
you had like a dozen tabs open, like searching, like that ball came off the bat at 101 miles, whatever it was. You were like,
give it another reading. Do one more.
I can't. I'm so self-conscious.
Batting order. Ripped into left field. Wow, did that hang up? And Hatt makes the catch.
Too hard. 113 miles per hour on a line.
The other part that you picked up on very quickly is the social aspect of it.
Oh yeah.
And
I forgot. I met Keith Hernandez and Ron Darling, neighboring to your booth, and Gary Cohn. Gary
and
Keith
it's
and Ron.
that way all the time.
You guys, you and Taylor, who is the on-field reporter for you guys, handed Keith Hernandez customized Oreos with his cat,
Haji.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wait till I get home, I'll wake Haji up and show him.
Yeah, that's right. Little salmon and maybe an Oreo for dessert.
Yeah.
Did you see that? I saw them. Unbelievable.
Look at that.
Wow. Keith Hernandez and 21 and a half he is.
Yeah, his birthday.
And so there are two sets of cookies. We got Keith Oreos that have just Haji and then Keith and Haji.
30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5.
And so you mentioned Andy Green, who works now in the Mets front office.
Yes.
He was the Cubs bench coach last year. Smart baseball guy. I'm excited to see Andy Green. I like Andy. And there's so many people throughout my time that I've connected with. David Stearns, I got to know through Craig Counsell when he was with Milwaukee. I was really happy to get a chance to see him. And we talk baseball. And then, yes, I get to use it on the air. And all of it, in some dorky way, kind of nourishes me. My head, for sure, because these are interesting, smart people, and they provide really good content and perspective. But then also the social component, the connective, I'm hugging Andy Green. I had a pen explode on me. I got pen all over him.
Hand was covered in it.
Andy Green doesn't like being hugged. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So I invaded your personal space as you're invading Andy Green's personal space.
That's a good way to put it.
But I want to get to, can I have you do some
Absolutely.
Some stuff
Cortez?
here.
Cortez around?
Oh yeah, Cortez. I've been telling him to help me prepare for this last part of the show. Which is a dangerous thing. Foreshadow.
Yeah, I can't even. There's going to be stuff on here that, oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, we might both lose our jobs.
That's fair. I'm willing to risk it all.
See, you heard me mention before that Boog Sciambi is the voice of the most popular baseball video game in existence, MLB The Show. What I did not mention, however, is that that video game is so intricate that if you were at bat, let's say, and you repeatedly asked for timeout, Virtual Boog would get a little frustrated with you.
Time called.
Tiki.
This is brutal. No one has time for this. Just hit pause.
And that is the thing about baseball in a nutshell. Approximately 1 zillion weird scenarios can happen in a game, like someone abusively calling for time. And these scenarios can involve a zillion different people. And so I wanted to understand what doing that
And I get ball.
the job of the guy who has to simulate, call all of these hypotheticals, what that job involves, so that this show, and maybe the show as a result, could take full advantage of that too. Okay, so MLB The Show.
Yeah.
I want to introduce this concept by explaining how it is you did that job.
Yeah.
What did it involve?
So there's multiple things, but there's base hit left field. Here comes the runner around third, and the Mets are going to the World Series. And then base hit runner comes around third, and the Mets are going to the NLCS. Like, I have to do every version of it. And then
Every possible timeline.
Right.
You are a Nexus.
And then
announcer.
I have to do your name. And I do Pablo Torre. That's so that they can stitch it all together.
Yeah.
And that's for everybody's name.
Are you afraid of being replaced by AI, Boog?
Not really. I mean, eventually I probably will ask for it. The part that I love is that I do some of it in my apartment in Chicago, and it dawns on me, even with, sound muffling, etc., that the people across the hall from me are like, man, he is just so into his craft.
Or just like, that guy is insane.
Yeah, he's just practicing his home run calls.
That serial killer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's me.
But truly, like, when you do the math on it, it's like thousands of.
So I would say, so we've done, I think I've done it for 5 years. And in 5 years, we've done over 300 hours of recording. So your consciousness is effectively uploaded into the MLB The Show. Yeah, it's intense.
What I am going to venture to guess is that you were never asked to describe some of the following scenarios.
Go.
This is going to be hard because what I did was assemble a writer's room of Mike Schur and Alan Yang and Mina Kimes and me and Cortez just vaping in the corner uselessly. Sure. I basically am giving you the office writer's room. And I was like, they're all baseball fans. What do you guys want to hear? And they gave me some prompts. So I'm going to give you the prompt.
Yeah.
And I want you to call this like it's happening in a sporting event.
Yep.
So here's one prompt.
Yep.
In the middle of a Royals Twins game, Nicolas Cage drives onto the field in a Subaru Outback and attacks the shortstop with a Nerf gun. This is so stupid.
It is. It's really 2-2 to Buxton is fouled back, and the count remains even. And whoa, hey, what do we got here? Look, there's a car in the field. Good Lord, and it's out at shortstop. Bobby Witt Jr. is backpedaling. He is. That's Nick Cage. Goodness, Nick Cage is out of the Toyota Outback, and he's got a gun. He's got this. What is going on over there? It's a Nerf. Everybody will be fine. He's shooting the Nerf gun at Bobby Witt Jr. This is terrible. I stink at this.
Let's say it's Mets Cubs.
Yeah.
And in the stands is Sir Anthony Hopkins.
Okay.
He's wearing he's wearing and then systematically.
Like, stop capping. You know those wars and everything.
Sombrero made out of tortilla chips.
We're gonna just do it all. Nah.
Guacamole.
It's okay. I came back before. I can do it again.
Back here in Wrigley as we go to the top of the fourth. Cubs lead the Mets 4-0. Oh, and look who's here today, Sir Anthony Hopkins. Tell you, one of the great things about coming to Wrigley Field is a giant sombrero hat made out of tortilla chips. And nobody loves it more than that guy, Sir Anthony Hopkins. And I mean, JD, look at him getting down on that sombrero hat. The guac's going everywhere. I think I see some fava beans there. You know that he is enjoying himself a little bit of Chianti. And, oh, gosh, get him a napkin. For the love of God, clean it up.
Okay, Alan Yang submitted this one. Can you have Boog do Leonardo from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arm wrestling Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor to a violent emotional draw that culminates in a embrace, maybe respectful but wary. So whatever your spin on that is.
Back here at Wrigley, and time now for our heavyweight arm wrestling matchup. It'll be Sonia Sotomayor and Leonardo from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And away we go. Release the arms, and Leonardo. Very, very strong. He's got Sonia Sotomayor close to a win. Very, very close. Sonia Sotomayor back the other way. She's got some guns.
I got nothing else. Okay, hold on. What if you're calling a Cub game? You're a Yankee Stadium. In the bullpen, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are there.
Yeah.
And they're actually going to do their MMA fight.
Okay.
During the 7th inning of this Yankees-Cubs game.
Okay.
And after a few sad moments of wrestling, they suddenly just decide to start staring in each other's eyes. And they start kissing. Gently.
Am I allowed to change it?
Of course.
So here it is, the matchup we've been waiting for. Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. They will square off in this UFC Battle Royale. And we are underway, and Elon right now with the upper hand. Elon with a takedown, and he's punching him in the face, punching him harder. Wait, what's that? It's Nicolas Cage. He's over and killed him, and this fight is over.
That is so stupid. All right. At the end here, the only way to sort of send you off from your job. Can you call me hitting a game-winning triple at Wrigley Field? I'm a Chicago Cub this time. Right. My teammate on first base scoring the game-winning run is a Velociraptor. Yes, he's just figured out how to open doors and hit off-speed pitches.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
That just happened in the 7th. But now we're here, bottom of the 9th.
2 down, bottom of the 9th. The Cubs trying to pull out a win. It's a 2-2 game. Clay Holmes on the mound for the Yankees, and here's the Cubs' Pablo Torre. Right-hand hitter digs in. Velociraptor over there at first. Holmes listens in for the sign, and he's ready. The kick and the pitch. Swinging a ball driven right field towards the corner. Slicing. Fair ball. That's going to get into the corner, and Velociraptor is on his horse. On his way to third. Soto trying to dig it out. Velociraptor on his way to the plate, and save! Ball game. Cubs win. Pablo Torre, the hero, as he knocks in Velociraptor, and the Cubs walk it off.
You are too good of a friend to me. Thank you for doing it.
Absolutely. Love you, buddy. This is fun.
Lamar.
God bless.
Lamar. I can't stand playing against this guy. This dude's just too damn fast. He got 94 speed. Not even my quarterback can outrun this guy.
So the show isn't over yet. And it could be, obviously.
And he's in the zone.
One more thing, a bonus thing. I didn't know where to put, but I just wanted to hand to you before you go. And it is not another Tom Brady take, even though I would say that my desire to watch him try and pluck his banjo, as it were, on live television has now been at least partially satiated by that orgy of humiliation that was the Netflix roast from a couple weeks ago. Also, it was a little weird, right? That he got up and strenuously objected to the Bob Kraft hand job joke, but nothing else. Nothing else involving his family or ex-wife. A little weird, right? The reason this episode isn't over yet is because I have one more request, a shameless, romantic request for Boog.
What are we doing?
Is the rain scene from The Notebook?
I give that a shot because I would say that I've seen that.
Yeah.
I'll admit it. I've seen it. Well, looks like it's going to rain. Ryan Gosling knows it's going to rain. Now it's raining, everybody. Oh, boy, what are we going to do? Yeah, the sweater on top of your head's going to help a whole heck of a lot. I feel like a very, very personal conversation is about to be had because the rain is making Rachel McAdams very uncomfortable. He's laughing. She's laughing. Everybody's laughing. Everybody's laughing. Oh, yes, and there's joy. It's rained. It's like washing away all of the painful
40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10,
how come you
5.
never wrote me? Isn't that what happens? I think that's what happened. Now it's serious. She's staring at him. We're going to get close. Yeah, the lightning just flashed. Dock the boat already, Ryan, for the love of God. She's furious. She went from joyous in the rain, and she wants to know how come he didn't wait for her. And now she's turning around. He's still got to put the boat up on the dock, though. Let's go. Why? We all want to know why. She waited for him. She waited for him. Well, how come your mom hid the letters? Huh? That's what I want. How come we all want to know. Your mom hid the letters. He wrote every single day. I've seen the movie. I'm not embarrassed by it. Yeah, it wasn't over. It's never over. It's not over right now. Come over here. That's all.
Did they kiss?
Bouncing to third and Madrigal over to first, and that'll end the inning. And they're kissing.
I did it on purpose so I can pin them deep into their own territory.
This has been Pablo Torre Finds Out, a Meadowlark Media production. And I'll talk to you next time.
No, I don't think Edwards is going to score more than 30 points in a game in his career. I just don't see it. I just don't see it.
Side, not on the court. What is up? Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio, ESPN app. We're on Sirius XM Channel 80 along with Ian Fitzsimmons. I'm Aaron Goldhammer in for Amber Wilson tonight. Ian, I'm feeling a bit nostalgic tonight in Cleveland. I was chasing LeBron around the old arena last night. It felt like old times for me at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. I was going back to my roots.
Yeah, what a setup. And we briefly touched on it last night when he shows up. And you can't make this up, Aaron. You cannot make this up. LeBron James comes in, and he's...
With Ian Fitzsimmons, I'm Aaron Goldhammer in for Amber Wilson tonight. Ian, I'm feeling a bit nostalgic tonight in Cleveland. I was chasing LeBron around the old arena last night. It felt like old times for me at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. I was going back to my roots.
Man, what a setup. And we briefly touched on it last night when he shows up. And you can't make this up, Aaron. You cannot make this up. LeBron James comes in. And the man has never been late for anything in his life, right? He rolls in with his wife in the first TV timeout. I mean, as they're going to a playoff game, right? What did he do? First TV timeout, who strolls out on
What the hell?
back home,
Wait, he scored?
comes, the prodigal son, and it's standing out. You were there, we weren't. You were watching it, not going through. So you want to talk about trolling? This is LeBron James at his best.
Oh,
Go ahead.
wow.
Out of his contract to get everybody talking more money can the man make?
You gotta be serious. I'm down 10.
You were there. What was it like?
Oh, bizarre atmosphere after Donovan Mitchell is declared out for the Cavs, because then all the fans in there just assumed the Cavs were in season. And then this rumor started, circulating around the building. LeBron's coming back, and the joke everybody was telling is there any way they could throw a jersey on him and put him in the lineup to start the game? It's the only way that the Cavs could beat the Celtics. So I'm standing by this door, which feeds in from the parking garage. And all the famous people that come in and out of that building, they all enter and exit through the same door. So first I see Khloe Kardashian come through with, her and Tristan Thompson. They all went to the game together. Very sweet, waved hello. She came over, said hi.
They got the reverse pass. And
So then,
back to the truth.
So then, Mark and Donnie Wahlberg stroll into the arena. Now, a lot of people would be more excited about seeing Mark. I was a big New Kids fan back in the late 80s.
By the way, do not ever address him or even question. This happened to me about 10 years ago. Yeah, you don't bring up Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, because that is way in his rearview mirror and almost embarrassed by it. So, all right, but go ahead and continue.
To me, that's the apex of Mark Wahlberg.
I know. I get it.
So the Wahlberg family is there. They're decked head to toe in Celtic gear. Their Boston shoes look true. And then, I see Rich Paul, who, is LeBron's agent on Disney Plus, and as the energy starts to build, he comes strolling to the bowels of the arena. There are some fans around, all screaming, "Come home! Come back! I walk with him from that door through the out into the arena, where fans suddenly realize who it is. And I can hear some people up on the stands whispering that was first. And then someone will say, well, that has to be, there are only a few guys who are 6'8" and look like LeBron James. Like, that's gotta be. And by the time they announced it, the loudest cheer the night
yeah. 180 yards in NFL postseason record.
Yes. Do I support the Cavs in allowing LeBron to do this to the Lakers? Yes, of course I do. And do I think it makes the Lakers uncomfortable?
Yes, I forced a fumble.
Typical power play, and I gotta say, I tip my cap. I love it and I respect it. What did you think, Ian, when you heard that he was going to be sitting not courtside just anywhere, but back in Cleveland, where he won Cleveland's only championship since 1960?
I laughed out loud and knew that it wasn't 100% sold. And everyone talked about it, right? It's not about the game. It's not about Denver and Minnesota. Not about Boston and Cleveland or OKC and Dallas. No. Put it back on me. 39-year-old who thinks that we've never seen a 39-year-old do this. And he has the option of, again, to opt out and make a public death. No matter what. And we all know he wants to be an owner. That's number one. He is not just a minority owner, but the man wants to be a 51% owner of any NBA
franchise. If he's successful, by the way, that's the one thing he'll have on Jordan always, because Michael was a giant failure.
Washington? Oh my God. That's
Charlotte, yeah, he was terrible.
So, both, right? As a GM in Washington and also both horrendous. But LeBron being, that was the greatest troll we have seen in a long time. Because, one, it's a damn playoff game, and he's eliminated. But what does he do? He goes home. And where he delivered a title, where we all remember the Cleveland, this is for you moment.
Right. Where he knows he can always go back. I think he's been saying to the Lakers, look, if you don't give me $50 million,
that's it.
That I want. If you don't give me a little roster control and trade some draft picks, this is just a reminder, these people in this building will always love you and will always support you. It did strike me, Ian, anybody that's been at the center of this in Cleveland, almost since LeBron going all the way back to his rookie year. I felt last night the nostalgia of it, and I understood why, if LeBron decides to do the LeBron James victory tour for his last season and get a rocking
he's going to. Come on. Oh, hell
I think he's going to, but I also think it makes sense for him to do it in Vegas. His last game ever should not be at Crypto.com Arena in the purple and gold of the Los Angeles Lakers. And it's only right that he be wearing the Cavs colors and be in Cleveland for his last game ever. Now, everybody around the league was noticing what LeBron was doing while the Cavs and Celtics were trying to keep the attention on the court. Boston took a 3-1 series lead to Cleveland last night. Brian Windhurst, of course, was covering this. ESPN NBA insider was on Unsportsmanlike this morning with Evan Canty and Michelle.
No, Draymond literally might need to go get some mental health.
I had several
help
NBA
because
executives send
he's
me
been
back
known to have a lot of violent actions
what
towards
is
people.
going on in
I already know I was diagnosed with autism. I
LeBron
know
knew
that
exactly
from the
what he was
get-go.
doing at the podium when he walked off in Denver and said, I'm not
I'm
going to
sorry
answer that
for it. I
question
don't
about
know.
Lakers. He knew exactly what he was doing when he's done podcasts and put out tweets and Instagram posts on where he goes, I don't know what I'm doing. And then he shows up at this game. I'm not going to freak out. I don't think we need to break into SportsCenter, but it was a very interesting moment, and the league definitely took notice, which is probably what he was looking for.
And Windy
Probably what they were looking for. Yeah, exactly what he was looking for.
You know, Windy said he thinks he's going to go back, and he sees no reason that he wouldn't continue to be a Los Angeles Laker. But, you know, he kind of opened the door today. First of all, for the opt-out, and then second of all, to if the Lakers don't do what he wants on draft night, whether that's take his son or trade all their future picks to try to acquire another star, that LeBron has the leverage to maybe go somewhere else.
Good one.
Some pretty incredible
89.
from one of the all-time greats. And say what you want maybe about Michael Jordan's best player. Nobody is better at the position than LeBron. All time.
The one thing, Cameron, I am not going to get into with you tonight is Jordan and LeBron. That ain't happening. But when it comes to marketing, absolutely, I agree with you.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Was going to get. And by the way, the Lakers, I promise you, are not nervous.
6 picks. Not a fan.
I'm all for Jordan versus LeBron. Jordan versus LeBron.
Not allowed. Not allowed on this show tonight. Up next, speaking of great basketball players, one of them makes their debut, and we need to talk about her. Next, Amber and Ian's on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
It's going to be like the first night of the WNBA season all over again from years ago.
For things to become as significant as this feels like it's about to, you need a lot of forces to line up. And one of them is timing.
A deep one. You bet! Caitlin Clark!
Now you have Caitlin coming in, bringing an entirely new audience to celebrate what the WNBA has built itself to be.
Aces are the team to beat. Until someone dethrones them, they're the champ. They are going for a three-peat.
Well, we know it's a big night in the NBA, but it's also a huge big night in the WNBA as well. Amber and Ian's on ESPN Radio, ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80 with Ian Fitzsimmons. I'm Aaron Goldhammer in for Amber Wilson. Couple of pivotal Game 5s in the NBA tonight coming up at the top of the hour here. We've got the Pacers taking on the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. And then we've got the Wolves taking on the Nuggets.
What?
As Denver tries to go up 3 games to 2 and win 3 in a row. And oh, by the way, what a night in hoops, because tonight, Caitlin
I never missed a kick in my life.
from college to the pros as she makes her debut
Wow.
as a member of the Indiana Fever. Do you have a prediction that the get-in price was high? I think it's going to be a sellout tonight in Indianapolis. They've got Pacers stuff going on and Caitlin Clark stuff going on. What are you predicting as far as energy and buzz for this game tonight as her WNBA career gets underway?
Around $15-20, right? But for WNBA game, I guess it's close to $100.
I looked, the get-in is $54, which is more than most NBA regular season. definitely over that.
Look, I would expect to see 12 to 15 points from Caitlin and maybe 7, 8 assists. And anybody who's expecting more than that, you're crazy. This is a different animal. And it really is. Like, I was watching during the Final Four, Sue Bird and Diana Taurasi, which it was awesome. I love the alternative broadcast. Right now, during the college football playoff, I'm on the call, right? So I love to go back and watch the coaches or all the alternative broadcasts because it's a unique perspective. And Sue Bird and Diana Taurasi, especially Diana, I mean, she was like, wait till she gets Charlotte. I can't wait to get a hold of her. Meaning, like, I'm going to beat the ever-loving hell out of her, right? And Sue Bird was so funny. And then Kelsey Plum came in, the star guard for the two-time now, world champs and the Las Vegas Aces. And Plum comes in going, Diana, you don't have to haze every rookie in the entire league, right? You can stick to your own team. I remember, and Kelsey told the story, I remember when I came into the league, and DT, you were crushing me. I'm going, what did I do to you? I'm not even on your team, right? I mean, like what are we doing here? Yeah. But the bottom line is, it's a different animal. It's a different game. It's more physical. So I would expect, tonight and then going forward around a 12 and 15 type season for Caitlin.
I wasn't even supposed to even make it to the game, so this is crazy.
ESPN bet to be the WNBA MVP. You're crazy, but like Victor Wembanyama in the NBA this past year, by the end of the season, you could really see the potential and where the league is going. Alexa Philippou gets to cover all of this. She is our reporter on the scene tonight in Connecticut as the Fever take on the Sun for Caitlin Clark's WNBA debut, and she's joining us now. Alexa, just describe the energy. How is this different than every other WNBA game you've ever covered?
This definitely feels more like a playoff, even a finals atmosphere, and it's everything from the crowd. Obviously, this is a sellout for a home opener. The Sun have not had such a sellout since their inaugural game in Connecticut in 2003. The fans, when I got here 2.5 hours before tip, were already lined up outside of the arena trying to get in. But it's also just, the production that ESPN's putting on. There's so many people here. There's a full studio on the floor to capture this moment that we'll be seeing Caitlin Clark's debut. I was talking with the Sun's PR folks, and they gave out over 170 credentials. That's obviously ESPN, but also people coming in from all over the country to be here to witness this history. And even Caitlin and other people that we talked to before the game were saying that the energy just feels different. It feels something special is about to go down. And whether or not she has a great game or she, has her bumps that she takes, it's all going to be just the start of something that's really special to come.
Alexa, how much of the obsession that college fans have, especially when she's going and breaking, Pistol Pete Maravich's all-time scoring record, that obsession that college fans have, aside from the passion that pro fans have, will really translate and carry over to the WNBA?
I think it will translate, and it's going to be fun because for the people that are used to seeing Caitlin play with Iowa teammates, if they're watching her now and the pros, they're watching her play with even better players. They're watching her play with Aaliyah Boston, who was the #1 pick in last year's draft. They're going to watch her play with Melissa Smith, who was the #2 pick in the draft 2 years ago. The talent surrounding her is better, so the ceiling that this team can have is going to be even greater. And I think that applies too to across the board when you think of all the rookies in the league and all the players that they're going to be able to play with and against, and they're going to have their moments where they look young, but I think you can already tell based off the attendance numbers and how great they're looking to begin the season, the viewership numbers for something like the draft that had over 2 million viewers, that those people that were watching her play college or watching these college stars play at that level are already tuning in to watch them take that step towards pros.
Alexa Philippou is with us. She is in Connecticut as Caitlin Clark makes her WNBA debut tonight as the Fever take on the Sun. Alexa, what does a successful rookie season for Caitlin Clark look like?
I think it would be well within reach for her to be an all-star. And, I mean, potentially she could surprise people and be even greater than that, maybe. For her, I think she's also really focused on the team success. This is a fever franchise that has won a WNBA championship but has not made the playoffs since 2016. And so their team goal, and Caitlin is always about the team and always about how she can help the team, is to be able to get them back in the postseason. And they've shown strides, especially with some of those younger players coming into the fold that I mentioned before. But having a player like Caitlin can help take them over the top, at least get back into the playoffs. And I think long term, this would be a core that they can build around Caitlin, Aaliyah, and Alyssa, and they can try to compete for a championship. This is something we've seen in the league with other teams that have been able to draft back-to-back number 1 picks. They eventually go on to win a championship. So the roots of that could all happen here in this season and starting tonight in Connecticut.
All right, Alexa, if Hammer and I were there, this is your last responsibility before opening tip, correct? So if Hammer and I were with you, we will be going to the blackjack table or the roulette table, right? So will you be venturing out quickly to go and hit the blackjack tables? And if you are, by the way, always, hey, look, 16 versus, 6. Do yourself a favor, split the 8s, and, oh, by the way, black outside. Go grab a $100 chip and put.
Yeah. Hold on, Ian. We got to play 22.
Now we're getting deep, Alexa. Here we go, because this game is happening at a casino. Will you be venturing out to the table?
Oh, God, I don't think anyone wants me out there. I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to all that stuff. But I will say, Caitlin did remark how she's trying to approach this game like any other, but it was a little bit different to be staying at and playing at a casino. And having covered many a game here at Mohegan Sun, it is quite the experience. But I've never really gone into the whole
intercepted
blackjack and poker and all that stuff part. So maybe another time. There's quite a few things happening tonight, but it's always something exciting here going on at Mohegan Sun.
Alexa, you're gonna regret it. $5 on 22, $5 on 9. It could have been a windfall right there. Could have been a windfall.
Thank you, Alexa. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. Take care.
That's Alexa Philippou, our ESPN reporter. And if you've never been to the Mohegan Sun,
I have. They missed me.
The arena and the tables are within, you could go out at halftime and play a couple of hands. And I think if you're going to play anything tonight, for Caitlin Clark's debut, she's number 22. You got to go to the roulette table. You got to drop 5 on 22 and see if you can make a little something happen. Am I right?
Get off.
I'm with you. 1,000,000%. I'm in. And then my wife's lucky number is 9. Yes, 22 and 9. I would be walking out, done. This is my last media obligation. Yeah, I'm walking. As you mentioned, you've not both been there. Folks, it is literally maybe 50 yards. You walk out of the arena, and then you have the table. They're right there.
On top. Amber and Ian, presented by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, motorcycle insurance at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com. Ian, we got a quick update from the NHL playoffs.
Amber and Ian. Stanley Cup playoff update.
Our producer, James Steele. James.
Yeah.
12:25 to go, first period. Somewhere Amber Wilson not a smiling because Boston has a 1-0 lead on Florida. They are, however, down 3 games to 1 in the series. Coming up next, we got 2 big game 5. We'll talk NBA. Amber and Ian's on ESPN.
Go Lightning.
Bet till your hands bleed.
So, so Jets, Vikings, Jaguars, Bears, Patriots, Jaguars, Giants, Panthers. Ugh, I already put that game in Munich. Could have did a better game. Giants, Panthers. Ugh. International schedule release day. The NFL overall release day.
Give me the Pacers. Bet till your hands bleed. Plus the 1. Let's go with some money. Just take me to the window and cash this ticket.
The
matter how tough the Knicks are, everybody gets tired, especially when you're playing against guys who are fresh.
But we all know Thibodeau, he ain't going to change now.
What do you expect Tom Thibodeau to do? You're missing 4 key guys. I mean, what the hell is he supposed to do?
Amber and Ian's on ESPN Radio, ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. A little show tune. I'm Aaron Goldhammer in for Amber Wilson. He is Ian Fitzsimmons, and we are presented by our friends at Progressive Insurance.
There's a tiny bit of a theme tonight.
Okay.
So.
Oh.
Yes!
Here we go. We got a theme going. That's our producer, Rachel Robinson. Ian, before we talk about these 2 game fives in the NBA, it is a pet peeve of mine, and I want to address it with you so that hopefully we don't do it as a sports media community anymore. All the games in a playoff series are important. Okay? I understand that everyone wants to call these pivotal game 5s because the series is tied 2-2 and it pivots, I guess, on the outcome of this game.
Well, 82% of game 5 winners go on to win.
Yes, but 82% of game 4 winners also go on to win the series. 100%, Ian, I know this is tough to imagine, of game 7 winners go on to win the series. It's a best-of-7 series. Ian, all the games are important. I know this is a tough concept for fans to wrap their minds around. Game 5 is always a big deal, but all the games are always pivotal, not just game 5, okay? I don't like the cliche. I think it's dumb. I'm off my soapbox. I am not
feel better is the question. Do you feel better?
I feel 110%.
Good.
And we're taking it 1 game at a time as we go into the always pivotal game 5. Are the Knicks dead, Ian? Like, literally physically
They don't win tonight?
exhausted and just completely spent in every single game?
As I just mentioned, I like Indiana tonight. Not bad at all. ESPN bet right now is dropped from Indiana plus 2.5 to plus 1. And the majority of the public money.
I just want to sell it right now.
Back to the Garden. The sharp money dropped that number even significantly is on Indiana. And that's where I'm at. I will always. I try to in every way.
Oh, it is like that. Okay.
People who own massive buildings in the Nevada desert for the air conditioning. And they don't do it because they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Exactly. So,
Yes, sir.
this ain't on tips, man.
This one's from Tom.
Trying to blame this again this year on
Let's go.
star players and heavy minutes. This is a depleted, injured Knicks team.
Yes.
This is the one time it is an exception to the Tibbs rule where he would play 6 guys 45 minutes a game and just ride them and bury them into the ground.
Sure.
This is different. This is a banged up, hurt Knicks team and a now hungry Indiana squad, which has
After missing the playoffs last season, I make it back to the top. When a season we weren't even slated to have a good season, and we win it all. Give Lamar Jackson credit. He pulled out. He definitely.
They're running, man. They're going up tempo. Like we're going to run you into the ground. Absolutely.
Okay, now I think it's going to be a wild atmosphere tonight. I think it's going to be, that's Indiana is up against not just the Knicks, but also the screaming fans at the Garden and all that. And I understand. You said not on tips. I guess, Ian, I will say, I think part of the reason why OG Anunoby has the injury and why some of these, Julius Randle, Mitchell Robinson, that was a freak accident. That's not on the guy playing too many minutes. But I think the Anunoby injury in particular, and that's the one that's really the killer one for the Knicks. They've been great and almost unbeatable with him, and they're a different team without him. That's the one that I could point to and say, okay, I understand what Tibbs does. I understand his style, but maybe you can get away with playing guys 37 minutes and not 44 minutes in all these games, and it prevents hamstring injuries and that kind of wear and tear. Anything fair in what I just said?
Every bit of it. But again, this is you get into the last 10, 12 games of the regular season. You're playing for seeding, and now you're into the postseason.
Wow, they fired Zach Taylor.
Coach.
Ron Rivera's a defensive head coach.
And that goes. Amber and I talked about this last
Marshawn
night.
Wallace got
You remember
fired.
what Pat Riley's saying, right? Where, and
Robert Saleh
I
fired.
butchered it,
Are you
but
surprised?
the tone is
Mike
this.
McDaniel. What?
You have 8 guys that you really like.
Yeah.
You have 7 guys you'll play.
Right.
You have 6 guys you trust.
Right.
I mean, so
play
I mean,
8, trust 7, or really
right.
6.
I mean,
and now
Wow.
Tibbs is down to trusting about 4.
I hate
that's
seeing
all he
people
has.
get fired.
If
That's
the
it.
Knicks are going to do this tonight, and I can't believe they have to lean on him more because he's been so spectacular, I think Jalen Brunson's got to go for 40. I don't think Josh Hart will sit in this game tonight. They're going to have to be carried to victory by their fans. Be a wild atmosphere coming up at the top of the hour, Madison Square Garden. The second game tonight is in Denver, where this series is completely flipped. The cliche here, Ian, is never underestimate the heart of a champion. The Nuggets left for dead by many people, down 2-0, going to Minnesota. They win both games there. I think the Timberwolves, Ian, are the more talented team in this series, but I think
Jordan
the
Miller,
Nuggets are so
Super
much
Bowl
more
MVP.
seasoned and so much smarter, and that's why I expect Denver to win this game and to go on and win this series, and maybe go back-to-back and win 2 straight the back-to-back championships, whatever you're supposed to say about that.
Right there. Hey, look, you and I are both sleep deprived and I've done many hours. I got you. I'm with you. We all understood what you were saying. Look, this is another number that has gone from Denver -3 on ESPN Bet to Denver now a full point -4. Sharp money came in late on the Nuggets, and I'm with you. You know, we live in a society now, Hammer, where you lose a game and it's, oh my gosh, it's the end of the world. Especially in the chase for Lord Stanley's Cup, the World Series and the Lariat. Man, Denver looked at that, and especially after the second game, where they just got punked, chicken kicked, beaten down, you name it. And they manned up. And I love what Michael Malone, their head coach, said, where he challenged his team. Are you world champions or are you punks? Yeah. And they answered and won 2 games in Minnesota. So now we're going back to Denver. I'm with you. I think Denver, forget a wake-up call. I mean, it's a playoffs. And this is a championship team. Literally, you're defending champs. Minnesota came out swinging and clocked them. And they were not expecting what they got in games 1 and 2. They had Monday to Friday to battle back and get ready for game 3.
Yeah.
Which also gave Jamal Murray a ton of time to rest that calf.
Sure.
Now you're seeing the world champs because they had 5 days to stew, 5 days to go over every inch of film, and 5 days for Jamal Murray to get healthy. And now you're seeing the champs show up. And it's not just Jamal Murray. It's not just your reigning MVP again in Jokic. The best player on the floor in Game 3, or Game 4, excuse me.
The guy you can't miss the shot.
Was Aaron Gordon. Was Aaron? I mean, are you kidding me?
Look, his three-point shooting has been incredible. He's such a perfect fit for this team. And that trade is going to go down in history as one of the all-time greats, I think, in NBA history. Now, Anthony Edwards has arrived, and one day I believe he'll be where Jokic is. But I think Jokic, on the whole, is the best player in this series.
No doubt.
So that's number 1.
In the world.
No,
He's the
number
best
2,
player on the planet.
2 guys I'm going to call out for Minnesota haven't been good enough. One is Karl Towns was terrible in Game 4. If you're going to be a max player, you have to be better than that in a game that your team really needs to take a commanding lead against the defending champions. And then I thought the move that Rudy Gobert pulled to flash that money sign again. I just think we have seen enough. There's a reason why, Ian, he's so disliked by his own peers around the league. And I'm not in an NBA locker room. He is a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, but somehow this always happens to him in the playoffs. And to me, over the last couple games, their front line, that highly paid hundreds of millions of dollars, gave up so many draft picks to put it together. They have not been good enough physically and mentally weak, I think, in Minnesota. That's going to ultimately, to me, cost them this series.
To your point, and for people, if you don't remember, Gobert got fined $100,000 on March 11th for giving the money sign to Scott Foster, NBA official.
Yeah, essentially implying that the refs are on the take.
On the take,
yeah.
with gambling and wagering being so mainstream now. And he did it again last night. And if he didn't learn the first time, man, you're not helping yourself or your team. And he got fined yet again. I'm surprised it was only $75,000. If I were Adam Silver, I'd have doubled the first one.
Yeah, I think he could have. And it's the one thing you can't imply that the game is. You're implying that the game is fixed.
Yep.
You're not losing this series right now because of officiating. You went home. The Nuggets totally punked you in Game 3. In Game 4, I know this is tough for some athletes to admit. They're just better. Not that they're more talented. I do think Minnesota is the more talented team. I think the Nuggets are the better coach team. I think the Nuggets are the more poised team, and I think the Nuggets are the smarter team. Yeah, and deeper. I think I'd count that too. If Minnesota's going to win tonight, they have to get Naz Reid has to show up in the series again. Where's Jaden McDaniels' offense been in this series? They need those contributions in addition to their big guys getting bigger. Two big Game 5s, as we would say, pivotal Game 5s tonight in the NBA. Coming up next, the NFL knows how to dominate the news cycle, and guess what? They're doing it again. Schedule talk is on the way. Amber and Ian, I'm Aaron Goldhammer in for Amber Wilson, Ian Fitzsimmons, ESPN Radio, and the ESPN app. In the throes of the NBA playoffs, we got Stanley Cup action going on as well. Caitlin Clark making her WNBA debut. But the topic you all have been waiting for, the NFL schedule release, is 24 hours away, and the football fans, Ian, they cannot wait. Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio, ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm Aaron Goldhammer filling in for Amber Wilson with Ian Fitzsimmons tonight. All right, Ian, how amazed are you that with all that sports going on that I just ran through, the NFL taking the mantle by just releasing that we know the first Monday Night Football game is Aaron Rodgers and the Jets going to San Francisco to play the 49ers?
Hammer, it is the most remarkable thing going, where just a schedule release, not player news, right? Not a coaching hire or
not a draft,
fire, nothing. It's a schedule release. That is the power of the National Football League. That's the obsession. There's a difference between a passion and an obsession in a fan base.
Yeah.
And then college football and the NFL, their fans are obsessed with their teams. And the NFL has grasped and now truly has figured out how to control the entire sports calendar.
Yep.
I mean, think about it. We went from Super Bowl, right, in
February,
to the Combine,
February,
to the draft,
free agency in March, all the trades,
OTAs, right?
Yep.
RMCs, meaning rookie mini camps, right? News, I mean, nonstop. Guys running around in shorts and T-shirts with helmets on.
Yep.
It's news. And now, there is not any paint being swapped in helmets, right? No pads colliding. No humans trying to move another human against their will. No, it's a schedule release. And it is dominating the news cycle.
Well,
to the point where, hey, look, Hammer, it's not even a full release yet, right?
I know.
The
NFL
leaks things out, right? Adam Schefter and we had Joe Buck on. I'm watching Good Morning America this morning, right?
Yep.
And who's on? Joe Buck. What's he announcing?
The first Monday night game.
Wow, 27.
At San Fran, that is the NFL, the power of the NFL. And you know what was funny? Is my wife is having a sip of her morning coffee, and she sees Jets at San Fran.
Yep.
She spits her coffee up going, Aaron bleeping Rodgers? Really? Monday Night Football.
And away we go. Ian, I just on the Rodgers thing real quick, okay? I'm not sure if I was him that I would want to, after blowing out my Achilles in 4 plays last year for the Monday Night opener, they're doing this to me again. At least this time he doesn't have to be on that terrible turf at MetLife Stadium. Instead, they're going to his house of horrors, Ian, which is in San Francisco, where if you follow Aaron Rodgers' career at all, Ian, what happens when he goes to San Francisco?
Well,
That's
the
his
one
home.
they
He always
passed
gets
over
his butt
him.
kicked. Yeah.
Right? They passed over him as the number 1 overall pick.
Right.
It was either Alex Smith or Aaron Rodgers. San Fran goes with Alex Smith. Aaron Rodgers dropped as a San Francisco 49er lifelong fan growing up.
No. 3 of my best players
I give
retired
full
after
credit
the
every time
Super
we talk
Bowl.
about this. The late, great John Clayton,
Now we
the
gotta draft
professor himself,
Camara up for us.
predicted that would happen. And he had it to the exact team that would take Aaron Rodgers at 24. I mean, John Clayton is an all-timer saying if the Niners don't take Aaron Rodgers, there is not another team until 24 because of only Ron Wolf, the Hall of Fame GM of the Green Bay Packers, who would take a quarterback in every other draft.
Yep.
Just as a commodity.
Well,
and you're one play away, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a man who took like Aaron Brooks in the 6th round out of UVA or whatever it was.
Damn,
there were so many guys.
who am I gonna
For a third and a
replace?
fifth, right? In commodities, but this time it was okay. Hold on, he's the highest ranked player on our board.
Yep,
by far. We are taking Aaron Rodgers. Brett, sorry, don't care what you think. Meaning Brett Favre, we're grabbing him, and that's it. And the rest is literally football history. So now what happens? Monday Night Football, he's back off an Achilles.
Yep.
Where is he playing his first game back off the Achilles? The Jets.
Yep.
To the team we're just talking about that passed over him as the number 1 overall pick in San Francisco.
And Robert Saleh, of course, going back there, he used to be the defensive coordinator of the Niners as well. Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Chiefs-Ravens is a great opener for Thursday night. I could argue these two teams should be 1 and 2 in the power rankings. And I think this will be an early test, not just for Kansas City, but I think also for Baltimore. Did they learn any lessons in the AFC Championship game loss that maybe occasionally they should try to run
It's
the
a lot of
ball
running
against the
there.
Kansas City Chiefs? How big of a game do you feel like this is for Baltimore to try to send a statement after what happened in that disappointing AFC title?
It's week 1. I don't think it matters at all. It's week 1. You want to start out on a bang? Yeah, sure. But if you lose that game, it's still to Mahomes and the reigning champs, the 2-time defending champs. So, Baltimore is one of those teams, kind of like Dak and the Cowboys. You got to prove it to me in the postseason. I don't care what you look like anymore in the regular season. They are now amongst that group with Dak and the Cowboys. Prove it to me that you can do something in the postseason. That's Baltimore.
Lamar is a 2-time MVP. He does not have a great playoff game really on his resume. Ian, I think that's fair. Tom Brady will make his broadcasting debut. Browns-Cowboys, the 425 window in Cleveland. You knew that they were going to feed Fox Dallas first with that star week 1. That'll be Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons. We know Chiefs and Niners are going to play in week 7. That'll be a rematch, of course, of the Super Bowl. Brady will be on the call there. How excited are you? More likely to watch a game because Tom Brady's calling it, Ian?
No, I'm not. I'm being brutally honest. I know it sounds like disrespectful, but I'm going to watch a game whether I've wagered on it or I'm interested because it's a great matchup, not because of who's on the call. Sorry.
I think this will be a big spot for. I know it's Tom
That's
Brady.
Summerall
and he's
and
used
Madden.
to the bright lights.
Summerall and Madden were it for me. Sorry.
Yeah.
That was a crew that I wanted to watch. If that makes sense.
You know what? You're not going to tune in to see how he is. Like, I think people will do it.
You ask me.
Interest.
I'm not.
I'm just
People
saying,
might, but
you're
I'm
not
not.
interested to see how he does, to see what he sounds like, to see if he's any good at it.
I'm more excited about Belichick. This isn't just me being a honk for ESPN. I'm more excited about Belichick on the Manning cast than I am about Tom Brady.
100%. 100%.
And I think Belichick will be a better broadcaster. I know it's a strong opinion. More next on ESPN Radio. Well, we're all about to learn that if you pay Ian Fitzsimmons $100 million, he would be more than happy to take the high road for you. Amber and Ian's on ESPN Radio, ESPN app. I'm Aaron Goldhammer in for Amber Wilson alongside Ian Fitzsimmons. We are presented by our friends at Progressive Insurance. They can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered by going to Progressive.com, 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be when you go to 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. Everybody heaping praise today on Kirk Cousins. He was at the podium. He was talking about how he felt when the Falcons drafted Michael Penix Jr. I imagine this upset him, but Ian, he did take the high road. Take a listen. Give me your analysis. Kirk Cousins at the podium.
Mike's been great. It's always going to be competition in this league, and you always got to go out and earn it. I'm going to control what I can control, and also understand there's a lot you don't control. And I learned a long time ago that you got to focus on what you can control. The quarterback room is a working force for one another, and that's never not been the case. So we're all in there as a working force together to help each other. That dynamic has always been there and always will be there. I'm excited for this opportunity to have. I think it's a real privilege to be a quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons, and I'm trying to make good on the opportunity they've given me with the way I work each day and the way we play this fall.
Highest of high roads. Ian, is your BS detector going off here at all?
Not at all, actually, because it's Kirk Cousins. I mean, did you expect anything else from him at his first press conference after they drafted Michael Penix Jr. at 8th overall? After paying Kirk Cousins, north of $90 million in guaranteed money, just short of actually $100 million, but it's all front loaded. It's essentially
Wow, that's
a 2-year
elite
contract.
speed.
All that guaranteed money is in the first 2 years. So I don't fault the Falcons at all. As a matter of fact, I praised the Falcons for seeing a guy who was highest rated on their board. Let me tell you a quick story. I've told the story a couple times, and Aaron, I don't know if you've heard it or not. When it comes to highest rated player on your board versus need, it comes from Bill Polian.
Yep.
When they drafted Reggie Wayne. Have I told you this before?
I don't know if I've heard it.
Okay,
so Mike, it's a good enough story that if people have heard it before, they want to hear it again.
So this sums it up, right? This is the Atlanta Falcons. Right? You have a quarterback that you just paid close to $100 million on a 2-year contract. I know it's 4 years, but it's all the guaranteed money, folks, is front loaded in the first 2.
Correct.
So it's essentially a 2-year contract. And your scouts put together your draft board for the better part of a year. And I'm going to take you back to when the Indianapolis Colts with Peyton Manning and Marvin Harrison are that close to winning a Super Bowl. But they keep getting beaten by some dude named Tom Brady and the Patriots. And did they need a wide receiver? No, they didn't. But the year Reggie Wayne was in the draft coming out of Miami, there was a big debate. We don't need a number 1 wide receiver. We don't need it. We don't need it. And I happen to have the privilege of calling games on ESPN Radio in the NFL for 4 years, and the NFL draft for 3 years with Bill Polian. The amount of knowledge and stories that you get from this man, I mean, who's, again, in Canton, is I could do 8 hours right now with you, Hammer, on Polian stories alone.
Sure.
But this one pertains right now. He finally shuts his entire draft room up and basically went full-on Irishman, right?
Yeah.
Shut the bleep up. We put together the draft board for over a year for a reason. Who's the highest-rated guy on the board? I don't care if we need a wideout or not. We're taking Reggie Wayne. Turn the card in.
Can I?
That was it.
Let me give you a difference here, though. You can play 2 wide receivers at the same time. Like, when the Colts won the Super Bowl, you can have Marvin Harrison on one side, Reggie Wayne on the other side. If I'm Kirk Cousins, there are other really good players on the board, Ian. They're picking at 8. So, I mean, you have to like somebody else at another position that can help you try to win right now, which when you pay Kirk Cousins $100 million, it's exactly what you're planning on doing. My guess is, Ian, he would have still gone to Atlanta had he known that Michael Penix was going to be the pick.
Let me ask you a question.
But for him to say, of course it was shocking. He had to be as stunned as all of us as we were sitting there and we were watching and listening to what was going on with the draft.
So when I was, again, I'm part of our draft coverage with Chris Carlin, Mike Tannenbaum, and Jordan Reed.
Yep.
And Tannenbaum said I would have given, Kirk Cousins a heads up, meaning like the day before or that morning, whatever.
Yeah. Well,
right?
yeah, I mean, part of that you don't know. You're picking
But
a
you're
game.
you're
not
also a
picking
pro.
first.
I don't look. I mean, you're paying me nearly $100 million. I don't need a damn heads up, and I'm good. I am. Maybe that's just me, but I mean, I don't need a. By the way, just to make sure you're comfortable, we're going to take if Penix Jr. is on the board at 8, we're going to draft a quarterback. My response is, you're paying me $100 million. I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good.
And my guess is
it's your business, right? I'm your employee, but to counter your Polian there with Reggie Wayne and Marvin Harrison, which, by the way, Reggie Wayne put them over the top, and they went on to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, he made the big plays in the AFC Championship game to beat the Patriots.
And as Polian said, sometimes your need at the time does not match your need during a season because injuries happen. That's why you go with the highest-rated player on your board. I'll give you another example. Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. Did the Packers need a quarterback? No. They still took Aaron Rodgers. And you went from Brett Favre for 15 years to Aaron Rodgers for 15 years. You didn't need a quarterback for 30 years. Why? Because you took the highest-rated player on your board. And if the Falcons believe that Penix Jr. is their highest-rated player and their quarterback of the future, Kirk Cousins, one, keep him off the field, as Brett Favre did for years with Aaron Rodgers, right?
Yeah.
Ball
and Aaron
out.
Rodgers did with Jordan Love.
Amen.
Also, in the same vein. But those guys weren't selected at 8. I mean, to me, there's a difference between 8 and 24.
Well, Aaron was it's still first round, Coach. Come on.
But when you have the needs the Falcons do, if I'm Kirk Cousins, and I can't speak for him, I can only put myself in his shoes. To think now I'm trying to disprove this narrative that's out there about me, which is I'm a good regular season quarterback, but when it comes to Monday Night Football and the playoffs and prime time and the brightest lights, I'm not going to be the quarterback that you really want to play. I'm the guy who makes the most money, but I'm definitely not on anybody's list of all-time top quarterbacks, Hall of Fame, whatever. I want a guy that's going to help our team starting now at 8 to try to put us in the best position to win a pretty crappy division in the NFC South and to be able to go to the playoffs and really go and make some damage. And I'm a little blindsided that then you take a guy who day one is not going to be on the field and might go the entire season, Ian, without seeing the field, because before this past year when he tore his Achilles, Kirk Cousins was a pretty durable player.
Let me ask you what they did after Kirk Cousins, meaning after Michael Penix Jr., right? What's their biggest need?
Defense. Either.
Okay. And they went Rook from Clemson. Defensive lineman. They went Braylon Trice. Defensive lineman of Washington. Edge rusher. But the sleeper pick of the draft, in my opinion, Brandon Dorlus, who you can put at 5'3" and a 0, right? Defensive lineman out of Oregon. They went full boat defensive front in every draft pick in the next 4 selections.
Yeah.
They went with the highest rated player on their board. And by the way, if Kirk Cousins and that Achilles ain't right and he gets hurt, how good is that Penix Jr. pick going to look? You're one play away. See Aaron Rodgers 3 snaps in with the Jets last year.
Sure. I think, though, as good as the guys you listed off on the defensive line might be, I don't know that they're going to be Dallas Turner. I don't know that they're going to be the other defensive players that they could have selected at 8. Or maybe the highest rated player on your board is Rome Odunze, and you decide to take another receiver to pair with Drake London because you're like Bill Polian and you decide that you want to take the highest rated player on your board where you can play. You just can't play both quarterbacks at the same time.
But again, you are at the most important position in professional sports. I think we agree on that, right?
Sure.
Is quarterback.
Of course.
Whether it's high school football, college football, or pro football. If you ain't got a quarterback, you don't have a shot. If Michael Penix Jr., and it appears it was the highest rated player on their board, and you're one play away. Again, go back to Aaron Rodgers last year, right? 3 snaps. Yep. If you ain't got somebody behind, Bill Pullman also told me this. The one thing that he regrets as the GM of the Colts was not paying a quality backup quarterback behind Peyton Manning when Peyton Manning hurt his neck.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to fault the Jets.
Then Andrew Luck ended up falling right into their lap. So,
Yeah,
I mean, they had one bad year.
My point is, I'm not going to fault, the Falcons at all. As a matter of fact, I compliment them for sticking to their board, and I bow down to Kirk Cousins for the way he is always the consummate pro. And oh, by the way, behind the scenes, Kirk Cousins is going, "Hey, Michael," he ain't gonna say this to him, but you know, this is his mental makeup. You ain't hitting the field, partner, because I'm gonna ball out.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the way Cousins has to be approaching it. Couple of updates going on just from around the world of sports. Caitlin Clark has had a rough start to her career. She missed her first 3 shots. She picked up 2 quick fouls, but she just scored her first basket as a member of the WNBA for the Fever as they're in Connecticut to take on the Sun. And it is the Pacers with the early lead on the Knicks. 16-9 is the score with 6:47 to go in the first quarter.
I need to draft a strong safety.
5 points for the Pacers as they are underway there, and a Game 5 with the series tied at 2. Up next, not only do we get NFL schedule nuggets, we also got college football schedule nuggets, and we'll talk about them next. Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I need a strong safety.
Amber and Ian. Another long tray and another bank, putting on a show. NBA playoff update.
Right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ian. Who wants to give the NBA update? Someone give an NBA update.
There we go. Here we go.
You want me to go, or do you want to go?
I got it, man. On ESPN Bet Live.
Amber and Ian. Another long tray and another bank, putting on a show. NBA playoff update.
Let's try that again. Under 5 minutes to go in the first, and right now Indiana has a 22-16 lead in the Garden. And on ESPN Bet Live, Hammer, Indiana now -1.5, total 222.5. Okay. As I told you earlier, Indiana bet your hands bleed +1. It was +2.5, got bet down, and right now, you're looking at a live line around -1.5.
Got better in the bench press, got better vertical. Didn't do well in the project, the better in the cone drill and the shuttle.
I feel like Brunson has a little spring in his step and looks good. That's the good news for the Knicks. I think Josh Hart looks like he's played about 100 million minutes of basketball over the course of the last couple of weeks. You know why? Because he's played 100 million minutes of basketball. And I think with all the injuries and as banged up as they are, and by the way, you pointed this out, Ian, you're 1,000% right. Not all of it is Tibbs' fault. I mean, God forbid in this day and age a guy actually play his best players a couple of minutes, and some of these injuries were total freak accidents and not something that had to do with the number of minutes the guys were playing. But it feels like with 3, 4, 5 guys out of their rotation, it's going to be tough.
I'm going to see if JoJo Stevens is going to be available.
It's open now for the Boston Celtics to get at least all the way to the NBA Finals, if not to win the title. Amber and Ian's on ESPN Radio, ESPN app. He is Ian Fitzsimmons. I am Aaron Goldhammer in for Amber Wilson. We are presented by Progressive Insurance. All right, we talked earlier about the NFL schedule nuggets, including Jets-Niners as our first Monday Night Football game on ESPN. We also get at the ESPN
425. That's great.
Spectacular earlier today, Ian.
Yeah, better on the bench press. Got to get stronger than that.
Television analysis.
Vertical jump well, broad jump well, did well in the cone drill, did a lot better in the shuttle.
Clemson and Georgia. Then you've got Florida and Miami, and it's all leading into the big one at night as Notre Dame is going to be on ESPN and ABC against Texas A&M. Of these 3, Ian, if you could pick one of the 3 to call, and I know you may be in, the next night LSU USC is also going to be a huge, probably where you'll be. But of those 3, which one are you looking forward to the most?
Where they send me, first of all, to your point, wherever the bosses say, hey, Pat Simmons, you're going here? Yeah, I'm in. But it looks like our broadcast crew of Mark Kestecher, Kelly Stauffer, and myself, and with John Medani producing, will be in Vegas for that USC game. And come on, man. Like my daughter's already, my
Great.
youngest daughter, Mary,
4 or 5
is
is a
a
tight end. That's
diehard
great.
LSU fan.
You gotta do better in
Is
the
already
bench
a college
press
game
and the vertical jump.
Hey, Dad, do you need a runner? You need a runner?
Mm.
Like she now knows the terminology, right? Where, hey, meaning a runner for a sideline reporter, folks. You're going to get batteries, whatever. I mean, you name it, that's a runner, right? My daughter is now already politicking for LSU, USC, Vegas. If we have that game, which I think that's where we'll be, yeah, she's already going full boat. But come on, man. I mean, does it get much better, especially with the college football playoff expanding to 12 teams?
Yep.
And you have this opening weekend, Hammer. Does it get much better? I mean, you talk about announcing your presence with authority, Ebby Calvin, Luke Lelouch style, going Bull Durham. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that.
All right, let's start with the first one. Would you give Clemson any chance in all get out of being able to start off their season pulling this out? And I'll just remind everybody, like, Georgia could lose this game and be fine, especially with the 12-team playoff. And Clemson has what everybody is expecting to be a top 25 team at the very least coming in. Ian, do you give them a chance?
I am not a Klubnik at quarterback for Clemson has to prove it to me. That's number one. Number two, Carson Beck at quarterback for Georgia has proven it to me. And therefore, I mean, I'd go Georgia all day in this game. Yeah. I don't think our crew will be there. Like I said, I think we'll be in Vegas for USC LSU. But this is one where, and you might disagree, and I'm curious to see if you do. Klubnik has to prove it, and Georgia and Carson Beck are a team that forget proven, right? This is a launching pad for them. Week one.
Yeah. I feel like Mario Cristobal in this second game really has.
He's been there the longest.
Second year at Miami, and I would expect them to be significantly better. I have seen some too early top have Miami in the top 25, and if they're gonna be, I think this is a really important game for the Canes. The second game of this triple header, I think this is a really important start for Miami, just because I feel that fan base, if they lose here, the snowball momentum down there can kind of carry them down. I think they really need this one.
How about this one, man? North Dakota State at Colorado against Coach Prime and Deion Sanders.
Good game.
Hey, Buffs, you be careful, man. Be very, very careful, because North Dakota State could easily come in and punk your ass.
Yeah. Yep. And Mike Elko makes his debut. By the way, welcome to the SEC. You get to play Notre Dame.
College game day.
Right.
Game day's going to be there. Right?
You get to play Notre Dame in your very first game as our great relationship with the SEC, Ian, continues to grow and take on a whole new face.
Hold on. Stop right
year.
there.
Yep.
Hammer, how about your first game as a head coach of the Aggies, where you were the DC before going to Duke, right? So you know the culture.
Yeah.
In your very first game,
Notre
Reese
Dame.
Davis, Herb Street and the boys all show up for
the
game
Gold Dome.
one, and you're playing the damn Domers, right? I mean,
good luck.
Could you put any more on top of that?
Yeah.
The only way you could, if it was Texas. That's it.
I think Riley Leonard was such a great kind of overcomer player at Duke. I'm curious to see how he bounces back from this injury. And this is also a lot of pressure on him, I think, Ian, to start in this spot under these brighter lights. But he's been comfortable in this dynamic before. And then you've got, you mentioned it as the post.
Come on, man.
The post Caleb Williams era gets going at USC against LSU, who, the quarterback there made a great bowl game debut, right? The Nussmeier kid?
That's Doug Nussmeier's son.
Yes.
It's Garrett Nussmeier.
Yes.
Doug Nussmeier, a longtime NFL, offensive coordinator, quarterback coach. That's his kid.
And so that game, LSU-USC, will also be huge as we get our slate underway with a triple header. And, oh, by the way, we feed you a little bit for week 0 with a couple of games as well. Are you a week 0 guy, Ian? Do you like it?
Hell yes. I want to go to Dublin. Let's go, man. Peter Saccone, send us, man, our big boss. Send us.
Mm.
Be a great
Oh,
broadcast.
wow.
Can I go on that trip too?
Let's
and
go.
So Thomas was the
tour
first
Guinness
quarterback
Factory
taken off
Florida
the
State,
board.
Georgia
college
Tech.
football
Come
the next
on.
day. Up
Come
next,
on.
big game 4 in the NHL tonight on ESPN. We're going to talk about Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers next on Amber and Ian.
4 quarterbacks in the first round.
One of the biggest stars in all of sports is playing one of the biggest games of his young career tonight, and we are ready to talk about it. Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio, ESPN app. I'm Aaron Goldhammer. I am in for Amber Wilson. Ian Fitzsimmons is here, and Ian, one of your buddies, joining us right now on the hotline.
I don't know if he claimed me as
Oh,
one of his
Weldon. We
buddies,
picked
but
Weldon.
he had to suffer through a UFL game with me on Sunday, which we had a great game, by the
And
way,
then
Aaron. I mean,
Gibbons.
Hammer, it was the most riveting 15-12 game you're going to see in a long time. Mike Monaco, his travels, Scott Van Pelt has documented. It's remarkable. He's one of the rising stars when it comes to play-by-play. It pains me to say that because, well, his teeth are perfect. His hair is perfect. He's a domer, all that crap. Monaco returns here to ESPN Radio. Mike, first of all, man, forget hockey for a moment. Go ahead, set me up, crush me, whatever you want to do. Go ahead. Sweating through wearing a blue shirt in 93
Who was
degree,
the Mr.
93
Irrelevant?
degree heat. Go ahead.
Defensive tackle.
We
had him.
Go any different angle with this? Is it
So
now?
we
You
had
and
Mr.
I, I'm not sure
Irrelevant.
on that. You can get back to me on that. But
Surprising.
first things first, Fitz. It is an honor to be on your show, and thank you for the nice things.
Right.
And now that we've got that out of the way, let me say I would like to be considered a crony. Buddy was fine, but I'll be one of your cronies or a groupie of yours. A tag along, anything of the sort. That would be my pleasure. Yeah, I mean, you didn't have the easiest travel out of Houston from our game on Sunday. I didn't either. I'm on a real hot streak here of flights getting delayed and missed connections. But nobody cares about that. I did make it to Edmonton, Alberta, Canada today. The game is tonight, and it's going to be massive out here. Game 4, Canucks Oilers. It's pretty rare, actually, that this late in the playoffs, or in the second round, that you get a all-Canada matchup. It hasn't happened much in the last 30 years. It's only the 5th time. So let's do it. It's going to be a blast.
That's crazy.
All right, let's get into the controversial part of tonight's game. That is the cross-check on Connor McDavid. I mean, it was bad timing, right? You get hit in the back, then the stick comes across your neck. You talked to everybody. Your reaction to what happened with Connor McDavid and the suspension?
Yeah, I'm not surprised that Carson Soucy, a key top 4 defenseman for Vancouver, has actually been really good in the playoffs. I'm not surprised that he got the 1-game suspension. And that being said, there's many different angles and tentacles to this. His, blue line teammate today, Nikita Zadorov, another Vancouver defenseman, came out and said that the league basically is protecting its investment, seemingly alluding to the fact that Connor McDavid, as you guys introduced, is a superstar of the highest order in sports. And, yeah, probably the best player in the sport right now. Now, I don't know. Was it only a suspension because of McDavid? I think it's a suspension for everyone if you cross-check someone after the whistle and actually after the game ended in the face. And now I also don't think it was intentional by Carson Soucy to land the cross-check that high. Nikita Zadorov, by his own admission, comes in and delivers a cross-check on McDavid, who had just slashed the legs of Carson Soucy. McDavid buckles, and then you end up with a cross-check in the face. And Rick Tocchet, the Canucks head coach, he wasn't belaboring this. He wasn't politicking for it. But he pointed out that Zach Hyman, another one of the stars for Edmonton, also comes in during that scrum and also does cross-check up pretty high Nikita Zadorov. And Nikita Zadorov, in speaking with the media today in the dressing room, admitted that he has stitches next to his left eye from that. I do think that it's a suspension for anyone. It definitely gets more attention, right? We're talking about it because it happened with Connor McDavid. Soucy paired up with Tyler Myers. They've been great as a defense pairing for Vancouver, who really has kept Edmonton quiet for a lot of the 5-on-5 play outside of the superstars.
Yeah, Mike Monaco, ESPN play-by-play, will be on the call tonight. You can see his beautiful teeth and all. The hockey players might not have many, but he has beautiful chompers. 9:30 on ESPN, 9:30 Eastern Time. What would it mean, Mike? Just give us a little bit of a sense, because you're up there sort of in these environments. What would it mean to the country of Canada for one of these teams if they were to win the Stanley Cup this year?
It's a great question, Aaron. First of all, the teeth thing, too, like, I appreciate that, Fitz. I don't know where it came from, but boy, if you had seen me in high school with like palate expanders and braces and stuff, that might explain a lot. But anyway,
those
what it means up
veneers,
here.
hey, shut up. Those veneers and whatever,
Yeah,
man, everything lined up
shut up.
perfectly. I was mesmerized at breakfast. But go ahead, continue.
I'm just trying to keep up with Joe Burrow. That's the thing. Up here, man, I mean, these atmospheres have been incredible up here. I think this is the fourth straight week that I've been in Canada for some number of playoff games. And look, I mean, I grew up outside of Boston. Like, it's a hockey city, but still, this is different up here. And when you get an all-Canadian matchup and when you haven't had a Stanley Cup winner in quite some time from this country where hockey is king, like, it's something. I was in Vancouver last week. I was there for first-round games as well, where they hadn't hosted a playoff game since 2015. And doing game one of this current second-round series last week in Vancouver, when Vancouver came back with 3 goals in 5 minutes, 2 goals in 40 seconds, and stunned the Oilers in game one, it was one of the single best sports atmospheres that I have ever been in, regardless of sport. And I won't pretend that I've been doing this for as long as you guys necessarily, but still, it was something to behold. And I've done a bunch of games in Edmonton these last few years. Tonight's going to be no different. The passion is just crazy regardless, but especially when you get 2 Canadian teams together.
Mike, you call games the Boston Red Sox. You call college football. I mean, you name it. In professional football, you do it. What is different in an atmosphere? You can take everybody to the barn. What is different about the chase for Lord Stanley's Cup?
I think it's 2 things to me, at least as far as the viewing experience, and specifically the in-person viewing experience. The first is what you're witnessing. The players, like what they are willing to put their bodies through. Not that there's not toughness in football and in basketball and in baseball and whatever sport it is. There's certainly toughness there. But in hockey, man, like these guys are at the absolute peak of physical fitness, in my opinion, and they're exerting themselves through pretty significant injuries. Like, I remember my first time calling the Stanley Cup playoffs 2 years ago. Tom Wilson of the Washington Capitals got described to us as being day-to-day, and it turns out he's got like a torn ACL that they announced right after the season's over. And it's stuff like that in terms of what you're witnessing, and then the how of how you watch it and how you consume it. I think watching hockey in person, because of proximity to the rink, because of how fast it moves, because of how simple it is in its construct, like it's ongoing action. It's not like snap, break, baseball with pauses in between. I think because of all that, it is just a really connective and immersive experience. And yeah, like fans of hockey are very territorial. And so I think when you add it all together, it's just this crazy cocktail of emotion in the playoffs.
9:30 Eastern, man, and 6:30 Pacific. It's going to be awesome. It's Canucks. It's Oilers. It's the man with the perfect teeth. He's a domer. Don't hold it against him. He's Mike Monaco, who calls everything from UFL, college football, to Red Sox baseball, to, yes, the chase for Lord Stanley's Cup. Mike, privileged man. Thank you so much, and have a hell of a call tonight. Thank you so much for joining us here on ESPN Radio.
Thanks, Mike.
Fellas, my privilege. Thank you.
Amber and Ian.
Right on the heels
Now
of
52 to 10.
the perfect teeth of Mike Monaco. We have Boston up 2-1, under 5 minutes to go in the second period. The Bruins lead Florida. Again, 2-1, 22 shots for the Bruins, 16 for the Panthers. Charlie McAvoy for the Bruins. Goal and a dime, Mr. Hammer, for the Boston Bruins tonight. So let's go. Doesn't get much better than the chase for Lord Stanley's Cup, unless we're talking about the chase of the Larry O.
Amber and Ian. Another long three and another bank, putting on a show. NBA
Yeah,
playoff update.
I would do that.
Well, I said I thought that the Knicks looked tired, and so they proceeded to go on a giant run. They've got a 10-point lead at Madison Square Garden right now in Game 5 of this pivotal series. Pivotal Game 5, of course, against the Indiana Pacers. 42-32 is the score. Jalen Brunson, 12 points for the Knicks. Here in the first half, Pascal Siakam has 7 for Indiana. Again, a 10-point lead for New York with just over a minute gone by in quarter number 2. Also, I will give you a Caitlin Clark update, as I think it's very clear that she is a giant bust. Ian, her first 15 minutes of action, she goes 2 for 7 from the floor, 1 of 4 from 3. She's got 7 points, 1 assist. She has a steal. She has 5 early turnovers for Indiana as they are down 10, 49-39. And everybody who thought that she would just come and dominate the WNBA, she's going to be fantastic. She's going to be awesome. But this is going to be a little bit of a transition from college to the pros, just like it always is in every sport.
By the way, speaking of transitions, right? So Alexa Philippa, who joined us earlier, covering the game, they're at Caitlin Clark's debut. James Steele, when you picked up Alexa after our interview, and we were asking her, hey, look, we've been to that venue, right? I mean, there's a casino like 50 yards away. Go put $5 down on number 22 because of Caitlin Clark. Sure. Go put $5 down on roulette, right, for number 9. What was her reaction to what we were suggesting to her?
Well, first of all, I thanked her for putting up with your guys' nonsense and apologized.
Of course.
Obviously.
Of course.
Yeah.
Always.
And then
that's every guess.
And you guys got pretty deep in the weeds there, and even I didn't know what you were talking about.
Hold on. We got deep in the weeds.
It's like roulette, dude. I mean, it's roulette. You
started saying stuff. I don't know.
You
I'm
didn't
not
preface it as roulette.
Yeah, numbers.
But I mean, we get it. I figured that if you're covering a basketball game at a casino, you understand that the thing spins around, and whatever number it comes on, you bet on the number, and it's about as simple as that.
To be fair, you started with blackjack, and then you just kind of veered off into roulette out of nowhere. And
all the table
everything was confusing, and
we weren't talking about craps, like on the come out roll, and I mean it's about as simple as it gets. 22. You bet Caitlin Clark's number. I'm sure everybody at the Mohegan Sun bet 22
I understand now, but there was a very hard turn from splitting 8s to putting 5 on 22, and I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
I thought blackjack stopped at 21.
That's literally what I said in the control room when you said
oh my
play
Lord.
20, because you went split 8s, and then Aaron's like, no, play 22, and then I was like, no, it's 21. I don't know what you guys are doing.
I think that really most of our audience on Amber and Ian followed exactly along with what we were talking about, and we just happen to have people on our show who need to go into a casino at some point in their lives and find out the rules.
I've been to Mohegan a bunch of times.
But you don't know how to...
SmackDown?
22.
Raw?
Play 22. All right, here's the question. Would it be possible for someone to host a nationally syndicated broadcast show and be the coach of a prominent Division I college basketball team?
Pretty cool.
We discuss it next. Amber and Ian's on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
No.
If I wanted to be the coach of a Division I college basketball team, can I also host Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio at the same time? We're on Sirius XM Channel 80 with Ian Fitzsimmons. I'm Aaron Goldhammer in for Amber Wilson. This is a wild story to me, Ian Fitzsimmons. So Doug Gottlieb, who we all know was a good college basketball player and has been a college basketball analyst here at ESPN for some of his career, and also at other places and other networks, has been a member of the media community. Gets a job today, but it's not a broadcasting job. He's the head coach at Wisconsin Green Bay, and he thinks he's going to be doing nationally syndicated radio and television. He's not coaching high school here, Ian. He's coaching Division I Horizon League basketball. You've been in the game longer than me. Tell me, do you think you could do both jobs at the same time?
First of all, I'm going to give full credit to Rachel Robinson, our associate producer, for the whole Let It Go return music, because we were talking about my yarmulke being sunburned from UFL games the weekend. And
Ian is not saying that he was in shul on Saturday morning. He is saying that he is slowly losing his hair, and there's a bald spot on top of his head that makes it look like he's joining me at Park Synagogue for the minyan with Rabbi
Trust
Scott.
me. Yeah, and your yarmulke ain't big enough for the one I'm growing on the back of my head.
So Rachel is saying let it go.
Jewish hats.
It was also for Tibbs. You guys said it was time for Tibbs to let it
Tibbs
go.
needs to come home, man. Just let it go, man. Yeah, let it go. The whole, like, he's got like 4, 5, maybe 6 hairs in the front there. Tom Thibodeau.
Hello, this is the one to toss this game. I appreciate it.
It's
exhibition game is a thing of the past. It's the Broncos and the Saints under the lights on Thursday night.
It is always a celebration here in the city of New Orleans, and we are just outside of the French Quarter at the Superdome. Tonight, it's a preseason matchup here in Week 3 between and Charles Davis with you, and now we sit City at Week 3 of the preseason. Brandon Gardner alongside, as always, my partner Charles Davis and CD. In the few moments here before kickoff, let's give these folks at home a look at these two offenses by the numbers. What stands out to you?
Brandon, I just continue to be amazed by the analytics of the game, and it's an area where I continue to concentrate and study because I'm still trying to look at this. Loose football. This is picked up by the Saints. Take possession of the football inside the 15-14-yard line. It's hard enough to play on the road in this league as it is, but to start on the road with a fumble on the opening kickoff, just not the precedent you obviously want to set. Not at all. Now it's just words because they've talked about it all week. From the time they start game planning for this one, remember, going into hostile territory, we have to set the tone right in the beginning, and they do the exact opposite.
Go all the way! Go, Reed! Go!
Back to Mixon on second down. And this Bronco defense really selling out to stop the run, and it pays off. They get him behind the line twice in a row.
60 Maverick! 60 Maverick!
Now on third and long, they'll look to throw. And he'll be caught. He misses it, and that'll fall incomplete. You know, last week I remember asking you, what would an offensive coordinator be looking for week 2 of the preseason? Now in week 3, defensive coordinator-wise, what's he looking for?
Let's go, Yari. Hey. Hey. W pass. TD baby.
touchback. So here are the Broncos now for their opening drive. And their quarterback, well, everyone knows he's got height, standing at 6'6".
If you ask coaches at any level to design their ideal leader of a team, I think they're going to check every box with this guy. He's got the poise to handle responsibility. He stays calm under any kind of pressure, and he brings out the best of his teammates each and every week.
Once again, and they're going to get this up to midfield. First carry now. This is and some solid footwork there as he'll take this down to about the 38. What's that? Are you kidding me? First down there, 12 yards on the play.
Heads on a swivel, boys.
They run it again with Williams. And this defense not ready for that one as he'll take this down inside the 25. Another nice gain, 13 yards that time.
What is
another
that?
First down. So back-to-back big runs, picking apart this defense on the opening drive.
I thought this was a passing league. I thought this was the era we were in where the ball was always in the air, right?
They didn't get the memo.
And they didn't get the memo, and I know this to be true. Offensive linemen still, to this day, they want to run the football. They want to fire out and hit people across the line of scrimmage, and they're clearing space.
First down carry, it's Williams.
There you go.
Reinforcements coming. That's going to lead up the rushing 3 yards on first down.
And they noticed an intriguing decision there defensively because they kept extra DBs on the field despite seeing the multiple tight end look that came out for the offense.
I thought they were going to switch out of it. I didn't know if they felt they didn't have time or what the case was.
Well, in any event, the extra speed allowed for great penetration as they stuffed that one by the line of scrimmage.
That loss of 3, a rare stumble on a promising drive. Here's 2nd and 13. So a return of serve, so to speak, here on the second drive of our game as they respond to that opening field goal with 3 of their own.
I like that.
You like to mix it up with sports.
They crack a forehand back at him. They get a back.
Now, and the front line for Minnesota can play a good game tonight.
Well, they better, or this thing's over. I mean, just let's be quite frank about it. Rudy Gobert, $75K lighter in the wallet right now. And he had, he had an unrhythmic, is that a word, start to the series, obviously, with the birth of the child and everything else. He's got to get back in a groove. And it's not just like, he had 11 points, but he only took 5 shots last game. Rudy Gobert's got to get back to being the defensive player of the year. That has not been a calling card for him in this series. That's ultra important. Karl Anthony Towns has got to take some of the pressure off of Edwards in some way. And it's not just Towns, guys. I mean, yes, Towns needs to be great, but they've got to get some help from other guys. Kyle Henderson has disappeared. Where's Naz Reid, the 6th man of the year? That's been a bit of a mystery. We all thought Minnesota's bench was going to be their strength in this series. It's actually Denver's bench. Those 3 guys, Christian Brown and Justin Holiday have been great, and that's been a flip of the script, if you will. So, to your question about mindset, it better be now. It's either now or it's not with regard to those guys, the two bigs.
T-Wolves at Denver coming up right here on ESPN Radio, top of the hour. The man on the call, Sean Kelly, joining us here on ESPN Radio with Aaron Goldhammer. I'm Ian Fitzsimmons. And knowing you, and by the way, for people who don't know, SK and I were on the same college football crew for years before it became the voice of the Florida Gators. Somebody came over and said something to you and distracted you there for a moment. What was that?
Right here now?
Yeah, it sounded like it.
Oh, no. If anything, I was trying to figure out if Mike Conley had finished his warm-ups because he's questionable tonight.
I know there was something. I know there was something going.
Yeah.
I know there was something going on there because mid-sentence you're like, wait a minute, hold on. So Mike Conley, what's the latest? What do you got?
Yeah, he walked over to talk to P.J. Carlissimo, and those two have known each other forever, and basically said, look, it was the last play of Game 4. I've got a sore Achilles. I got to be careful with this. I'm old. And I said, yes, you are. And he laughed. He said, I'm going to go warm up, and we'll see how this feels. So he is truly a game-time decision. I think they'll know here shortly after his warm-ups, but for all intents and purposes, that's a game-time decision for Michael Conley.
How much has the Monday, game to Friday aspect helped Denver, especially Jamal Murray?
Helps both teams. Murray for sure. This is that time of year, obviously, where the benches are shortened too. And to use a Kevin Winter word, at times the series has been a bit of a rock fight. So there's been some physical play. I think there was a much-needed break. I think that both teams tried to get them on ice yesterday as much as possible so they could ramp up and go tonight. I don't know if it favors one team or the other, quite frankly, because other than Conley, both teams basically are saying they're healthy for the guys that they need to go.
How sustainable is the way Aaron Gordon played in Game 3 and Game 4, Sean?
Yes, Michael Maloney hopes it's forever and ever and ever to end again. Look, the thing is this, yeah, he went 10 for 10 to start offensively the other night. He's being asked to guard Towns at the other end. I think that is somewhat under the radar. The other thing is, one of the counters in this series has been to take away Minnesota's ability to smother Denver guards defensively. So they've got to use Aaron now as a point forward. He brought the ball up. I've got a note about this. Brought the ball up on 27 possessions in Game 4. Most he's ever done as a Denver Nugget. So he is working the handle. He is scoring. His jump shots are much better than the regular season. And he's defending Towns. He's been dynamite in this series. None better than in Game 4. And it's obviously a big part of why Denver has done much better in Games 3 and 4. Their scoring goes from 90 points a game up to 116 because Gordon is now a threat to score. And Minnesota can't just ignore him like they've been doing earlier in prior regular season matchups and in Games 1 and 2.
SK, as we turn you loose, the most important question. Where are you dining after the game? Because there won't be a lot of restaurants open for P.J. Carlissimo and your sorry butt.
The R&D department, research and development, has determined that Appaloosa Grill is the only kitchen that'll be open until 12:30. So that's basically our only hope. Although PJ and I do rely on an old reliable. Those who have been in this league a long time are aware of the Cherry Cricket, which is a bar out in the Cherry Creek suburb.
One of the best burgers in America. Are you kidding, SK? Come on.
I'd top 5 wings, perhaps. Top 5. That would be the fallback plan. It's a little further away than where we're staying, but we will dine later tonight, much to the chagrin of my doctor, and I will hit the road tomorrow.
SK, appreciate the time. Have a great call. Game 5. Enjoy it. Nuggets and the Wolves in Denver coming up top of the hour here on ESPN Radio. Thank you, Sean.
Thanks, guys.
See you, buddy.
There's SK, and we got an update, by the way, Ian, going on in the other series going on in the NBA tonight. Guys, hit the sounder.
Amber and Ian.
Another long three and another bank, putting on a show.
NBA playoff update.
How about this, Ian? Pacers off to a hot third quarter start, 9-3. They have cut the lead to 8. It's 72-64 as they play with 8:37 to go in the third. And this little boost that they got to start the third quarter brought the Pacers right back into this thing, huh?
It's the little things in life, man. When you have the Pacers +1, as the dogs are already barking because they're excited about your update right there, without a doubt. Now, so, by the way, 72-64, an 8-point game, under 9. Hockey update quickly. Boston leads Florida 2-1, 3:23 to go in the game. If you have the under, you're feeling pretty strong right now.
Caitlin Clark's WNBA debut is in the books. She had 20 points on 5 of 15 shooting, committed 10 turnovers, however, as the Connecticut Sun beat the Indiana favorite 92-71 tonight. I think that's about what I expected from her, right? Getting beat up a little bit physically.
Yeah. Diana Taurasi talked about it on during the Final Four and the Women's National Championship. Sue Bird and Taurasi have a remarkable podcast, and then they were on the alternate broadcast on ESPN, ESPN2, and Diana said it. Look, when she gets to the league, I'm going to beat her up.
Yeah.
And then Kelsey Plum comes over, right, and talks about what Diana did to her as a rookie. Diana doesn't just haze her own teammates as rookies. She tries to unleash her will upon every rookie, especially a star rookie in the W. And that's what Kelsey talked about. Sue was like, why don't you relax? It's like, no.
Well,
no one relaxed on us. No.
I mean, listen, it's 11 steals tonight for the Connecticut Sun.
Yes.
I think if we see this in the NBA, and I think it's going to apply to this situation in the W also. Transitioning is hard. Transitioning at point guard is harder.
Yeah.
Because the ball's in your hands so often. And look, as great as Caitlin Clark is, she's not used to the kind of size and physicality that she's going to be dealing with night in, night out.
It's going to be an elbow and a ribs every single possession.
But Ian, she's going to be awesome too.
Oh,
I mean, let's if you bet Caitlin Clark to win the WNBA MVP, you're well over your skis.
Yep.
But will she win it at some point?
Yes.
Absolutely, 1,000%. I believe that she will.
Here, like you and I were talking in our pre-show meeting. I said 12 points. It's a solid outing tonight for Caitlin Clark, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But the casual fan in America is going to look at that and go, "Oh, she didn't have 30."
Yeah.
No, folks. No. This is she ain't playing in the Big Ten anymore, right?
No,
I mean,
and it's a long way from the Big Ten to the Mohican Sun. Okay.
Right.
And so the 20 points is good. She hit a couple of threes in the second half, and I think the 10 turnovers is to be expected. And I'm sure she's not happy with the way that she performed tonight. I am not all that surprised. All right, up next, we will find out what is a big deal and what is not a big deal. Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Soon as we say the Pacers are back in this thing, Knicks go on a run. They lead 80-64, 6:13 to go in the third quarter. Jalen Brunson up to 31 points.
It's preseason, I don't
for the
care.
New York Knicks as they try to take a 3-2 series lead. Amber and Ian.
This is basically this.
ESPN app. We're on Sirius XM Channel 80. We are presented by Progressive.
Just to get the rookies some reps.
I'm filling in for Amber Wilson. We have questions. We need answers. Is it a big deal or is it not a big deal?
It's making headlines.
Extra, read all about it.
But is it a big deal or not a big deal with Amber and Ian?
We bring in the producer of Amber and Ian, James Steele, who will ask us, is it a big deal or not a big deal? James, good evening. How's everything with you? The microphone belongs to you.
It's great. Big deal, not a big deal. The Boston Bruins have won Game 5 against the Florida Panthers. They'll take it back up to Boston.
oh, baby.
Big deal. I'm jumping in here. It's a big deal for me.
That's a big deal. Oh, hey, Rachel won money. There you go.
Well, I think that it's a big deal because Boston just has this flair for the
He's in his zone.
sold out that
Right.
series against Toronto with the Game 7 overtime winner from the Costa man. And I wouldn't quite count the Bruins out for
Yeah.
yet. I know that
It's
Florida
preseason, I don't care.
has been the better team so far through 5
It's my
games.
turn to get my ass
A
whooped.
little bit of controversy amidst other things, some officiating issues. But I think that Boston could catch a little bit of momentum here. If I'm Florida, I want nothing to do with a Game 7. So they better close this out in Game 6. To me, it is a big deal, James.
Yeah, going to be tough going back up to Boston, too. So that's not what you're looking for the Panthers. All right. So Tom Brady appeared on the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark, Fred Taylor, and Channing Crowder this week. And he expressed some concerns about how the roast went with him, which was billed as the greatest roast of all time. He said, quote, "I love when the jokes were about me. I thought they were so fun. I didn't like the way it affected my kids. So that's the hardest part, the bittersweet aspect of when you do something that you think is one way and all of a sudden you realize I wouldn't do that again because of the way it affected actually the people I care about the most in the world. So big deal, not a big deal. Tom Brady has some regrets about the roast game.
Well, yeah, it's a big deal when you're talking about kids, right? And we saw the reports that Giselle was very upset about the way it went, because of not her, but the kids. But when you're getting into a roast, you know that your divorce is going to be a massive part of the roasting. So
had Tom Brady ever
it's a
seen
big
a
it's a
roast
big deal,
before?
but yeah. So Aaron, to that point, it's a big deal because of the kiddos. I don't know if the kids knew about the whole jiu-jitsu, right? Coach and all that stuff. And
do the kids have the internet though, Ian? I feel like part of being a famous, and I don't envy him by the way. I feel like being a kid of famous people, there's certain advantages. You grow up with silver
boats,
spoon. You get exactly. You get to go on yachts and fancy vacations.
mountain home.
And then there's also
Beach
things about it
homes,
that are a total pain in the butt.
European home.
The jokes about your mom and the jiu-jitsu instructor would be right there. I think this is not a big deal. I just think the next time Tom Brady does something, he should make sure he knows what it is that he's getting himself into. Because I could have told him. I've seen a roast before, and I knew that the jokes are always going to be brutal. James?
Yeah, whenever they asked him to do a roast, what did he think it was? Like roasting some avocados over a fire? Or what do you think he was getting into there?
Well done. There you go.
A little bit soft for Tom Brady, I'm sorry. Former Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling has signed a one-year deal with the Buffalo Bills, the team announced Tuesday. The deal is worth up to $4.5 million, includes a $1.125 million signing bonus. The source told ESPN John Schechter. I'm assuming that the signing bonus will be if he actually catches the ball this season.
Yes, we got it back.
MVS to the Bills.
Well, I don't think he's going to be that impactful a player, but I actually think, Ian, that this is a big deal because I think Buffalo, with rookies and some veterans, they're trying to replace the presence of a number one wide receiver and a number two wide receiver. Everybody talks about Stephon Diggs going to Houston, but they've also got Gabe Davis, who left their team in free agency. And I think this is really going to put Josh Allen under the gun here a little bit. So Mahomes loses Tyreek Hill, and all he does is go and win the next two Super Bowls. I'm curious how Josh Allen will respond to losing both of his favorite targets in the same offseason and having to bring along some younger receivers. And so because of that, I think this is a sign of what is going to be a big deal and a big storyline this year.
Anytime you have a receiver going from the Chiefs to a rival, the Bills, yeah, it's a big deal. Even if Marquez, Valdez-Scantling, who it wasn't the most productive receiver ever, but you have Keon Coleman coming in also. I mean, I had him 3 times last year. Our broadcast crew did, calling games on ESPN Radio. This dude is a monster. I don't give a bleep how fast he ran a 40. Football speed is different than a straight line speed, and this dude is a monster. He's going to be a star for the Buffalo Bills. And on the other side, with the Chiefs, you bring in Xavier Worthy, right? But Rashee Rice, we don't know what's going on there.
Right.
That's a loss for KC. That's a plus for the Bills in getting MVS. I see a big deal.
Yeah, Bills went from Steph Diggs and Gabe Davis to Keon Coleman, who we don't know.
I love Keon Coleman. Love him.
Seems like it might be a step down there.
I'll tell you this. I loved Keon Coleman's first press conference. His take on Macy's parkas was one of the best takes of the whole draft season. I didn't watch him as up close and personal as
Dude,
he did. But I agree with him on the coats.
Hey, no BS, man. How much time we have? Nah, I'm not telling the whole story. From Louisiana, went to Michigan State just to learn how to play in cold weather games. Then he told me, I went back. My goal was to go back down south where real football is played, but he only wanted to go to the north to get used to cold weather football.
Well,
not kidding.
Certainly he did that, and now he's going to have to deal with, my guess is, some blizzard conditions and some giant wind chills in a few games when he's playing for the Buffalo Bills.
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. I took too long. I took too long. What? Lattimore. Yeah, that is a wow. It's Izzy, Jim Johnson, and Patrick Surtain. It's preseason, so it doesn't matter. Regular season, I actually care. Good job, Eric Wilson. It's preseason, people. I'm not taking it serious. Please tell me the schedule you show is not happy. Hope it's there was nothing I could have done. Let me see. Let me put myself back in the game. It's preseason, everyone, so I'm not. Wow. That's crazy. Like I said, I'm just surprised. Wow, Ings with 4 touchdowns. Like I said, it's preseason. I don't even care. Davenport and Street. Anderson. Shit, now I gotta return for a touchdown. Me scratch at the spike and a fever. Yeah, you don't want to deal with that, and then the animal dies. This is just basically a practice game for Toxie. Wow. What a dive. And I'm in the zone. Yes. Four touchdowns. Crazy.
Lucy, how are you doing today with everything? Because that debut by Caitlin Clark, the number of turnovers there was something you don't normally see. It's a record for the Fever. It's the worst turnover debut in the history of the sport.
She's breaking records. I don't see what your
One
point
game
is.
in. I mean,
Where was Aaliyah Boston?
yeah.
Don't
Guys,
tell me
what
I
are
have to
your
wait
thoughts
again.
here on how
I'm not sure what to do, Dan. I don't know how to attack this. Normally, a player with this much buildup, I would attack them. And having that lousy performance last night, I would say it was terrible. I would say that they're a bust. I would say choker. The moment was too big. But this is a different territory, different terrain. I don't know how to handle it. Lucy, tell me how.
Stop calling her lousy.
Okay.
It was her first day on the job. It takes time to adjust. Heck, I've been working here like 8 months. I'm still adjusting.
Okay.
We need to give Caitlin a little bit of grace because she's perfect and she's done nothing wrong outside all the turnovers.
She was the leading scorer on her team.
Yeah, 20. Yeah.
Yeah, but inefficiently.
Well, I'd argue they were the worst team in the league last year, and that's how they got her.
Careful, Dan.
They were bad, and Aaliyah Boston is the key to success for Caitlin. She's the best big Caitlin has ever played with, and Aaliyah was nowhere to be found last night.
It was interesting to see professional defense on her, though.
Ohio State played her like that. Look, there's going to be an adjustment period. I've always said there'd be an adjustment period. She will learn. She will, you're in a different league now. The rules are different. The physicality's different. It was a wake-up call. I have no worries.
I think what you're saying about the first day in a new job is accurate. Like, people are nervous, they try too hard, they want to impress. So how many games do I have to go before I can call her a choker?
Well, you told me to be careful with inefficiently, and you've gone lousy, terrible, bust, and something else in the last 90 seconds.
I could do these things. I'm asking questions. You cannot, okay?
You are allowed to ask questions. Dan,
Yes.
you are not allowed to ask questions. Stu, great question.
Thank
5
you.
games. Give her 5 games.
5 games? Okay.
I think that's plenty of time. I think
good.
she'll do great.
All right.
You think Ohio State played her the way Carrington played her?
Carrington is a different level. Obviously, that's a huge adjustment, but you watch the games that Iowa struggled in last year, Caitlin was guarded like that. And so there is a key to stopping Caitlin Clark, but what makes Caitlin great is when she's not scoring and she's not, really active. You
I was
suddenly
gonna say, I
put
know
two
it's on
defenders on her,
tonight.
so that
I was like,
opens
don't be
up the
fucking
opportunity for
misleading
everyone
me and
else.
shit.
So the supporting cast, as well as Caitlin, need to play a little bit better.
Roy, I'm
Oh,
hurting
wow.
for you today because you lost to Boston last night, but I am happy for you, and you were very happy that you have your T-shirt now at lebitardaf.com, and that T-shirt I'm going to present to Stu Gantz right now as he says that Caitlin Clark was lousy and terrible and maybe close to a bust. That T-shirt is... Did you watch the game?
I did, yeah. 30 minutes of it. Right up until the Mecca.
Where did you find it?
ESPN2, the Deuce.
All right. It seems like he was telling the truth.
Yeah.
You watched part of the game.
The first half?
I watched the first half hour.
She played so much better in the second half.
Yeah.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugatz podcast.
Today's episode is sponsored by DraftKings. Stay tuned because you'll hear more about DraftKings and all it has to offer throughout the show. DraftKings, the crown is yours.
There have been a lot of people wrong many times during the same series in that Denver-Minnesota series.
Intercepted!
It's one of the reasons that I told you I was so excited for how interesting that series was going to be. If you were not watching last night what happened between Denver and Minnesota, and both of those teams are
Get some more water.
championship worthy. But what's about to happen to Anthony Edwards if he loses is we're going to spend a lot of time talking about him not having enough help. You want me to power through it?
Yeah. Yep. He has plenty of help, by the way. I don't want to hear about it.
Well, he doesn't. He's got 2 All-Stars. A Defensive Player of the Year is one of those All-Stars, and he's got
Oh, my
6th
God.
Man of the Year. But he and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander do not have exactly what Jokic has, which is a number 2 that he's making feel like an eternal number 2, because like Shaq, he can do that for Kobe and for Dwayne and for, what does Tony call Anthony Hardaway? Anfrini Hardaway?
I don't think Kobe views himself as a number 2. I don't think Kobe viewed himself, apologies, as a number 2 ever. Not for a single day, even while playing with Shaq.
Fine, but Shaq made everyone who was his number 2 during his time.
Yeah.
He made them into eternal greats, the way Michael Jordan helped make Scottie Pippen an eternal great, so that we wouldn't do what we're about to do for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Anthony Edwards in their youth, is protect them by saying they don't have enough help. Anthony Edwards wasn't great last night, but Jokic put up what is an all-time performance, and it's a ho-hum performance for him.
Jokic stat of the day, breaking records so often that we're all bored, so blasé. Jokic stat of the day.
You know how they say you can get too much of a good thing? Well, what if they're right? And not that you care, but here's another boring-ass amazing thing that Nikola Jokic did recently. It's the boring Jokic stat of the day.
Oh, stop
On
ass.
the Dan Le Batard Show with Stugotz.
There was a piece of sports art in that game where Kevin Harlan is providing the accents and the framing on the end of that game. Denver's up 103-92, and Jokic is at the three-point line, and Gobert has come out to meet him. And I want to get into the basketball dorkiness of what it is Denver is doing there to Gobert, because you eliminate the #1 defense in the league when you pull Gobert out like that and allow him to not be a rim protector anymore. He ceases to be the defensive player of the year. But the way Harlan framed what Jokic did, where he's at the top of the key and Harlan goes in very slow. The crowd noise supports it. It was really, really beautiful if you appreciate sports excellence. All of it, the broadcasting of it, the noise in a stadium. Harlan described it as Jokic dancing with Gobert, because they're at the top of the key, and then Jokic makes the three to finish the game with 3 minutes left. And Harlan just screams, he's putting together a masterpiece.
It was great.
Because he goes for 40 points to guys with no turnovers.
Crazy.
Like, with no turnovers. Are you kidding me? How do you play the defensive player of the year, the 4-time defensive player of the year, guy who's going to make the Hall of Fame because of his defense, and you have no turnovers? You go 8 for 9 on him. And Murray told a story the other day that informed some of what you're watching in that series. Murray said that earlier in his career, Jokic was playing against Gobert late in the game. And Gobert is waving off the help that's coming over to help him on Jokic. He's waving it off. And Jokic, who hasn't shown us much personality, says to Gobert, according to Murray, brother, I have 47.
I love that.
What are you doing waving off the help you clearly need? And I know we do this thing where we rip everybody, but I think Anthony Edwards has what needs to be the correct analysis. This is the guy people are putting in a class with young Michael Jordan, and he's got the correct.
Shame on them.
The correct analysis after the game.
I just laugh. That's all I can do. I mean, I can't be mad because he good, man. I think I said that after game 1 when he was in game 2. Like, he the MVP, he's the best player in the NBA. And he showed it the last three games in a row. Yeah, tonight, he was special tonight. I got to give him his flowers. It was, I mean, I don't know what we're supposed to say. He was that guy.
Minnesota really missed Mike Conley last night as well. So when we talk about the injuries all throughout the playoffs, that's where Anthony Edwards was really struggling most, is there was no other shot creator on the floor for them. They were playing without a point guard. And so Denver defensively was just blitzing Anthony Edwards nonstop, forcing the ball out of his hand. Karl Anthony Towns actually had a very good game, but they had nothing else from there.
But you have to marvel at his efficiency, Jokic, because Jalen Brunson had 44 points on 35 shots last night. Jokic had 40 points on 22 shots last night. He was 15 of 22. I mean, my goodness.
The thing that he is, I don't know what else you can say other, by way of compliment or tribute, than Anthony Edwards saying, yeah, I just have to laugh because that's the best player in our league and there's nothing you can do about it and I don't know what to do and I'm just going to laugh. And they're going to go home and I hope they win there because I want to see a champion tested in a Game 7. But if you like the basketball nerdiness, and Jeremy, I know you do, when you go brush screens, inverted ball screens for a center, like like they're using him in a way. You realize Wembanyama is going to do all this into the get. Jokic is preparing us for the unstoppability of Wembanyama when the game gets ruined. We're not yet at the game being ruined, but the cement mixer can do it. And next up is the pogo stick 7'4" guy who's going to get better. And they're going to create all sorts of things offensively for these people that make it possible to have a 40-point game with no turnovers. You realize that that would have been the stat line if Jokic was playing against us, right? It would have been more points, but it would have been similar in terms of no turnovers, and you can't do anything about it.
He turns Rudy Gobert into an ineffective defender when that guy's been a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, and it's in part because you have Jamal Crawford last night referring to him as Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Wilt
Yes,
Chamberlain,
sir.
all in the span of like 5
10,
different
15,
possessions.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40,
Let's talk
45, 50.
here,
Down the right sideline, and he is
the big
gone.
man has been in that sport, because I see that Shaquille O'Neal is now telling TMZ
Ronnie
that he's
Paul
selling
for the
gummies,
touchdown.
and I want to ask you,
What isn't he selling? What?
well, this is what I wanted to ask you guys, because when I think of selling yourself, I think of Kevin Hart, I think of Kiss, the rock band, and I wanted to ask you in sports, who finishes in second place to putting themselves out there and selling every
I'm
last
having
thing
fun.
to Shaquille O'Neal? And the reason I asked the question is because throughout my history, Stugotz, back when I wrote a magazine cover story on Shaquille O'Neal, I was informed by ESPN, I'd never known this before, that Shaquille O'Neal doesn't sell on magazine covers because the big man doesn't sell on magazine covers. And it was then later explained to me when I started doing some of the research that America doesn't have a connection point with the big man. So when I ask you this question, who's the second most popular big man ever? Is it Bill Walton? Like, just a person who gets to be likable and gets to be an everyman and gets to be a commercial spokesman for everything, because the big man generally isn't like that way. And in the cases of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, for example, it can be so awkward to grow up tall as a kid that you can become someone who just doesn't like people
Ron
very
McGill.
much.
He's a giant that everybody loves.
But he's 6'6" in this sport.
That's a giant.
Yeah, but in this sport, 6'6" is not a giant.
Boban. That's a good one.
That is a good one. Boban.
We love him.
He's gotten more commercial appeal than
How
almost
good he is.
any other. Well, that for sure. But then that's a good nomination.
It's a great one.
Anyone of that side. But it's also with him, as it was with sort of Manute Bol or Sean Bradley. It's sort of, you get to make fun of him, right? He's a crowd favorite. I'm talking about big man who's also dominant, and then you love him even though he's ruining your sport because you can't stop him. He's too big, and people think he's been given a gift in the crib even though he was the 41st pick in the draft. Like, they think he's been given a DNA gift that makes him preternaturally gifted in this regard, and obviously it helps, but as John Amici likes to say, there are a lot of 6'10" people working at Subway.
Spring is the best time to add new challenges to your training. Just in time for summer and warmer days, spring's the best time of the year to take a new look at your fitness routine, dial it up a notch, and continue powering on. Challenge yourself. And Peloton's classes were made just for that, to challenge you. There's a variety of classes like boot camp, boxing, full body strength, all created to grow your skills to push you to improve what you already excel in. Plus, if you don't know which class to take to reach your fitness goals, guess what? You can join one of Peloton's many programs. Right now, I'm in the strength program with Andy and a core program with Emma. They're expert coaches like Andy and Emma, and nonstop vibes will push you to new levels of strength and endurance, keeping you on your toes while giving you the professional coaching you need. With Peloton, you don't need to worry about driving to the gym, making it to class on time. You can do it all from the comfort of your own home whenever it fits your busy schedule. Get your head start on summer with Peloton at onepeloton.com.
Don Lebatard.
We got Afrini Hardaway.
Who is Afrini Hardaway?
I was trying to read fast. UD was on the team. Luke Jackson, Bobby Jones, The Matrix, Shawn Marion.
Stugats.
Zoe, Shaq, Smush Parker, Chris Quinn,
Wait a minute.
D Wade,
Wait a minute.
Jason Williams, Darrell Wright. I mean, stacked roster.
This is the Don Lebatard Show.
Start on summer with Peloton and endurance, keeping you on your toes while giving you the professional coaching you need. With Peloton, you don't need to worry about driving to the gym, making it to class on time. You can do it all from the comfort of your own home whenever it fits your busy schedule. Get your head start on summer with Peloton at onepeloton.com.
Don Lebatard.
We got Afrini Hardaway.
Afrini? Who is Afrini Hardaway?
I was trying to read fast. UD was on the team. Luke Jackson, Bobby Jones, The Matrix, Shawn Marion.
Stugats.
Zoe, Shaq, Smush Parker, Chris Quinn, D
Wait
Wade,
a minute.
Jason Williams, Darrell Wright. I mean, stacked roster.
This is the Don Lebatard Show with the Stugats. Taco Fall.
Not a bad one.
No,
People love Taco Fall.
but also
A
not
novelty.
but not excellent. Yeah, I'm not talking about.
I'll let
novelty.
myself
I'm
just
talking about
finish the
somebody who
game out.
dominates. No, look, it's hard to do. You're not
a nice guy.
He is. You're going to have a hard time finding a second place for someone who's dominated a sport, sort of wrecks it with his size, and you just sort of think it's unfair.
Did Wilt do a lot of commercials in his time? Like when he was at the height of Wilt Chamberlain, was he doing a lot of stuff? I don't know.
I'm
He
guessing.
seems like a guy that would be.
I'm guessing that, yes, that Wilt Chamberlain got plenty.
Yao Ming.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's
How about
excellent.
Wemby? Is this in the future of Wemby? If it's not having his guards punch Britney Spears?
It seems to be
Allegedly.
in his wheelhouse, and especially if he's got the Nike marketing. Can you guys get for me, please, the Nike commercial campaign on Wembanyama so I could just show people? Because this is a big part of it, Stugats. I miss the excellence of the sports commercial. I miss the excellence of the commercial in general. I tend to be pretty disappointed even when the Super Bowl arrives because I want things that are more clever and more creative. And ESPN spoiled me because with Wyman Kennedy, they got so good at the marketing of sports that they were doing exactly what Nike was doing. And Nike does this for Wembanyama, and this is going to help a great deal because I will remind you that Michael Jordan, while not terribly interesting in front of microphones, got framed the mythology by Spike Lee and Nike in a way that really served him, even though he wasn't giving them words to help.
274 field goals, 128 three-pointers, 254 blocks. No player in league history has averaged 20 points, 10 boards, 3 assists, 3 blocks, 1 steal, and 1 3 per game before.
I believe aliens are real and hope among us.
How do you feel about that?
Oh, Goosey's.
I mean, do something first.
Sounded like he did something.
It did sound like everything in that commercial was saying the facts that would allow someone to surmise that he had done something, except for America's foremost critic right here.
Oh, he did something. He went 22 and 60. I mean, come on, please. Have a winning season. Just once.
He has no help.
Yeah, it's a team issue.
You talk about a gift in the crib, Dan. You know, 1 out of 6 people who reach 7 feet tall are in the NBA. 1 out of 6. So if you just grow to be 7 feet, you're in the NBA. So there really is a gift in the crib. If you are talking about just being born tall, you're going to end up there.
It certainly helps, but what you just said to me is that 5 out of 6 aren't. So there are people
different in the population under 7 feet, though, Dan. I imagine that's a lot bigger percentage.
Yes, it really stinks for those who don't make it, who grow to 7 feet tall and don't make it. Oh my goodness!
You have to feel like a giant loser, right?
Because you're always
Literally.
asked if you play basketball
course
when
you
you're
are.
that height. No, I'm an accountant.
It is problematic when you want to shower in hotels. It's hard if you want to sleep in a normal human bed. I don't know how many of you, how do you guys feel about your feet hanging off of a bed while you're sleeping? Do any of you do that? At Levitard Show,
I don't
do
sleep on a
any
bed.
of you sleep with your feet off the bed?
Do you know how small the bed would have to be for my feet to be hanging off of them?
That's a funny visual.
He's sleeping in a dollhouse.
I do this thing with my feet where I flap up because I like the cover. I don't want my feet sticking out of the covers, so I like lift my legs up so the covers fall underneath my feet and flap it down. So it's a little cocoon. I create a little cocoon at my feet, so my feet can't get out.
Huge.
Every night.
Some of my favorite videos on TikTok and YouTube are just tall people's perspective. Like there's this one super tall guy that just films what he sees at the grocery store, and you see like the top of the like shopping aisles, and you're like, oh my god, I had no idea it looked like that up there.
How annoying do you think you guys would find it if every time you bathed and showered, you couldn't get under the nozzle? That the nozzle in a hotel wasn't where you needed it to be to put it over your head. I've told you before, one of those commercials that Shaq does for that insurance he doesn't use, he is singing over the curtains and the nozzle is around his neck, and I don't think it's a joke. I think that's just how that shower looked.
Are you talking about the general?
Whichever insurance he's marketing for that he doesn't, that we have accused him of not using. Billy, I do want to talk to you about what you brought up correctly, which is, what does Shaq not sell?
I don't even mean that it's an insult. Like, I don't understand why people think selling out is a bad thing. I'm for sale. Sales, Feldman, I'm here.
Yep.
Give me some money to promote some stuff. I'm open to it.
My brother used to say that all the time because people accused him of being an art sellout, and he's like, really? You know how hard this is to do, to make money, to get out of bed and make something that people want to buy? Okay. You can go ahead and criticize me for selling too much. I'll take that as a criticism.
I think my favorite sellout quote comes from Pitbull, and like I'm paraphrasing it, where he said something along the lines of, I can't feed my kids with Grammys.
Put it on the poll at Levitard Show. Can you feed your kids with Grammys? Because I think you can, actually. If you win Grammys, I think you can. But point taken on selling out. But Kevin Hart, I believe, or I may have this confused with Kiss, one of them has their face on underwear. Maybe both of them. And I don't know what is too far for you guys, but these are the three I think of. Do you guys have a fourth in terms of somebody who will say yes to anything and will sell whatever it is that your product is, and it doesn't seem to push off sponsors in any way?
I sold the Dove Healer.
So you're nominating yourself for fourth place?
I would sell anything, Dan.
It feels like Peyton Manning is heading in that direction.
Oh, that's a good
He's on
one.
a lot of stuff.
Yep.
I have something to tell you, Stu. So when we went to the SEC championship game, Bush's Baked Beans did like a giveaway thing, and we won a prize, and we were going to send it to Stu, and they never delivered it, and it was a can opener that every time you use it had Peyton Manning's voice, and it was called Peyton Canning, and that was supposed to be for you.
Oh my God!
But they never sent it to us.
I think
they lied.
You sent me a text saying I have a great gift being sent to the studio for you, and I've been searching for it every single day. That was it?
Bush's Baked Beans did not give it. And the thing is I'm terrible when I buy gifts for people. I immediately tell them. So the fact that it took me till now to tell you was hindering.
We need to get that. We need to shame the Peyton Canning people into...
Bush's Baked Beans. Did you meet Duke the dog?
I did. I got a picture with him.
Wow.
Gosh, it hurt my back.
My parents parents' house that always makes me laugh is when I hear in the other room my father with a bottle opener opening something up, and then I hear Boog Shambi's 1997 home run call. Let me tell people what it is before you tell them that you have
So
it.
excited.
Of Alex Gonzalez's home run in 1990. Was it 1997 or 2003?
2003, yeah.
2003, Alex Gonzalez is, I'm up that age now. When I conflate,
You're mixing up World Series?
when I conflate eras and I put 1997 players on the 2003 team.
Renteria 97, Gonzalez 2003.
Thank you,
You
Scott.
got it. Yeah.
But my father in the other room, I'll hear the crack and the fizz, and then the voice of Boog Shambi taking me to 21 years ago. Boog Shambi featured on the latest edition of Pablo Torre Finds Out.
This is a bottle opener that has this call just automated to play. Where can I get one?
Billy, you have one, don't you?
I lied.
Oh, but you have a collection of Marlins
I mean, I can go through
memorabilia.
my Marlins closet if you want and see what treasures I have that you can have. I thought one day that having like multiples of these things would like have some value, and I realized, only I care about this, and I just have a bunch of junk.
At one point, it's not junk. We're doing a documentary with some people who have baseball card collections, and it will not be junk for your daughter, and it will not be junk off in the future. Okay.
I don't know if my daughter wants a Ross Gloat anything.
Billy, if I took care of the baseball cards I had as a kid, oh my God, how much money I would have. Seriously. I mean, I have a lot already.
I still have an ongoing feud with my childhood neighbors from behind. I don't even know who they are, where I could find them. I assume they're in prison with what they did to me, but that's fine. They went and they took my baseball card, like little, whatever it is, like folder, because you used to have a folder with baseball cards, and you had the slots you put the baseball cards in, right? So they're like, let's trade baseball cards. And I was like, cool. And they're like, pass us your book of baseball cards, and then like we'll see what we like, because there's a fence between our yard and their yard. And there was like a fence there. So I passed them my like folder, my binder with all my baseball cards in it. And then I had some of these like MVP, like hologram Topps cards. And then I noticed when my folder came back, I didn't have any of those cards left in my folder. And they gave me just some crap cards. So I hope they're in prison or in hell.
Wow, very strong.
Stealing cards from me as a young child. It taught me to never trust. So I guess I did learn a valuable lesson that day.
How much do you think I can get for an Andy Fox bobblehead?
I want to ask the question of the group before Billy answers this, because I found something the other day, and right now it is in my home in a place, and I keep forgetting to bring it and ask Billy off air if he wants it, but I'm just going to ask the group. I have a small 1993 baseball writer's card from the first original Marlins season that has Marlins stuff on it and is obviously something that is old and also represents symbolically, I had that taken away by the Hall of Fame because of what I did with my vote whenever it is that I did that, and I wondered if Billy would want it. Do you guys think that that is something that Billy, a junk collector, a bit of a hoarder, somebody who has memorabilia, somebody who has...
Would you say someone who... Hold on a second.
Forget when
would you say someone who oversees a museum, would you call them a hoarder? Because they're just collecting old crap.
Well, if that person had it all in the trunk of their car, yes.
I have a closet. It's in the closet.
But unfair to you to call you a general hoarder, a memorabilia hoarder, somebody...
Collector, connoisseur.
Okay. Do you guys think that this is something Billy would want? Yes or no question?
Sure.
Yeah.
That wasn't an option, Roy.
Yes, a yes or no question.
I mean, sure is a connotation of yes.
Yes or no.
It's an undercutting yes.
I mean, I didn't say maybe.
It's like yes, sort of.
There were two options, though. I mean,
Billy, would you want it? I'm not going to test the rest of it.
I don't understand what it is. It's
You know where it's going
a paper
now.
that says that you're a writer?
It's not a paper. It's a baseball. It's one of, I don't know how many writers there are in the Baseball Hall of Fame. I don't know whether they've got 800 voters, 900 voters a year. Or actually, yeah, it's just membership into the club that gets to vote in the Hall of Fame. I didn't know whether you'd want it or not.
So
I was going to bring it in and ask you.
You're doing is offering to donate to the collection I curate. We'll accept your donation. We'll put a little plaque next to it in the museum that opens up one day.
Wasn't an option.
By the way, Ryan Reynolds, also a whore. Most of them are his own products, but he's in commercials for everything.
They're all his own products.
I think he owns a piece of like a lot of the things that he.
Clooney led the way for all these guys on that. Clooney decided to put his name on things and then gives his friends suitcases full of cash because he makes so much money on the set.
Ryan Reynolds has what? Cell phone company and alcohol. He's now turned Rob McElhenney into a commercial person. Like, how did you do that? I think it's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's amazing what Ryan Reynolds has done with that.
No more celebrity alcohol brands. We're good. We've had enough. Invest in something else.
Put it on the poll, please, Juju, at Lebitard Show. No more celebrity alcohol brands, yes or no?
It's Kiss on the underwear.
It's not Kevin Hart?
No.
Kevin Hart's face is not on underwear?
I did Google Kevin Hart underwear, but that's not what I got.
The Dan Le Batard Show with Stugotz is sponsored by BetterHelp. We all carry around different stressors, big and small. When we keep them bottled up, it can start to affect us negatively. Keeping things bottled up can feel like carrying a weight that gets heavier with time. Whether it's talking to a trusted friend, journaling, or seeking professional help, finding ways to let out your thoughts and feelings can bring relief and help you navigate challenges more effectively. Remember, it's okay to reach out for help when you need it. It's helpful for learning positive coping skills and how to set boundaries. It empowers you to be the best version of yourself. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Get it off your chest with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/DLB today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/DLB.
Dan Le Batard.
He seems like a not nice guy.
Yes!
Nice guy. I don't care for him, and I hope he has the day he deserves.
Stugotz.
Wait.
I hope he has
The
day
ball's out of
he
bounds.
deserves.
That's how I get people when they're really mean to me. I'm not like, go after yourself. I'm like, I hope you have the day you deserve.
It's a
I think
great
it's so
kind.
much
It's a
like,
great
it
kind
twists the
insult.
knife.
Yes.
Beautiful.
It's leaving it to the cosmos to sort it out.
That's a less southern bless your heart.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugotz.
I may end up being wrong on this, Stugotz, because I really have enjoyed that OKC team, and you have them being eliminated in this round when they got down 2-1. But it's the youngest team in the league. It's one of the youngest teams ever. But I do feel like we're headed to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander really not actually having enough help because he doesn't even have a Karl Anthony Towns.
Right.
Holmgren may become that at some point. But you guys helped me with this because when I saw the shot chart on him beating Dallas, I was like, holy shit, that's more mid-range than DeMar DeRozan. That's like all mid-range stuff, and he's great at the mid-range stuff.
It was a fun
But
game.
it did make me wonder, has Shai Gilgeous-Alexander replaced DeMar DeRozan as the king of the mid-range? Because that team is really good, but I think the winner of Minnesota and Denver is the one that's going to end up winning the West and then ending up playing against Boston, because you saw with Anthony Edwards right now, you do need a specific kind of help when you run up against these championship level defenses and you don't have a second place to put the basketball. In fact, I would say, Stugotz, that given what Jimmy Butler did to Karl Anthony Towns' reputation, where what he's stained him with is you're soft. You and Wiggins are soft. Wiggins won a championship since. Karl Anthony Towns is shooting 50 times in the All-Star
At
game.
666, yeah, the Diablo.
Game 7 in Denver, Anthony Edwards needs some help. Do you trust Karl Anthony Towns? Because Karl Anthony Towns is more talented as an offensive player than anyone OKC has, not named Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Towns had a good game last night. I mean, he was 10 of 19 from the field.
Towns is excellent. Yeah. Towns 10 years ago, Towns 30 years ago would have been Michael Jordan.
Easy.
Towns 30 years ago, if wherever it is that you put the place on, athletes are much better today than they were during a different time. Someone who plays like Karl Anthony Towns would have been in the post and only in the post and would have never been allowed to either dribble or go near the three-point line.
And now in today's game, he's just a poor man's Jokic. I feel bad for him. He would be like a perennial all-star in any other
Didn't he win the three-point competition?
Yeah, he's one of the greatest shooting big men of all time. Like, he would have been Dirk, even if he just played when Dirk was around, because he's that talented. And yet, here we are, constantly going, do you trust him?
Soft. No, but that's what he's, right? That's what he's going to get. This is not going to fall on Edwards. He's not going to have a lot of games like yesterday's. Like, that's not going to happen.
Well, it's his second time he's had that game in the last 3. So, Dan, that's why the comparisons to Michael Jordan are unfair to Anthony Edwards. You set this expectation for this guy. There's never going to be another Michael Jordan. Everyone just stop it, okay?
That's
it's not fair to him.
Okay, and what's not fair to us is you continually giving takes that can't be disproven for 9 years. Like that.
What do you mean?
This is your wheelhouse right here. The idea that you do this great thing where you give an opinion that cannot, like we got you with Alex Smith and Mahomes. Because thankfully Mahomes got great within 2 or 3 years. But usually we can't keep track of you giving takes that cannot be disputed until Anthony Edwards turns 33.
That's the game, Dano.
The thing with Anthony Edwards and Michael Jordan, though, isn't Denver right now sort of like what the bad boy Pistons were to Michael Jordan? Like, he went up against him, he lost early in his career. They needed to sort of revamp the roster a little bit. He eventually gets past this really great team, and he becomes Michael Jordan.
But you have Minnesota being here every year, if that's the case. The West is so good and getting better so quickly, I'm not certain Minnesota's going to be here every single year. I'm not.
Dan, I'm distracted because we talked about this last week, and I can't help but wonder if you're wearing a shirt under your hoodie.
I'm not.
Wow. Attaboy.
Wow. I'm putting that on the board. Stugat says that he doesn't wear a shirt under his hoodie. It turned into this giant debate. We were all kind of confused about it, but I haven't stopped wondering if you're wearing a shirt under that. Not in an inappropriate way.
If there's
just
a place,
in terms of, record keeping.
If there's a place to do that, it'd be in South Florida, right? If there's, it's the only place in
This
America
studio.
where there's a sweater without shirts. South Florida.
Well, I hesitated to put this on at all because we're headed toward 98 and 99 degrees here this week.
And the air was on the fritz earlier this week.
But I couldn't have layers today, and I had to run out of the house in a hurry and just throw something on, and so this is what I chose. You can't go layers in South Florida. When it's about to approach. The low today was 80, and it's about to approach 98 and 99.
Looks good. It's a good-looking hoodie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Lucy, that is leboart.com if you want any of the stuff that my brother...
Is it comfy? You don't need a shirt.
Yeah,
It's comfortable.
It is very comfortable.
Still selling, huh? I love him.
You got me thinking about OKC and what they need. Like, don't they need, like, do they have a veteran? Who's, like, the old guy on OKC? Is it all just young guys? Because I'm thinking, if they don't have a vet, if they need to add a piece, Stu, follow me here.
Yeah.
Durant back in OKC.
No, I'm thinking LeBron. Like, he's already praised their GM. He loves that team. I'm thinking if there's a team in the Western Conference LeBron should go to, and he shouldn't, by the way. He should go to the East, but I'm thinking it might be OKC.
Their vet right now is Gordon Hayward.
Okay, so the way our schedule is, since we're the champions, wow, we got a lot of home games. Bucks, Cardinals, at Bucks, Chargers, Seahawks, Rams.
Did you guys see?
Oh my goodness gracious!
Perk was saying that.
So listen. So here's our schedule: Bucks, Cardinals at the Bucks. Then get this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 straight home games, and then 5 straight road games. Ravens, Lions, Niners, Chiefs, Falcons. Bye week then at Panthers, Broncos, Rams. Our final game of the year is the Panthers. Wow.
The fact that they could kidnap young people and make them live in Oklahoma City for 7, 8 years without free agency or an ability to get away because they can give them more money is one of the most unfair and ruthless things in the NBA. And you thinking that LeBron James would use his power? He'll choose Akron because it's his hometown. Will use his power not to work in LA or Miami, but to work in OKC, or that maybe Durant because he's going back to a place he's already been. But people who get out of OKC generally don't go back.
What if they draft Bronny?
Oh, that's a sign.
Think about it.
I went to Oklahoma City a year ago for the softball World Series, and I had the same Uber driver 3 separate times while I was there.
It's small.
Oh, no. Eventually, we were like, "Hey, Mark, how's it going?" Like, he just kept showing up.
That is, you have to get the young players early before they've seen the world, because once they travel, they all realize, wait a minute, I don't want to live here. And Presti shows up. You got a 7-year deal. You're not going anywhere. I've got so many draft picks. Do you understand how I built this thing? I could lose Paul George, and I will just replenish forever. Poor Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
He's stuck.
He's going to get
traded from Los Angeles.
He's going to get rich there.
That there's a
He's
double.
gotten rich there,
There's
and
a
he's going to
back-to-back
want
there.
soon to get out of there, and Presti's not going to let it.
14 raw.
OKC is Stairway to Heaven. Or no, I'm sorry, Hotel California. I got the wrong one.
Wow.
Hotel California. You can never leave. You're not allowed to leave. You just sort of get stuck there. Because if you think LeBron would choose that,
I mean, he's choosing winning championships. That's what should be, and his son, that's what should be what's important to LeBron James at this stage of his career. It's why I say OKC. It's why I say the Knicks. It's why I say the Celtics. If they don't get it done this year, that's where LeBron should go.
I'm guessing
trying to help him out.
I'm guessing that LeBron is thinking to himself.
At the schedule, Raiders, Bears, and at home against the Broncos and Rams, and at the Browns, Cardinals. To get a week 9 bye at home against the Bucks and Cowboys, bye week, then at the Chargers, Falcons, Chargers, Chiefs, in that order. Week starts at 11 through 13. At home against the Bucks, at Bucks, at home against the Saints, at the Falcons, Seahawks, and at the Saints.
That presides over J.J. Redick. It's amazing the leverage that man has.
Falcons got a week 7 bye
most popular
for their
best
first
organization
7 games.
is insane. He's
6
40
games
years
on the road.
old.
Packers, Bengals,
40
Seahawks,
years
Saints.
old.
At
And he
home
still
against the
has this
Chiefs,
kind of
week 2
leverage.
for their
That's
home
incredible.
ground.
Well, you
Week
say
4
it's
is
incredible, and it is. I will say that it's
the Giants at the Cardinals on the road
he
against the
has
home
been
against the
for
Bucks, at the Panthers,
years,
for
and
Raiders,
it's
at home
why
against the Saints,
no, but he
at the Chargers, and
revolutionized
Rams,
the
Panthers,
power
Broncos,
a player
Bucks,
can have. People are tired of hearing me talk about that here, but it's been fascinating to watch, and he
Bucks
still
at
uses
Saints on the
that
road.
leverage.
Starts
Now,
at the
but you
Rams, at home
mentioned
against the
J.J.
Saints.
Redick,
And
and
at the
I wanted to
Chiefs,
talk about the back
at home
and
against
forth
the Eagles,
between J.J.
Seahawks,
Redick
Panthers,
and Doc
at
Rivers,
home
because J.J.
on the road,
Redick may
Panthers,
indeed
Broncos, at
become
home
the
against
coach
Chargers,
of the
on the
Lakers,
road
go
at
straight to
the
the front
Falcons,
of
at
the
home
line.
against the Raiders.
You
And
and
bye
I
week
were having the
12,
discussion in
Steelers, Panthers,
2010.
Vikings, Cardinals,
Stugotz and
Niners,
I were
Falcons,
saying,
and
if you could get
Jersey.
LeBron James in his prime at 25, would you be okay if he installed Maverick Carter as the coach? And we agreed, yes, that's fine.
Yep.
Maverick Carter can be the coach. I'll get a whole bunch of good assists, and I'll figure it out after that. But if he wants to run the team, I will let him run the team, because I will be getting that player at 25 years old. So if LeBron James can indeed get both his son and the coach in Los Angeles.
And Coach K.
Well, what are you doing now?
There's a report that Coach K would come.
He's helping the Lakers pick their new coach.
Yeah.
He's a consultant.
I wonder who he's going to pick.
Chris Quinn got an interview.
Could you imagine having that much power as LeBron?
That's how it's going to the
okay,
Packers.
we have our coach already picked out.
Like,
Coach K, I always wanted to play
Right,
for you. We did a Team
right,
USA,
going
whatever, but you
Eagles,
stayed at Duke, then you
Bama.
retired.
I
Here's a
don't
little
judge
paycheck
you with
as
the
a
band.
consultant, even though we know exactly who you're going to hire already. You just do the work, you walk around, oh, let me interview this person, that person. Oh, wow, JJ, perfect fit. Let's hire him.
David Edwards cut.
$200,000,
Cigars,
please.
McKinsey.
That's what you think consulting work is?
Well, when you're Coach K, yeah, that's what it is, yeah. For an NBA team.
I'd say Ty.
Is that not what consulting work is? Let me tell you what consulting work is, okay? I have my finger on consulting work because that is my future dream job. This is what you do. You go to a place, and the place is like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to fix these problems. And then you're like, okay, here's how you fix the problems. You want to do it? And they're like, And you're like, okay, perfect. Pay me, please. And then they pay you, and then that's it. And then they listen to you or they don't. It doesn't matter. You just go on to someone else's problems.
I think Meadowlark Media should hire you as a consultant.
Oh, I'm
you could
down.
feel free to do that here. Well, I felt like we were doing that already, and you're not participating.
As a consultant?
Yeah, I feel like you should be a consultant to everything we do here, as opposed to someone who actively tries to destroy.
But as I said, no one listens to me,
Yeah,
so.
well, but
I have that part of the consulting down.
You try to
7
actively
wins.
destroy the job from the inside. That's not a
You
consulting
gotta break it down to build it back up.
It's an inside job.
Huh?
What happens around here is consistently an inside job.
That's a good Inside Man was a good movie. Not that we're talking about that, but wow, One of my favorite Denzel
But
movies.
you're the opposite. Put it on the poll. Is Inside Man one of your favorite Denzel movies?
Well, it is. I just told you.
No, not you. I said put it on the
Asking the
poll.
audience,
I'm asking America.
What is the opposite of a consultant?
It's him.
Oh, it's not.
It is. It is you. Put it on the poll. Is Billy
I
Gill?
find all these problems. I'm at the center of them.
You're the causer of the problem.
Howdy, listeners. It's Mike, and you know, a lot has changed over the years. Just look at sports. There's instant replay, the three-point line, there were shifts and then not shifts. But one thing that hasn't changed over the course of all those things I just mentioned, the great taste of Miller Lite. That's right. It's so good. And it's also less filling. So what's the best thing about Miller Lite, the original light beer? Well, Miller Lite sparked this debate way back in 1975. We still haven't settled it. Be like me. I don't pick one. I like it because it's both. Miller Lite keeps it simple, undebatable quality, great taste, only 96 calories. It's a beer that strips away everything that you don't need and holds on to what matters most. You don't have to choose what's best. Be like me. Say both. Miller Lite, great taste, and is less filling. Tastes like Miller time. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/Dan. Or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs and premium regular beer.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
Welcome to the Big Suey, presented by DraftKings.
Why are you listening to this show?
The podcast that seems very similar to the other Dan
When
Levitt.
all the rookies get
Sorry,
there.
I'm not going to apologize for that.
In fact, the only difference seems to be this imaging.
I have been tempted in restaurants just walking past tables to grab somebody's prize that if they're just there. But that hasn't happened to you guys?
I've done it.
And now, here's the marching men to nowhere, Fat Face, and the habitual liar.
I really do think that it would be Billy's anarchist dream for Meadowlark to pay him as a consultant, and then at the end of his findings, he comes to me with a report, and he says with a giant smile on his face, Dan, your problems throughout your company, they're all me. I've discovered the problem. They are all me.
But the good news, I have the solution.
Promote me.
No one better equipped to solve the Billy problem than Billy.
Sam Morrell is with us. This is early for him. He's a late-night comic. He lives a big, loud life at night, and he's got more of those T-shirts than any human being I know. There it is, the Isaiah
Die Hard.
The Isaiah Hartenstein Die Hard T-shirt. Look at him. He's feeling himself today. I was surprised you weren't at the game yesterday. I should tell the people, he's our senior Knicks correspondent. He's the commissioner of fandom. He's got shows coming up in Lexington, in Southern California, in Atlantic City, Rochester. He'll be in Miami. And same time tomorrow is his Netflix special. What happened? I thought for sure you would be there soaring behind your team last night.
If there's a Game 7, I'll be there, man. I get too nervous, man. I'm not fun to watch these games with. I'm panicking. I'm a wreck. Thank God they blew that one out in the second half. But yeah, I'm not fun to watch these with. I don't want to be there.
Do you want a Game 7?
Of course not. I said if there is one, I'll be there, and I'll definitely be there in the next round. But I was pretty nervous yesterday. I got to be honest.
Sam, you haven't been nervous throughout this. You've told me at every turn that you think you can beat Boston. What happened?
Well, I forgot that Jalen Brunson is like King Henry V, and he doesn't need to have his full force. He can be outnumbered, and he can still have a depleted army and win the war.
Mm-hmm. Sam, I thought the same thing. After Game 3, they squandered an opportunity, Game 3, to win that game on the road, go up 3-0. They came back 2-2. I was very nervous at it.
You thought the same thing, that Jalen Brunson was like King Henry?
Well, that too, yes. Yeah. But I was nervous. Knicks fans were nervous last night, you know?
We were nervous.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw that Siakam finally started to play well with the absence of OG Anunoby. OG was shutting his ass down. OG is so essential. I mean, we're down a lot of players right now. This is nerve-wracking for us. I think we're clearly the better team. I think even if you're a reasonable Pacers fan, you realize the Knicks are the better team. We're playing down 4 key players. It's crazy.
So that's what your answer would be, right? When I ask you, well, how did your confidence become something so shaky that in the second round it could be tested by a 6 seed? It's just the injuries, right?
Just the injuries, of course. I think losing OG Anunoby was a big blow because we had to play, and kudos Tibbs for adjusting. He went with the small ball lineup, and it worked out starting Deuce yesterday, so I liked it. And Precious gave us great minutes. And same, shout out to Alec Burks for being, his number was called. I know a lot of Knicks fans were nervous with Alec Burks.
Not me.
He's been balling, dude.
Yep. I told Dan that guy can give you 20 points on any given night. He's done it. He's done it twice. I mean, Dan, your thoughts? Apologize, Alec Burks.
He hadn't given you 20 points since February.
19 a game, the last two.
The shirt, take me, for the audio audience, Sam, just take me on a tour of the shirt you're presently wearing.
Isaiah Hartenstein, Die Hard with a Vengeance. Yeah, I've been a big Hartenstein supporter for a long time. Knicks fans, we believe in our players, and we don't like when major media people trash them, and that only made me a bigger Hartenstein fan, seeing how he didn't become shaken. He became powerful. He became a monster on the glass, and you saw it last night. His defense, he's been the anchor for us. He's been amazing, and 12 offensive boards last night. This guy is, we need him next year. I hope he stays a Knick. He's been incredible.
What'd you think of the Pacers coming out thinking they're a bunch of tough guys at the Mecca last night? I got a little chippy there, Sam.
I mean, Dante just made me think of like Jamie Kennedy and Malibu's Most Wanted, but like tough. You know what I mean? Like, I love that kid. I think he's just a badass. I love him.
Like Rattler started a couple of games.
Yeah, man. It was a mix between that and like Rabbit and 8 Mile. Like this dude is. I believe in Dante. I think he's got that like '90s Knicks kind of edge to him. So does Josh Hart. We're a lot of tough players. And look, when Pacers fans are complaining, like Knicks fans, you want a tough series, but you complain about fouls. I don't care if it's physical. You just got to blow the whistle. It's hilarious that I saw Bill Simmons post like, oh, the Knicks and Scott Foster. The Pacers were getting every call in the first half. It was comical, I thought. And they were getting every call in Game 3. Game 4 didn't matter because they beat our ass. But Game 3 and Game 5, Game 3 they gave them one back for what they thought they gave us in Game 1. And then last night they were getting every whistle. We
Dan
just have to
he
outplay them.
does not accept it.
Now we do it.
I'm curious how it is that you're too nervous for a Game 5, but you'll be there for a Game 7.
And they got passing. Yeah.
How do your nerves end up playing out? Did you really not go yesterday because you thought it would be too much for your anxiety and you don't like how you behave?
Well, if I don't go, I usually have people over, and I need to be alone.
So you have the people over, and they do what with you being this way? They know you well enough to know it's okay that he's screaming at the television?
Yeah, they like it. I have enough crazy people in my group that they go nuts too.
Did you ask Sam if he wanted a Game 7? No one wants a Game 7 when you're up 3-2. It's an odd question.
No. Here's why I would tell you, like, maybe not fans, but if you're telling me
you want it.
Yes, I want it for a number of different
Pacers
reasons.
want a Game 7.
Yes. Here's my question when you say that it's odd, though, and I understand why you would say it. If you're confident in your team, if you tell me again and again that Mecca's the hardest place to play, and it's the greatest sound, and I want to remember something forever, and you're better than the other team, why not? One game for everything. You get to watch it. You get to be there. You get to remember this series forever when Larry Johnson is making a four-pointer.
I'll remember this series forever regardless. I want to end this thing in Indiana.
You will not.
Dan, when Jalen Brunson got hurt, he came back in the second half. I'll remember this series forever.
Yeah, also, Dan, I didn't appreciate your tone with the Mecca's the hardest place to play. It is the hardest place to play.
Right. Yeah.
Fans are the best. Are we going to talk about Draymond's ridiculous unlikability on TNT?
Well, let's play this sound for Sam and the audience.
Why does Knicks fans think I hate the Knicks, though?
Why do they? Because you did say you didn't like New York.
No, that's a lie.
But I thought you said.
I told the truth about the team. And the truth about the team was it's a fluke.
That's why they don't like you. That's why. But I'm saying that their good season that they've had in the last whatever, you said is a fluke.
This year is what you said.
He said this year's team is a fluke.
Okay, so here's what I said.
A fluke.
I said this team, they're winning right now. And it could be, I think it's a setup like the Atlanta Hawks in 2021.
Right.
And if you remember back to maybe 2016, 17, the Portland Trailblazers paid all of those guys because they had that one good year, and then they got jammed up. And I think this New York Knicks team could be a setup to get jammed up.
Is that what you're objecting to, or something else?
If you're comparing Alan Crabb and Al-Farouq Aminu to OG Anunoby and all these other guys, you're out of your mind. Knicks are a fluke. We're down 4 rotation players, including Julius Randle, an All-NBA guy. OG Anunoby, a defensive beast. You remember defense, Draymond. You used to play it before you went straight for the headlock. Remember? You want to talk about a fluke? You being in the Hall of Fame is a fluke, Draymond. If you aren't drafted the Warriors, not only are you not in the Hall of Fame, you might be in a psych ward right now, or best case playing in Europe. Steph saving your career is a fluke. No one else would be this patient with you. No other star. So maybe instead of trying to rain our parade and the first joy we've had in years, let us enjoy it the way the rest of TNT, like Kenny Smith, is letting us enjoy it.
I love when you get pissed off.
Well, Draymond's not here. You know that, right, Sam? That was just a video.
No, he's directing.
I'm talking into the camera.
Right.
Listening.
Attaboy.
A genuine question, though, when it comes to this Knicks group, like if there are no moves made and you have this core moving forward for the next 5, 6, 7 years, this is the group. What do we think is the higher likelihood? That this group wins a championship or that they never get back to the conference finals again? Because I kind of think it's probably the latter, given the people who were out in the East this year.
I think, first of all, if you think Trae Young has the leadership or the talent of Jalen Brunson, you don't watch basketball. Secondly, we are missing, do you not hear what I'm saying? We're missing 4 key players, and we're still doing this well. So I think you have to look at what our potential is. I think what you saw in January when Randall and OG and all the guys were just banging, we were a team that beats you up and wears you down. And we have to change our identity a little bit to compete. Luckily, Tibbs has made adjustments, and I think he's made key adjustments, starting McBride yesterday, and having Precious come off the bench for energy. So, look, I think our ceiling is pretty damn high, and maybe we're not done making moves. That's why you stockpile first-round picks. I think there's a couple more moves Leon might make, but to act like we're a fluke and not in a great position, the best position we've been in 25 years. Draymond, I thought you were like a high IQ basketball guy. I thought that was your whole thing. I respect Draymond Green. I think he is a Hall of Fame player. But, you clearly, I don't get the anger at New York. Like, we're just enjoying our team. We're just happy. We're having a good time. Why is everyone being like, well, this is a fluke. This isn't for real. If you saw your friend in love and he was like, not a cool guy, maybe hadn't found a woman in a while, would you be like, dude, this is bullshit? No.
I might.
No way.
I might, actually.
Or would you let him enjoy love?
It's a fluke.
Damn, I just got tossed on like a bag of chicken.
He's screaming at the camera. Draymond, would you let me enjoy love, please? I am in love. I haven't felt this way about the Knicks this century.
Jeremy asked him a question, and he was still responding to Draymond
well,
Green.
this was real professional work by the professional comedian. I've seen coaches over the years say to themselves, I don't care what the questions are. I'm going to say what I want to say. He did get around to answering Jeremy's question, but he had a little more to slice off for Draymond there. He pissed you off last night. People are pissing you off, Sam.
It's a fluke.
Yeah. I mean, but I'll say this. I love when the media counts the Knicks out because I think this is a team that wants to be counted out. I think they thrive on it. I think it's fuel. When you saw Siakam, who, by the way, has looked meh. He's had a couple games, but talking shit to Jalen Brunson and Brunson going back, it's a long series. I love that. I love that Jalen Brunson's like, let us be the humble guys. You guys talk your shit. Tyrese Halliburton talked a lot of shit in Indiana, and he can, but that's not our style. Our style is more like, we're tough, we're going to play ball, and let Tyrese talk a lot of shit because he was pretty quiet last night.
Are Sam and Stugat surprised at all that Jalen Brunson already has more playoff points than Carmelo Anthony?
I'm not, personally, and no disrespect to Carmelo, but I do think that Jalen is the best Knick since the 90s. I just think, he's had a pretty big load in his shoulders, and he's delivered. He's been incredible.
I am surprised by that because no one could see this coming. Like, no one. Like, Carmelo, yeah, that is surprising. Like, Jalen Brunson in the moment, this is great. But no one could see, at least I couldn't see, that Jalen Brunson would arrive at a place where he has more playoff points than Carmelo.
It's a fluke.
I mean, how do you not look at Jalen Brunson and just love this guy? How do you not look at the whole team and love this team? They play. They all were guys. They remind me a little bit of Detroit in 2004. A lot of guys who people kind of gave up on, like Rasheed Wallace, Chauncey Billups, Rip Hamilton, guys that kind of didn't get their due. Ben Wallace, those types of players. How do you not like this team?
Stugotz has a revised list of top 5 Knicks of all time.
Makes the catch.
Proceedings, I guess. Number 5 or OLI?
I have OLI, yeah, I have a ton of them.
All right, you've got a lot of outside looking in.
Just some, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Dave DeBusschere. Bill Bradley. Earl the Pearl. Walt Clyde Frazier. Patrick Ewing. Nicotine. Josh Hart. Jalen Brunson.
You're just naming Knicks.
Number 5.
Nicotine has fallen out of the top 5.
It was number 1. That was a week ago. Today's today.
Number 5.
Alec Burks.
Number 4.
Deuce McBride.
3.
Dante DiVincenzo.
2.
Isaiah Hartenstein.
1.
The Mecca.
Sam, how do you feel about that list?
I love Isaiah Hartenstein. You know I love these guys, so I'm fine with it.
Thank you.
I think whatever it takes tampering-wise, I will bring Hartenstein back. Maybe a tour of New York, something special to make him believe that this is the greatest city in the world. I hope we're able to keep him and OG. That's how I feel. So I think they're both key going forward and key to our defensive identity, which is what Knicks fans want. They want a defensive team always.
Sam, I know Brunson's been great in this series, but if the Knicks win the series MVP should go to the Mecca, right?
I think, look, it's a team game, man, and I love what Hartenstein said about the Knicks fans. Where after Game 4 and the Knicks got crushed, he was like, "We don't deserve the amount of support they give us if this is how we're going to play." So I think they're aware of how great the Mecca is and how great the fans are, and I thought that was like a very, very smart thing for Isaiah to say. I think Josh Hart said something similar. So they know that it's an amazing place to play. There's some other great arenas in basketball, but I don't think anything touches MSG.
It's a fluke.
Put it on the poll at Levitard Show. Do you think the Knicks will be able to keep Hartenstein with a tour of New York?
You don't know how I do things, man. I got great restaurants lined up, whatever he needs.
It's likely going to come down to money.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was you giving the personal tour. I thought it was one of those duck tours.
It's going to be great. It's going to be a big off season. We're going to have fun. He's going to be like, how could I leave this city? Katz's Deli, this is amazing. They don't have this in Charlotte or whoever tries to court me. I don't know. We're going to keep him. It's going to be great.
Sam, if there is indeed a Game 7 that no Knick fan wants to see, but if there is one on Sunday, I would like to come. I'd like to sit courtside with you, and I am bringing along a good friend of mine, if you're interested, okay? Adam Schefter. Me, you, Schefter, courtside at a Knicks game. How do we get it done?
But you have to, wait a minute, you have to get him to get you now 2 tickets, or does Schefter have his own ticket?
These are pricey tickets. These are not easy to get.
Listen, it's on Dan. Me, you, and Schefter. What do you think?
I think I'm going with Chrissy B on Sunday if I play the Game 7, but we'll see.
He's our senior Knicks correspondent. He's too scared and nervous to go see a Game 5. He's Sam Morrell.
You understand? There's no choice in a Game 7. Game 5, I'm like, I can't. There's
to go.
Egos I can't look at. I go nuts. So, but Game 7 is do or die. So there's a Game 7, but man, I'm worried. I'm worried. Mostly about OG's health, because I do know we need him to make this Boston series.
Yeah, sure.
What's tough is having all these injuries in a year where I do think Boston is beatable. And we've had so much bad injury luck. Obviously, Boston's a great team, but I do think anything can happen in the playoffs, as we've seen, with your Miami Heat team beating them. Miami played a tough style basketball, I think that this Knicks team has like a Knicks culture, and I think they could make it interesting, but it's going to be tough if we keep having these injuries.
He's the commissioner of fandom. He's our senior Knicks correspondent. He's got shows coming up in Lexington, in Southern California, Atlantic City, Rochester, and here in Miami. And I will tell you again, the Netflix special, it's excellent, as is all of his work. Same time tomorrow. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, guys. Go Knicks!
Howdy, listeners. It's Mike, and you know, a lot has changed over the years. Just look at sports. There's instant replay, a three-point line, there were shifts and then not shifts. But one thing that hasn't changed over the course of all those things I just mentioned, the great taste of Miller Lite. That's right. It's so good. And it's also less filling. So what's the best thing about Miller Lite, the original light beer? Well, Miller Lite sparked this debate way back in 1975. We still haven't settled it. Be like me. I don't pick one. I like it because it's both. Miller Lite keeps it simple, undebatable quality, great taste, only 96 calories. It's a beer that strips away everything that you don't need and holds on to what matters most. You don't have to choose what's best. Be like me. Try both. Miller Lite, great taste, and is less filling. Tastes like Miller time. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/Dan. Or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs and premium regular beer.
Dan Le Batard. All these high-paid analysts, I don't want to mention names, TNT, ESPN, you know, oh, yeah, they are dead. They cannot, they're not going to make it, you know, even if they win if they lose in Miami.
I need to calm you down.
That's right. If they lose in Miami, they don't got a chance in Boston. Oh, they are going to have their ass, you know what, in Boston.
This is season 2, yeah.
They were wrong. Are they going to lose their job? No. Are they going to get a cut in pay? No. What are they going to do? Keep predicting what is the obvious. They're going to say, oh, the Nuggets are going to win. Oh, Denver, the altitude. And you know what? The Heat are going to win it all. This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugatz.
Roy, I don't know how you feel today. The Panthers had the Boston Bruins cornered. You want to end that at home. I know you've been afraid of no points in the series, but your general feeling.
Are you going to ask Roy if he wants a Game 7?
Okay, you guys are making fun of me for this, but I thought Game 7s at home are fun and the greatest thing. And
when you're losing the series,
yes,
and you force it.
Right.
If you're winning and you
Right.
choke to get to Game 7, not as fun.
Rare is the team up 3-2 that wants to force a Game 7.
Understood, but you guys are always telling me how confident you are and how hard it is to play in New York, and you don't have real confidence about it if you're terrified of a Game 7 and simply don't want it under any circumstances.
But you were asking, Roy, the Panthers had him cornered, had it done. You want to get it done at home. You don't want to go back to Boston. I feel like Roy is still confident. I can't believe I'm saying this.
I would love a Game 7 at home, and I don't want that series to end in Boston. I want it brought back here, and I want maximum stakes on everybody.
I would like this series to end in Boston. I would like them to get to the Eastern Conference Final and face either the Rangers or the Hurricanes. Myself and the Rangers.
But you're not rattled. You're good.
I'm fine.
Really?
Yeah.
My favorite part of last night's game, other than that we lost, like that part sucked, but Maurice yelling at the team to inspire, and we get a goal right after.
So 11 seconds after that time.
We have the video.
Wow, are you
we can
fucking
just see
serious?
him laying into the team. There's a fan longing for him, and that's the way I look at Paul Maurice.
Longing for Paul Maurice just by watching him just coach, just be a coach.
He was just laying into the team, and I see this clip, and then the fan, oh my God, it's me. It's the way I would look at him, just longing.
And you just think that it's
sexy.
Sexy. You're claiming.
Look right here, you can see it. Look at the guy in the background. Look at the way he's looking at Maurice there.
Holla at your boy.
And look, he's telling his friend, he's like, he's yelling at him.
You're just gazing at him longing.
Do we have an ISO of just the look? I love this guy.
Because his veins are in his neck bulging.
Hockey coach.
I'm afraid that the one Hall of Famer that has joined us today is snoring in the back next to Jeremy. Mike Ryan came running in today to executive produce again. He's pushed Chris out of the chair in order for all of us to celebrate the one true Hall of Famer who is here. Bernie, the Heat mascot, has arrived, and we need to vote him into the Hall of Fame. Billy has yelled and screamed at the Mascot Hall of Fame Executive Committee because he thinks it's communist.
Well, they just don't respect your vote. I mean, you can vote for Bernie. You can, I guess I'll switch it up. You can vote for them to get into the Hall of Fame, but here's the thing. They don't care about your votes. They're just going to do whatever they want. They proved that with Billy the Marlin, and it's a sham.
Wow.
But I hope you guys get in. But
What do you mean, you guys? We've got Bernie is going to make the Hall of Fame.
Well, I mean, there's a big class. Multiple people get in every year.
Who are the others in the class, and do you think they rise to the level? We said before that the state of Florida has never had a mascot in the Hall of Fame.
Billy the Marlin was voted in by the fans, and then the Hall of Fame didn't let him in for some reason.
We got to talk to somebody to get some questions answered. Lucy, you love mascots. You told me you were very excited to have Bernie in today.
Look, I'm looking at the Mascot Hall of Fame right now, and Little Red for Nebraska made it, and he's a freak, so I don't trust the voting.
Oh, wow. All right, let's get someone on to answer some
From the Hall of
questions.
Fame,
Yes, let's put them under the interrogation lights and ask them why. I want to ask them the question, Billy, if you ask the fan vote and then don't respect it, what are you doing?
Well, it's just 1/3 of the voting process. The committee gets in, and then I guess if they get in, they get votes. It's a loaded class this year. Big Al is there. The University of Alabama. The Leprechaun from Notre Dame is there. Mrs. Met is there. I wonder if Mr. Met wants Mrs. Met in the Hall of Fame or not. Or if Mr. Met just wants to have the Hall of Fame be Mr. Met's thing.
Wait a minute, that is loaded. You just gave two that I think...
New Jersey Devil is there. Purdue Pete. Orbit.
Purdue Pete?
Rosie Red. Talon. Jackson DeVille. Lucille.
Lucy, what is your problem with Purdue Pete?
Intercepted!
Have you seen that freak?
Muscular.
He is like if Death were a mascot. He's terrifying.
Put it on the poll, please, Juju. Is Purdue Pete like if Death were a mascot?
None of these mascots have ever been arrested, am I right?
Sebastian is truly Miami.
Fist me.
Purdue Pete has been arrested. He got arrested like 2 years ago.
Really?
Really? What is
at like a McDonald's or something. I'm not even
For
joking.
murder?
Not for murder.
Oh.
What is the backstory, please, on Purdue Pete being arrested? Because I did not have Chris Cody getting that so immediately wrong.
Yeah.
Alleged battery and disorderly conduct at a McDonald's. All of more.
You know what?
I sit corrected.
Okay, you know what? All right, Purdue Pete. Do it in a game. Sebastian did it during a game. He did it during a big game. He got arrested on the road. He got arrested. Let's go. Not buying a burger, Purdue Pete.
Well, it was assault.
Well, he didn't get arrested for buying a burger. I know that, Metal Art consultant Billy Gill.
Was he in costume?
The reason that both of these mascots sitting with us deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, they invented stuff. Bernie invented the hip thrust.
Did he invent that? Please don't do that to me.
Bernie, did you invent the hip thrust?
Very uncomfortable. Don't ever do that.
I'll do it again.
No, please don't do that.
I don't have a thing.
Let Bernie do it. Let Bernie do it.
It's awkward. And what he did, the side, like splitting his mouth thing, who else does that?
I think that might actually be something that Sebastian the Ibis did indeed invent. I don't know if Bernie
No, he
invented...
did. Look it up.
But you were wrong about the arrest thing, though.
your mascot information...
Should I do it again?
...is not exceptional.
No.
You know what? I would like, now that you've mentioned it, for you to do it the remainder of the segment.
Oh, come on, man.
We only have
happens,
18
Chris.
minutes
Sit
left.
next to him.
Go ahead and stand up and hold the microphone to you, and go ahead and do that while I get Roy's hockey analysis that makes Bernie snore. You don't have any concerns. You have said
It's the first game of the year.
Times and ways, but I was not expecting that. I know the hardest game to get against tough teams is the desperate one that will end their season, but given the way the last 3 games looked for Florida, I was genuinely surprised by that result.
Well, the Bruins limited the Panthers' shots, especially in the first period. For the first half of this game, it was pretty much all Bruins, and the Panthers really could not control the puck. I mean, they were giving the puck away. There were 2 transition opportunities on their power play that went back to breakaways. It just wasn't very good. I mean, Carter Verhaeghe didn't have a good game. Matthew Tkachuk didn't.
The power play was bad. Our power play was bad. We've looked great on the power play, and last night was rough.
Give Swayman some credit, though, Roy. He was
he was great last night. Bob was also good, but yeah, I mean, the Panthers played away out of that game.
Reinhardt scored a goal. How about score more than one goal?
Yeah,
because
Sam
there
Reinhart
was
was
plenty of opportunities. No, Sam Reinhart was not great. There were plenty of opportunities there at the end of the game to score more goals, and Sam Reinhart is just missing them.
No, Sam Reinhart was good
Wow.
on both sides of the park. So, and Alexander
He
Ball
missed
was
one
good
late.
defense.
He had a big one, a chance late with the net
To
open.
Billy's point, he had 8 shots. I mean,
Well, let me
But
explore.
Paul Maurice screams at him and says, "Score more goals, Rhino."
Well,
he did.
People are giving Paul Maurice a lot of credit for the game before, that the Panthers scored immediately after he gave some sort of pep talk. They scored immediately after, as if the guy in a suit on the sideline.
Are they required to wear suits? I've been wondering this because I don't know the rules of hockey, but they're always wearing suits. Are they required to? Because like, what if you could just wear a hoodie? Because it seems a lot more comfortable.
John Tortorella did not wear a suit this season in Philadelphia. I think he was the only coach that did that.
That's it. There's no rule. They all it's an unwritten rule among all of them. We're gonna wear suits even though there's not a dress code.
I guess so, because Tortorella was the only person that didn't do it this season.
But you're a hockey expert. Wouldn't you know if there were a dress code or not a dress
uniform
code?
dress code.
A dress code for coaches.
I mean,
National Hockey.
There's about to be for basketball coaches. There's going to be again, and there used to be. You're tired, Chris.
My legs hurt.
You're worn out. Okay, you lasted 2.5 minutes doing what Bernie does.
How I roll.
This is why Bernie's a Hall of Famer. You lasted 2.5 minutes doing what Bernie has done for decades.
I mean, he does it in small increments, though. He doesn't do it for 5 minutes
They're
straight.
not small. What I know of Bernie, nothing about that area is small.
Oh.
What do you know about Bernie?
Well, I like costumes, as you know. I like costumes, as you know. I was surprised to hear Billy come at the expertise of Roy Bellamy, because Jeremy got to watch the game with Roy Bellamy last night, and it was like a tutorial. You would not know from Roy's Twitter that you could do a lot of learning about hockey by just sitting next to Roy.
Roy's Twitter often helps me also, honestly, because it's descriptive of what's actually going on in the game. But last night was incredible for me because I was sitting next to Roy in our Meadowlark media seats at the Panthers game, and he was just through speaking, maybe to himself. I'm not even sure he was really speaking to me, but talking about the game, I felt more locked in and understanding everything about the approach, the rules than I ever have. And I've been following, obviously, the Panthers for the last several years professionally. Roy made me feel like a more informed.
It's why one day he will have a picture and his name on a wall there celebrating his legendary status covering the Panthers since their inception.
Right next to Bill Lindsay.
Roy's Twitter account is great. Like, if the game goes down and you can't watch the game, you have no idea what's going on, Roy will, like, tweet play-by-play of what's happening in the Panthers game. And it's all fact-based.
All right, there is a source of contention here. Let's discuss this now. I want to discuss this because because Stugotz and I, yesterday, were having a conversation with Roy, because I would argue that this team of people, our show, is mean to Roy's Twitter account.
No.
I'm
False.
Roy, is this show, yes or no? You can say sure again if you want. Yes or no, this show is mean to your Twitter account?
Sure. I mean, I'm not very happy with how people are displaying. I mean, Magic Johnson of hockey is not exactly why I would respond to my Twitter account. I mean, I'm telling you the information that you need to know in real time.
But it is very fact-based, and I would say it's probably a bit different than what Jeremy is learning sitting next to you, but he's saying that he's also learning from your Twitter account.
Most of the times when you're compared to Magic Johnson, it's a great thing.
Not in this situation.
Just not Twitter.
No.
The only spot, really.
I've given my opinion during the games as well. I mean, I guess some of y'all have missed it.
It gets lost because your Twitter account turns into essentially a game log.
Yeah, yes, exactly. It does get lost within that, yes.
Don't change a thing, Roy.
I agree with him.
Yeah,
Don't change a thing.
right, yeah.
There was last year when I was covering the Stanley Cup final. I was trying to support Roy by retweeting everything that he tweeted, and it was great engagement. So people love it.
He copied everything I said and posted it under his account, basically. So,
retweeted.
That's not exactly retweeting. That's copying and pasting, and
retweeting.
Posting under your name is not retweeting. It's just tweeting.
Thanks, Sebastian.
That's Meadowlark consultant Billy Gill, ladies and gentlemen, always helping everybody. Just retweeting Roy because he loves him so much and wants to be a supporter.
Of course, exactly right. But Sebastian gets it.
It wasn't retweeting. It was just tweeting.
Spring is the best time to add new challenges to your training. just in time for summer and warmer days. Spring's the best time of the year to take a new look at your fitness routine, dial it up a notch, and continue powering on. Challenge yourself. Peloton's classes were made just for that, to challenge you. There's a variety of classes like boot camps, boxing, full body strength, all created to grow your skills, to push you to improve what you already excel in. Plus, if you don't know which class to take to reach your fitness goals, guess what? You can join one of Peloton's many programs. Right now, I'm in a strength program with Andy and a core program with Emma. They're expert coaches like Andy and Emma, and nonstop vibes will push you to new levels of strength and endurance, keeping you on your toes while giving you the professional coaching you need. With Peloton, you don't need to worry about driving to the gym, making it to class on time. You can do it all from the comfort of your own home whenever it fits your busy schedule. Get your head start on summer with Peloton at onepeloton.com.
Don Le Batard. Florida claws back from down 2-0 because they were getting their asses handed to them by Toronto, to then get lit a fire underneath them by their head coach, Paul Maurice, who did the thing. Remember how the run was sparked last year? Stugats. He called them a bunch of P's and B's. He did the thing
Pussy
again.
bitches.
Called them a bunch of P's and B's, and then, boom, 5 unanswered. You win the division.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugats.
How's it going, Birdie?
The mascots aren't allowed to speak, Billy. Go sit in the penalty box.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Just go
Trying
sit.
to
Intercepted.
support my teammates yet again.
Not helping.
Getting punished.
You
Okay.
were
Bryce
actively asking a
Thompson.
question to produce dead air, Billy. Not helpful.
No,
He can't talk. He's not allowed to talk.
know?
He'll get fired. I tried to talk to him before the show.
Well,
Why would
bring
you
up
try
something.
to talk to him? I told you they can't talk.
Hold on a second. So I'm getting kicked out for doing exactly what you did?
Outside.
Outside. Oh,
Dead air.
middle finger.
Dead air does not hurt the show if the show's not on the air. Metal Art Consultant.
It's possible that Bernie and Sebastian have lots of things to say. We just don't ask the right questions.
Bernie, Sebastian, go sit with Billy in the penalty box.
These are Hall of Famers everywhere. Soon to be Hall of Famers that you're kicking out of the studio.
3 Hall of Famers.
Take the dead air outside.
Penalty.
It is. I've accidentally rewarded.
Wow.
The
Are you
inside
serious?
man got me again. I gave him a gift. He gets to go sit outside, not work, wreck the show, and enjoy the dead air out there with them because the mascots aren't allowed to talk. And it's a maximum asshole move on a show we're doing together. Out, Bernie.
Oh, man.
All 3 of you, go sit in the penalty box.
Catching a stray.
It's Billy's fault. All 3 of you, go sit crowded in a crowded penalty box. I also want, by the way, I'd like some imaging. I meant to send this last night to the group. I want some imaging that has a whistle blowing and a being sent to the penalty box. When it's Jeremy, I want 2 minutes high shticking and stuff like that.
I like that.
I want jokes in the penalty box with these clowns.
Dan, I kind of feel like you're being a bad host because first you send them to the penalty box, then you don't tell them where it is or what it is. Bernie was just lost back here. He thought Billy's seat was the penalty box.
Wow.
So I think you should go.
Metal Art.
What? Oh, no.
I am now looking at all penalties in the NHL to try to find some wordplay that we can have for I like high
Slashing?
sticking. Yes.
Yeah, slashing?
I'm not gonna lie, last night it made me laugh. Anytime, and it's juvenile, it's immature, but anytime there's a hooking penalty, I laugh. It's like 2 minutes for hooking.
Right.
I just imagine like this defenseman for Boston hooking.
But how do we apply that name to someone in our crew when we call a penalty on and send someone to the box? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm searching for. I'm searching for more high sticking. Okay? Because that's perfect.
Slashing?
Yes, but for who?
Cross-checking, but I don't know.
When you say something unproductive, it could be boarding.
Okay, so now that works.
For boring.
Yeah, that works.
I like it.
Yeah.
2 minutes for boring.
Go to the penalty box, Jerry.
Oh, no. No.
High sticking.
No.
Can't believe you used my own wordplay against me.
Oh,
what a fun penalty box that looks like. I mean, outside of Dan, what a blast that must be. No?
I feel like they're both Hall of Famers. Maybe it's just my South Florida bias, but...
Right.
And then the fact that Billy the Marlin was ahead of these two, like, if you think of South Florida mascots, these are the two you think of.
Are they?
I mean, Billy the Marlin is...
Stanley C. Panther.
But how about the state of Florida? Because Dan was making the point that no mascot in the state of Florida has made it to the Mascot Hall of Fame. And Dan's larger point, and he's correct, is that we should probably have someone from the Hall of Fame on, not the mascots who can't talk.
That's a good point, yeah.
Why, speaking of mascot, why was Stanley the Sea Panther last night in this first period? He was just wearing like a bathing suit with no shirt on.
But not just that, he has a six-pack.
I know, he does.
Eight-pack,
I guess that's why. If you got it, flaunt it. But I was just thinking, this is playoff time. This is not the middle of the season. It's beach day, so he's in beach. Like, I need Stanley Sea Panther in his normal attire. It's game 5 here, folks.
Well, the situation is it was 96 degrees.
Is that why he did it?
Yeah.
I don't need jokes with my mascots in the playoffs.
When things get a little too intense and testosterone filled, Lucy or Jess can call too many men.
So that's
a good one.
Too many men. You got too many men. Boring instead of boarding. We're trying to do wordplay.
Yeah. We will figure this out off air. It's
High
probably
sticking is
something
great.
that should be. I meant to send that last night and I forgot. Can you guys help me with other Paul Maurice video that we have? Because I don't know the context, Chris Cody, on something that you wanted to show us on not just Paul Maurice being sexy when he yells at people, according to you, but was his post-game stuff too? Because you guys have argued that he's giving great post-game now, better than most coaches are.
Yeah, it's basically a stand-up routine. He's doing this basically to calm down the fans. Like, he's not worried about it. Why should I?
So let's hear Paul Maurice here, because this person was called by Zaslow the killer of fun. Paul Maurice came here and reinvented what playoff hockey looks like for South Florida. It's honestly been strange to see. It's something that I don't have enough of a working understanding of the sport, and I think very few of us have the expertise to actually understand what the depths of what these people do for a living. But it is truly baffling to me that an organization could go from we're playing a historic brand of hockey in the regular season that has no offensive precedent in the league. And when this was 2 years ago. And when that gets into the playoffs, it's going to die at the feet of people who coach and make their team play like Paul Maurice. Then they went and got an assortment of players to play exactly the dirty type of stuff that makes people crazy, and they reinvent themselves as a hockey team that can actually win in the postseason because you have to play differently. I don't understand how Paul Maurice did that. I don't understand the intricacies of it.
Well, transition offense doesn't really work in the playoffs. That's the problem. The Panthers' offense back then was more on the rush, going back the other way. Now it's just about forechecking and board battles. But it was just dumping it in. You can carry it in as well, so long as you win the puck back. If you give the puck in your offensive zone, you get the puck back, you get second chances, you get screens and
Boston was trapping last night, though. So I feel like the way they were playing the Panthers, you got to just dump it down there.
Yeah,
that's the way we're going to get our goals.
They were basically doing what the Panthers have done all season.
Roy, you say that matter-of-factly, though, but you believed in that team 2 years ago. You thought it was so good at offense that perhaps it could overcome what playoff hockey is, and then they immediately get strangled and swept by the Lightning, and you were confused. So you say it matter-of-factly now as if you understand it, but I remember back then you believed that that hockey team was so good at offense that it was going to be able to overcome playoff hockey cliches.
Yeah, well, I believed in that team back then. I believe in this team now.
Bernie's wearing a piece. Now Lucy's wearing it.
Wait a minute. Did you know?
Oh, my God!
Did you know that Hall of Famer Bernie the mascot wore a toupee? This is breaking news right here. This is shocking. I cannot believe the worst thing a mascot can do is lose his head, but this is the second worst thing.
Strong hairline from Bernie, though. Very strong.
Bad look for Sebastian.
I had no idea. Wait a minute. Wait, it is a great look for Sebastian.
Yep.
Sebastian, give me one of these. Put a pause up. Let's see how that looks on you.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. No.
He will not do pause up. Look, you thought you were going to trick him into doing FIU stuff?
Rebrand here.
I think between the two of you, we can get you into the Hall of Fame there with Bernie's toupee. I had no idea Bernie wore a toupee, that he had a hair implant. I'm shocked by that. Let's play that Paul Maurice sound of him. This was described as stand-up comedy. I believe that's overselling what we're about to hear, but let's hear what we get from our sexy coach.
Paul, you definitely woke them up. They scored 11 seconds after the TV timeout there in the second period. What was the message there, and what was your thought on the goalie interference?
Again, I don't know the exact words of the message.
40, 45, 54.
Felt that, I wasn't mad at them. Understood what they were going through. Just thought they needed some profanity in their life. I brought some. I don't excel a lot of things in life. See how
that's coaching. Well, that's kind of common.
I don't know why it is that the average sportsman watches ballerinas on razor blades at a high rate of speed and thinks to themselves, you know what'll take that team over the top? The guy in the suit cursing. If he curses, that's what'll fix what's happening out here. I know
believe in that.
I know they've worked all their life to be these amazing creatures who skate on razor blades and put their faces in front of the puck. They're already playing in the playoffs. They want to win very badly at sports, but what they need is the guy in the suit to curse a few times, then they'll remember to score.
Ballerinas on razor blades, that would be figure skaters, Nancy Kerrigan,
Tanya Harding, yeah. Dan, sometimes your message gets across more clearly when you just throw in a couple of curse words. It does. Yeah, it really hammers home the message. I'm telling you.
Jeremy, what are you bent over laughing at?
Just the clarification on ballerinas on skates. You were using language.
I want. Thank you.
You're a writer.
Yeah, Jeremy. Yes, thank you. And I don't understand the correction yet. What's happening with you? Because your Panthers are good. The other day you said to me on air in front of everyone, "No, actually, Dan," you interrupted me and you said, "No, actually, Dan, I've got a better question."
He did that.
Yeah, I did that to the journalist. Yeah,
that was after you and me argued in the meeting before the show. We argued about whether or not the Panthers had indeed pulled one out of their ass. You're out of control, and I would think that you would have taken last night's loss and been a little bit sheepish about it, but you've come in just as aggressive today.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. I'm a bit over-aggressive right now. I'm just waiting for them to win on Friday and go on and possibly play the Rangers.
Are you worried, Roy? I feel like you're worried.
Is it time to worry?
No, this is not Roy. This is not the Roy I know.
No,
it's supposed to be scary, guys.
Well, hold on. What if the Panthers lose the next game? Will you be worried?
I'll be worried.
But you're coming home.
Yeah, you're coming back home for Game 7.
Do you want a Game 7?
No, I don't want a Game 7. I want the series to be over. What the hell's the matter with you?
Sounds scared.
Our thanks to Bernie and Sebastian the Ibis.
Wait, hold on, Dan. You should tell people to vote for them.
I'm going to.
MascotHallOfFame.com. And also, in the time that's left,
you guys do.
So I'm thinking maybe each of them gives a speech as to why we should vote them in to the Hall of Fame.
It's a great idea.
Dan to give that speech.
No, if they wanted to say it.
Right.
You throw in some profanities a la Paul Maurice if you want.
All right, there you go. Go ahead, Sebastian. You first. All right, Bernie.
It should be in based on that.
Oh, well said.
Yeah, that's how the Hall of Famer does it.
Bernie seemed like more of a threat.
Yeah.
No.
We're going to vote. Both mascots, we're going to vote. Our votes mean nothing, okay?
Well, but don't tell people that. Your votes count.
Well, we should have gotten someone on from the Hall of Fame while they were in studio with us.
For Sebastian, you could also just type in Mike.
Yeah.
Thought that joke would go better.
I tried.
They loved it.
Well, they can't laugh.
I gave you a little laugh. I mean, this mascot gave you a little laugh, okay?
Howdy, listeners. It's Mike, and a lot has changed over the years. Just look at sports. There's instant replay, a three-point line, there were shifts and then not shifts. But one thing that hasn't changed over the course of all those things I just mentioned, the great taste of Miller Lite. That's right. It's so good. And it's also less filling. So what's the best thing about Miller Lite, the original light beer? Well, Miller Lite sparked this debate way back in 1975. We still haven't settled it. Be like me. I don't pick one. I like it because it's both. Miller Lite keeps it simple, undebatable quality. Great taste, only 96 calories. It's a beer that strips away everything that you don't need and holds on to what matters most. You don't have to choose what's best. I like me. They both. Miller Lite, great taste and is less filling. Tastes like Miller time. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/Dan. Or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs and premium regular beer.
Mm. Knocked away. Good defense. No, it's never over. Are you serious? Wow, are you serious? Kendrick was like, I did not stutter. Red Auerbach is the greatest coach in NBA history. He's not wrong. Red Auerbach won 11 titles, all with Bill Russell. I thought the balls were in my hands. What the fuck? Yeah, hard to catch. Ah, shit, we played the Saints play the Commanders this year. No, what's it is. Oh, wow. Jesus, what am I doing?
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
This is the Dan Levator Show with the Stuttgart Podcast.
Stugotz, you have heard me obsess recently on air about everything that I see happening during technological changing times in how we consume just about everything. And now Netflix and Apple and Peacock are getting together to create a bundle for Comcast at a reduced price, and Netflix has bought itself Christmas Day games for the next 3 years. And the other day, sports stopped for a moment during a pretty busy time in basketball and hockey to laugh with football at the Tom Brady roast that was live on television. And by every measure I can discern, a really enormous investment and a really enormous success. I would like for you guys to get me some numbers. I don't know if there have been estimates on how much that cost to produce. It seemed like a giant undertaking that would cost, I think, more than $100 million to make. I've got to assume. I don't know how much more. I don't have any idea how much it costs to pay all of those people to do all of that and to throw a flawlessly televised live event. Those are very hard to do for 3 hours without glitches. And Tom Brady now regrets it. I was surprised that he ever did it at all.
Same.
I was surprised that he had a blind spot about how that might land on his children to be products of a public divorce that has to be very hard because, Stugotz, I know
Game one didn't go our way.
are broken as adults.
We were just too emotional coming off of the Super Bowl win.
By divorces that aren't that kind of public. And it really did surprise me that as a father, Tom Brady would be not knowledgeable about what the impacts of that could be on his children.
I know he has his regrets. I understand why, and perhaps it wasn't thought through enough. But most of the roasters went out of their way to not directly talk about Tom Brady's kids.
Oh, but Stugotz,
but hold on. I was going to say, but they talked about his relationship with Giselle, his relationship with Bridget Moynihan, and of course, and they said nasty things. And of course, that is going to have an impact on his children. And I'm surprised Tom Brady, who seems to be pretty prepared for everything, did not think that part through before he went forward with the roast.
So he says he wouldn't ever do anything like that again. Not surprising that Stugotz would be maximum Monday morning quarterback on how did Tom Brady not see everything.
I mean, he saw everything the Jets were doing. I mean, before it happened.
That is correct. And it's easy for me to also say after the fact. I'm not a father, right? And I'm not, I don't know anything about divorce except I've seen what it's done to some of my friends who are adults who have formative characteristics that come from not knowing as a child, is that my fault that they're no longer together? Why are mom and dad not together anymore? And then to hear the jokes on television of, hey, how about mom cheating with the jiu-jitsu instructor? That's funny, huh? As a child, or getting that at school, or whatever it is the results are, that Gisele Bündchen, were the quotes from her, or was it just reported how upset she was? Were the quotes, did they have her name on saying she was upset, or was it just reports that said that she was upset? Because when you sign up for that, you're allowing a whole bunch of people who don't have to respect the rules in comedy.
Correct.
In that setting to have maximum freedom outside of Bob Kraft.
Right, well, that, Dan, you have to factor that in. Because Giselle is watching that, and they are laying into her and their relationship and how it ended. And Tom Brady doesn't get up and say, hey, stop doing that. But the second they go after Bob Kraft, he stands up and says, no more.
She wasn't there. Bob was there, and she wasn't. I felt like the Bob thing felt like he was just performing, because he told Bob, hey, I told them no jokes about you. So they do a joke, so he's just got to get up and be like, hey, don't do that.
Wait a minute. Are you not paying attention to what was said on our show and elsewhere? That was not a bit.
I'm not saying it's a bit.
No, Tom Brady was legitimately mad that Jeff Ross crossed the line. Andrew Schultz has said that. Drew Bledsoe said that the tension was not manufactured. In fact, I thought it was super interesting to see how much more comfortable Tom Brady is with confrontation than the rest of us might be in that
I watch on
circumstance.
ESPN+.
Because Tom Brady had no issue in front of a whole lot of people protecting the power by stamping out Jeff Ross on his home field.
My first thought when that happened was, wow, I can't believe that is what is making him do it and not the countless jokes about his family or kids.
That's what I'm saying.
I hope that his kids didn't watch it. I hope he had, like, the sensibility to say, hey, don't do it. But also in this day and age, like, that was my entire TikTok feed the next day. His kids probably saw that. And I would say, like, hey, if my dad wanted to do a roast, if he was like, no, you don't talk about Progressive Insurance that way. But yeah, go ahead, talk about Lucy like that. I would not be happy.
I'm a little confused. You guys mean to tell me that Tom Brady made a career decision that negatively affected his family and he didn't think about it?
Billy,
that doesn't sound like that guy.
What are you laughing about?
Her dad works for Progressive, which is an important part of that story, though, is absent.
Thank you, Billy. I would think that you more than anybody around here would totally appreciate making a joke that nobody understands except for a couple of people.
I've said he's worked for Progressive before, and I've also talked about his divorce on air before. I've talked about a lot of things.
Lucy, I agree, but welcome to the Metal Arc family, thinking all the things you've said on the show have been heard by all of America. That is how we do it. We think you've heard every single thing we've said for 20 years, and remember it. Billy, more than most.
And now they all know my dad is divorced.
Correct. And that you
available, though? Or?
No, not available. Shout out Angela, big fan.
I saw you making faces when I said product of divorce. I don't want to dig around in what it is that are the adult damages of that for you, but just imagine, how old are Tom Brady's kids? I want you to imagine whatever it is that happens on school, and this is the part where, Stugatz, I forgive Tom Brady for not understanding. Even telling your kids not to pay attention to somebody, turn off the television, whatever, go out for the night, there is no way for this to be avoided once it starts circulating in places like TikTok for kids. And so it's not just your kids what they're going to get, but it's what all their kids at school, all of their friends are going to get. And now your kids are going to school. It is very real remorse that Tom Brady is feeling. When you do, Stugatz, help me with this, because I am not a parent. Help me with what it feels like to love and to know that you've made a decision that harms your children and you didn't see it coming.
I embarrass my kids just about every single day. I've been doing it for 20 years, so I'm an expert on this subject. It's hard, and especially with Tom's kids. Dan, here are their ages, 16, 14, and 11. Kids are cruel at that age. They are relentless, and they are cruel. So what must have happened within those, friendly circles, and at school the next day, and it's probably still going on, I would imagine is relentless and uncomfortable.
We're going to week 2 of the 2020 NFL season on Madden NFL 2020.
It is hard to see all the permutations that could come from, having yourself roasted by Jeffrey Ross. Did I say that word right?
What was the word? What was the word?
I can't say it again.
We'll try it.
That's the closest I'll ever come.
We'll try.
Permutations?
Oh, no.
That's it.
Mutations.
How do you think you spell that?
Permutations?
That's closer.
I was going there, Dan. I was trying to help you out. I was giving you, you asked an expert about embarrassing his kids, and I was trying to help you out and tell you what it's like.
It was helpful.
It's hard to see, it's hard. It really is. When you're filming me and I'm smoking
Damn, both teams coming off a loss.
The impact it will have on my children, I didn't think of that stuff when I was doing it, when I was in the middle of it, and I wish I had, but I didn't. But Lord knows, no one has embarrassed their kids more than me.
Let me address, though, the idea...
Tom Brady's got nothing on me.
Let me address the idea of what the impact of divorce is. The 3 children you talked about, the youngest are...
Yes, sir!
So it's 14 and 11.
Right.
And the difficulty of those formative years. I tell you that my wife lost her mother at 12 years old to death, and it is a formative thing that has formed almost the entirety of who she is. And while this isn't death, it can feel like it to kids of that age, even if the parent is still around, because you have lost somebody, and unlike death, in many instances, you blame yourself because you're not adult enough to remove yourself from where the guilt is. This isn't true for everybody, but I've seen it enough at this age and younger. I have a friend who his parents got divorced, and as a toddler, he did not speak for 2 years after that. Now that's a toddler,
right?
But wherever it is you go to get the things that feel like love for the rest of your life, your parents divorcing is hard enough by itself. Your parents divorcing because cheating may or may not have involved is hard enough itself. But now add to the element this, all of the kids in the school you're in now know every single thing. And all of comedy is piling on to mommy.
Right. The other thing with Brady is he didn't have to do this. He didn't have to do it. Like, there's no reason to do it. I mean, I act like a jackass because I have to. I embarrass my kids because I have to. Tom Brady didn't have to do this to his children.
Could you say this is a transition into his media career doing this?
I don't know why he did it. I mean, that would be my best guess, but I'm still not sure why
he said it did it as a favor to Jeff Ross because he thought it would be funny. The Roastmaster General suggested it. It made, how many people watched this? Because the numbers were really good. It was a success in every way but this. But what a heartbreak for Tom Brady to have it be a success in every way but this, to create the regret and guilt of, I wouldn't do that again. What a horror for my children. I don't know that there's something in the emotional realm that doesn't involve like actual loss that can feel worse to a parent who's actually loving than to have a blind spot about how you harmed your child unnecessarily. I don't know how, the disappointment, if you don't care as a parent, if you're not trying to be a good parent, if you think kids need to be more adult, okay, but if you're an actually loving person who cares deeply about the kids and is hurt by the product of
Good job,
divorce,
Clark.
if you then, on top of that, make a giant public mistake that harms them and you didn't see it coming, that one hurts, man. I know he's superhuman, but that one hurts.
Spring is the best time to add new challenges to your training. Just in time for summer and warmer days, spring's the best time of the year to take a new look at your fitness routine, style it up a notch, and continue powering on. Challenge yourself. Peloton's classes were made just for that, to challenge you. There's a variety of classes like boot camp, boxing, full body strength, all created to grow your skills and push you to improve what you already excel in. Plus, if you don't know which class to take to reach your fitness goals, guess what? You can join one of Peloton's many programs. Right now, I'm in a strength program with Andy and a core program with Emma. They're expert coaches like Andy and Emma, and nonstop vibes will push you to new levels of strength and endurance, keeping you on your toes while giving you the professional coaching you need. With Peloton, you don't need to worry about driving to the gym, making it to class on time. You can do it all from the
Hot
comfort
hands
of your
into
own
that
home, whenever it fits your busy schedule. Get your head start on summer with Peloton at onepeloton.com.
Don Le Batard. All of us who were watching college football elevated everything the weekend was because we missed football in general so very much.
You didn't watch the one when UTEP Jacksonville State. It was awesome.
A doozy.
Stugats. It's such a lane for you. Just everything in college football is awesome. Any single thing that happens, she gets deliriously happy about.
Let's go!
Viewing sports through that prism, though, like, I'm envious of Lucy. Like, I wish that I could still be happy.
This is the Don Le Batard Show with the Stugats.
Before we get to Lucy and Juju with their thoughts on the WNBA, which tipped off last night, the roast of Tom Brady, according to Variety magazine, was the most watched TV title on Netflix during the week of May 6th, and the second most watched title overall. The special hit 13.8 million views during the May 6th to May 12th viewing window. That's a lot. I expected more, actually.
It was number one.
I have to scroll down here and look.
That's a lot. I expected more, though.
It was Brooke Shields and Mother of the
Mother
Bride.
of the Bride.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I saw it.
26.7 million views. That's crazy.
It wasn't great.
It wasn't?
No. It felt rushed, honestly. Like, there were scenes where I'm like, I think they're just trying to get this movie out. Like, this seems like this is a one-take scene. We're good. Let's just keep it moving.
Chris, you're making fun of me,
Also,
rightfully so, but 26.7 for Brooke Shields. I figured Tom Brady would get something.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I expected more.
Can I say something controversial? Benjamin Bratt was in it. Benjamin Bratt, I felt, and I shouldn't, no disparagement to the Bratt family or anyone involved with Benjamin Bratt. He's 60.
I feel like something bad's coming.
Good for 60, but I feel like Benjamin Bratt showed up one time at our studio unannounced.
He did?
With Bryan Cranston.
I walked them up. I was in an elevator with just them two.
So Dan has wanted Cranston on this show for years.
Yeah.
The day where Dan wasn't
here. Sedano got him.
Yeah, Sedano and Izzy spoke to him.
Right, yes.
But Benjamin Bratt came along with him because I guess they were in a movie together or something. I don't know.
Right.
And I was like, wow, Benjamin Bratt.
Good-looking guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not that he's still not, but I saw it and I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
60K. Still looks great. If I could look like that at 60, honestly, I would sign up for it. I mean, if right now, me, today, could switch bodies with 60-year-old Benjamin Bratt, I would do it. But, you know, 54-year-old. Hey, Juju.
What up?
Juju, what's going on? Lucy told me that because I'm conditioned.
I said, nah, but damn that. I see what Dan be talking about. Billy is an anarchist. You gonna look at me talking about some damn hey Juju talking about
Benjamin.
He
just leaves that in your lap.
I don't give a damn about Benjamin Bratt ass.
I know.
I'm here to talk WNBA.
Yeah.
Who gives a damn?
Yeah, he dropped that in your lap.
The WNBA season started last night.
Right.
Caitlin Clark debuted. The Sun stood up in the streets. They stood up in the fire.
Yeah.
DeWanna Bronner proved herself. I've been doing this forever. I'm breaking records. AT, Alyssa Thomas, come on.
German? Who the hell names a child German?
Man, triple-double first night. Look out. I think she on MVP watch already. What you think, sis? Lucy, what's up, my sister? Good to see you. You know what I mean?
See you, Juju. Obviously, Alyssa Thomas is... Asia Wilson's the leading candidate for MVP, and I know we're only one game into the season, but the second I saw her walk out in that outfit before the game started, I said, she's MVP this season. Everybody else can just go home. It's not worth it. But Alyssa Thomas finished second last year, and you saw that, like, how great she was in that opener against the Fever. She's insane. It's probably, I would say, the most stacked WNBA year we've seen in a long time because there's so much star power, especially with this rookie class coming in. I think viewership numbers are going to be insane. I just want the Fever to win.
Hell yeah, bro. And the competition is gotten bigger and better than ever. Like you see with the Valkyries, salute the Golden State Valkyries. Welcome to the league, next year expansion team. But it's so much talent that's the result. It's so many great players out here that's not on the roster, and it's shining through because, bruh, top to bottom, the Sun they're not even talked about as one of the top contenders of the championship this year. But you see top to bottom, Dejanay Carrington with the defense on Caitlin last night, locked down. Like, oh my goodness. Like, I think that every team in the W this year, dog, has can put their hat in the ring for no competitions like the New York Knicks are doing in the NBA. Every team in the WNBA is scrappy right now.
So, Juju, obviously the Aces are the favorite to repeat this year, win the title. Who do you think their biggest competition is?
I think their biggest competition is themselves, for real. Like they came out last night, put foot in ass first early in that game. But then as the game go by, they get more comfortable. Then the sun came back. Salute to Diana Taurasi turning back the clock. Like, oh my goodness, like that Suns team, that Mercury team, excuse me, pardon me, they are, I think that they're scary because they got Natasha Cloud and they got old girl Kalea Copper from Chicago. They got a team full of slashers. So I don't think that they even have a big man or the type of team that could give the Aces a run or a go, a problem. But like you said, a testament to the scrappiness. They gave them girls a run, so I think that the Vegas Aces' biggest competition is themselves.
No, I had the exact same takeaway because I was so excited watching that game when it was a blowout in the first half because I was like, I'm going to get to see Kate Martin. Yes, like this is awesome. Then we didn't get to see Kate Martin. That's okay. Her time will come. When you're looking at this rookie class, obviously Caitlin is kind of the name that we're all focusing on just with all the hype that's come into this season. What did you think of her opener last night?
I'll give her a B. Because, like, look, she's a rookie.
That's
like,
fair.
Yeah, I give her a B. And the B becomes because of the turnovers. We can't have 10 turnovers no matter who you are. But, like you said, I know about DeJanae. I know about the competition level. Like, no one says she's going to come in here and dominate. We say she's going to come in here and do her thing. So, as for a rookie on that stage, you know everybody in that arena is here to see you. You know all the hopes and dreams are on your back. It's like LeBron. We haven't seen this type of expectation since LeBron. And for her to still come in and drop a dub, like she dropped the dub now. No, let's not do that. So she had a 41% usage rate last night, which is the same as she had in Iowa. So I think that I give her a B for last night.
Juju, you're a very kind grader, an easy grader, a B. She didn't grab a single rebound. The team lost by 21 points. It was her debut. I don't know how to handle this because I don't want to criticize Caitlin Clark, but
you do that.
If an NBA player had this much buildup and in his first game lost by 21, no rebounds, all the turnovers, the fouls, I'd be crushing them today. So Lucy says I have to wait 5 games. New job. She was trying to do too much, trying to show off. Probably a little bit nervous. Is that fair? 5 games before I can start criticizing Caitlin Clark? I gave her a C, by the way.
You got like you gave her F-. That's one letter grade.
Give her C.
Bro, you gave her 79. I gave her 80. Like, that's all that happened. I think that, look, brother, I don't forget 5 games, bro. Have you will criticize right now if you want to, but just know that you're doing all this on wax. And whenever she climbed that mountaintop and slay the dragon, you gonna be on wax saying what you said. So you can. I don't give you 5 games. Go ahead, say what you got to say.
Well,
I believe in her.
I already said it, but I'm willing to wait 5 games before I really go in on it. That's all I'm saying. Yeah,
it's all good.
Okay.
Look, as long as we getting talking heads and our big brothers like you talking about it, we already having a good start.
Juju, what's going on with Jordan Canada? Is she fine or not? Like, because she has a little O next to her name in my fantasy team, and it says that she's out. She missed preseason games, but I have no idea if she's playing the regular season.
Come on, man. Neighborhood Canada, salute to LA. You already know what's going on. But she, I seen her running around the gym. Like, I'm not saying she's healthy, but I seen her doing drills, running around the gym up and down the court. And that was as recent as Saturday. So,
all right.
I think that a lot of these players,
yeah.
Right, like DeJanae had a O on her name. A lot of players got O's on their name right now, but that's just because, and like we said, we got to hold them accountable. ESPN, be as efficient with these WNBA rankings and nights and totals as you are with the NFL. Let's update these injury reports. Let's make sure we know what's going on because we're enthused about the fantasy season. Don't do us like that.
Juju, 2 assists short of your parlay. I took it last night. Oh, my God. It was crushing. We were crushing.
Bruh, salute Doggy Dog, man. Salute Doggy Dog, Vandersloot from the New York. It wasn't even on her, bruh. It was because she was passionate to Sabrina, and Sabrina didn't have that wet shooting night like she was supposed to. But excuses are like buttholes. We all got one. So I lost the parlay yesterday, and I'm accountable.
All right.
Talking women's basketball, but going to the college game a little bit. I haven't been on the show since Lisa Bluter announced her retirement. I am so sad. I was devastated And excited for Jan Jensen. She's going to be amazing. She's the perfect head coach. Juju, what was your reaction when you saw Lisa stepping down after back-to-back national championship title game appearances? We didn't win.
That is quite the way to present that.
Wait,
we back-to-back.
Back-to-back national title game.
Are you saying Caitlin left, so she left? That's it?
No, that's absolutely not what happened.
Well,
Lisa's been
like
there for 24 years.
Right.
That's pretty much an entire Lucy.
And then
That's a long time.
she left right.
Then she left when Caitlin left.
I mean, look, we all get on Tom Brady for not leaving when he climbed the mountaintop. So shoot, I feel like she understands. Lisa done went to back-to-back
Are you fucking
championships in
serious?
Iowa. Like how in the hell?
A 90,
I mean, nah,
a
that's a teamwork.
83-yard
You
catch?
got your lacrosse trophies for being the coach of the champion team.
Right.
Did you help out at all, or was it just all the players?
It was all the players. I didn't do anything. I got to be honest with you. I just rolled the ball out. I mean, that's what I did. We were stacked.
Well, Lisa was a little bit more involved than you were, I'd say, because she had to understand, like Hannah Stelke, like they have so many things that go into a season and confidence getting like up and down that roster. Gabby, I think that she instilled the confidence required that all of them could make it, not just Caitlin. Excuse me, pardon me.
Thank you.
But yeah, so I think it's she deserves all the. We supposed to put her on. We supposed to lead some of these shows with brutal retirement.
No slay, by no means.
Like Vanderveer, like we didn't give her enough attention when she retired. Stanford for all these years, bro. These goats are retiring in our faces, and we like, what's next? Like, nah, bro, that's a legend, sis.
No, I 100% agree. I'm curious. I hope to hear from Lisa soon in the next few days. I wonder how much of a factor like NIL and sort of this new recruiting age in especially women's college basketball, which is quickly eclipsing the men's, played a part in
like
her
it drove
decision
Saban from the game?
Yeah. Like it's harder now. You have to do double the recruiting. Like Iowa was active in the transfer portal and bringing Lucy Olson in. Like there's so much more that goes with it. So I'm curious if that played a factor in it or not. But let me tell you, Jan Jensen, that woman is going to lead us back to the national title game, and we'll win it this time. Not this year. When Addie Deal gets to Iowa City.
You feel me? And underrated. Like, shoot, Lisa might want to get her groove back. She might want to go to vacation, man. It's time for Lisa to let her hair down and enjoy the fruits of her labor. You feel me? But before we get out of here, last night also, Lil Feezy, Nafisa Collier, and them girls, they took down the Storm. Now, the Storm got NECA. They got my girl, what's it got?
that basically glorified them. They just did the one up the street. Airline. They wanted to be ridiculous.
2nd and 10 from the 22. Rolling, boys. They're going to look to throw. He gets it left side to Johnson.
On the ball.
And he'll be upended here after a pickup of 3, getting it out to the 25. Now, meanwhile, the pass that should have been intercepted, but it winds up falling incomplete. Blake Gillikin on the punt now on 4th down. And he gets this away, and look at this. This is a good one. A nice return there of 11 to help mitigate a good punt. And the Cards will take over 1st and 10. Here's the Arizona offense now. Is it football changing hands here, and as this offense takes the field, Charles, they'd be fine with more of the same on this upcoming drive. Last time out, they found the end zone for 6.
And they're certainly hoping for more of the same, but the game plan, I doubt it'll just be a carbon copy of the last drive, because I think this offense is ready to break out some new wrinkles and try some new things that might be hidden in their playbook. They want to use that confidence to its advantage, while also keeping the defense from anticipating what's up next.
Throwing again on second down. Murray. And the Saints pressure gets him. Brought down for a safety. It was a loss of about 6. Here's Murray as he sets to throw it. Got a man and he hits him in stride. And he takes this up to the 40-yard line before being corralled. Second catch for him today. First down.
And that's well executed there on third down. And I love the confidence that they had to let their tight end try and find some space in the middle of the field, right in their quarterback's line of vision. And QBs love to make that easy throw, and they hooked up there for a first down.
And they've got it well across midfield, down to the 40 before it's all said and done. They go right back to him for 20 and a first.
Look, right here, one time.
Now Murray. It's a short one here, complete to the tight end. And given 6 yards here as he stopped near the 35 at the 34. Second and 4. Here's Murray. And that one off the mark behind him.
Forcing incompletion. That allowed him to get bored with his pass rush.
Absolutely frees up your guys elsewhere. And he is going to have a Cardinals first down. They needed 4. He doubled that. He wound up getting 8. An entertaining start to this one. More to come on EA Sports. Cardinal football here to start quarter number 2. As they've got it with a 1st and 10. On first down, they'll go to the ground attack. And he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up.
And that's a mound of a man that just made that stop, isn't it? But he's more than that. This guy's nimble and quick. More than a space eater. He just made a great play there.
Hands it off out of the gun. And he'll get a couple here down to the 22. Now Murray. Kennedy, it's complete. And I don't think he got that. No. He's short by maybe a foot. Maybe. Call it 4th and inches. They'll try to run for it. And he'll have the first down, getting this one to the 14-yard line. They only got a couple, but a couple's all that they needed as they convert on 4th. The 4th down run successful. Now they look to pay it off on first down. Murray now to throw. This will be caught just inside the 10. And that's good for a gain of 6, and that'll make it 2nd down.
Completion was given up, but that's why you play zone defense, so that you can have people around the ball when it's caught, and you don't give up much run after the catch.
Pressure on him, defense. A little bit here, guys.
On 2nd down, they'll run it here. And he's going to be met at the thus far. This is 3rd and 4. Toward the line as he's out of bounds right at the one. He had the touchdown earlier. This one's going to get him a first down. And they'll let the fullback try and take him home. And he will get into the end zone. Touchdown. The Cardinals set now to kick this one away, and off we go. This will be brought out from the middle of the end zone. And they'll get him down right at the 25-yard line, so the same result, and he opted for the touchback. Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive. These guys definitely hoping for a better showing than their last appearance. They couldn't really even move the football much beyond the shadows of their own goalpost, Charles. We'll see if they can get a better, more sustained drive going here.
Yeah, and every team that we ever talk to says the exact same thing. When you start a drive from that deep in your own territory, the goal is a minimum of at least 2 first downs. Because even if you have to punt then, you change the field position, right? You flip the field a little bit. They didn't get that done. This time they want to string together a nice drive and help themselves out.
There's Johnson. And he has a big gain inside the 40 before being dropped. Back to throw again. Throw is incomplete. That's Johnson. And they'll wind up getting this one all the way down inside the 20. Inside the red zone here. They'll look to throw. They'll set up the screen here to Mixon. And he can't quite get there. Tackled down at the 1. 2 big plays in succession. Not sure this D knows what hit him, but now they got to get ready. It's first and goal. Mixon is into the end zone for a Saints touchdown.
I'm going to leave you out. Boy, don't look at me like that as if your soul isn't dark. Like you don't give tears of joy to a regular season game.
Why is Roy so dark?
Yeah, look at him.
Look at him for 20 years.
Jimmy Cephalo had to be one of those guys, right? Jimmy Cephalo, an average wide receiver that you
played
fell in love
football?
with.
He caught a touchdown, a bomb in a Super Bowl.
He did.
Ricky Prohl.
Oh, Ricky Prohl.
I feel like our audience
Underrated,
can play
great
that game
receiver.
forever.
Ricky Prohl.
Well, Alvin Harper's not mediocre. Alvin Harper wasn't mediocre.
Well, he wasn't even with the team.
But is that a 9-year-old wide receiver? I don't mean to argue with the 9-year-old you, Roy. But Alvin Harper was a number 1 receiver when he left Dallas and failed at it.
Right.
So does that go mediocre?
I feel like he was a very good wide receiver. I'm with you on that.
Not good enough. This is not the Ricky Prohl isn't Brian Hartline. Brian Hartline's a good one for a 9-year-old.
Yes, that's a great.
Greg Camarillo.
That's kind
That is
of
good.
that's almost below average. That would be today's Berrios, right?
But he had a big catch on a 1-15 team, right? He had that touchdown.
He did. He saved
the win this season.
Some would say he's a legend. I mean,
yeah.
Put it on the poll, please, Juju. Would some say that Greg Camarillo is a legend? Because I don't believe a single person would say that.
Some would.
No? Okay, I heard that already. Thank you, Metal Art Consultant. We don't need an echo. This place
Oh,
is
the
already
Giants
echoed.
Hard Knocks. Okay.
1 moment Hall of Fame, Camarillo.
Wow.
Oh, that's
That's a
true.
good
That was
one.
another
That's a
game.
good one.
Did you like that game?
That's really good.
That's a good one.
That's a good one
I mean,
for the
yeah.
1 moment Hall
Oh,
of Fame. Go to the
off-season
1 moment Hall of
edition
Fame
with
first
Giants.
ballot.
He has Reggie Miller in there for some reason.
9 seconds.
With Hall of Famer first ballot, 1 moment Hall of Fame.
There were 2 moments in that 9 seconds, though.
Steve Bartman.
You're right, Roy. I didn't think about that.
Who was the Giant? David Tyree, the Giants.
David Tyree.
1 moment Hall of Famer. Yeah.
That's
Mediocre receiver.
It's a good game.
The butterfly and the portrait.
Howdy, folks. It's Mike Ryan, and as you know, you're probably a sports fan. You know it's playoff time, and you probably have a team that you want to root on, and maybe you're like me and you're not a season ticket holder, so you miss the first crack at getting tickets. So what do? You check the secondary market. Well, let me tell you about my best friend in that secondary market, because I've tried them all, and no one's as good as Game Time, the only ticketing app that gives you complete peace of mind. with your purchase. You get to see the view from your seat on your phone before you buy the tickets. All-in pricing shows your total cost up front, so there are no surprises. Buy tickets in seconds with just 2 taps. Telling you folks, this is a personal endorsement from me. I was using Game Time long before they joined us, and I'm so happy they're with us so I can preach the good word. Trust me, folks, Game Time, that is what you need. Take the guesswork out of buying NBA tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code DAN for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code DAN for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Don Lebatard. You were that kind of sad this morning, taking the barrage of anger from Stugatz because you hadn't booked him enough interviews. The only reason I keep bringing this up is because you now are throwing a big party on Thursday. You're doing it, and I want people to support what you're doing because Stugatz has not made this easy.
Stugatz.
Well, you know, yeah, you know.
This is the Don Lebatard Show with the Stugatz.
That's right. It's time for What happened there?
I don't
restart
know
there.
why we're so bad at this after so much time. DraftKings, I'm sorry. DraftKings, I'm just sorry.
No, we're just starting over there.
Oh, I thought it was funny.
Intercepted!
Fooling around. No?
That was too sloppy.
That's where Chris takes it very seriously.
Okay. Now, you know what? I'm leaving all this in. Just start over. Just leave it all in. Just leave it all in. Our incompetence.
Whenever Mike would do this, we get to start over.
Chris Cody, our incompetence is something. Look, we either succeed or fail on our incompetence because doing it the competent way, it ain't working.
Bingo.
That's right. It's our first time doing
Against the Spread!
And it is brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. Stay tuned because you'll hear about all that DraftKings has to offer throughout the show. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Roy, kick us off.
All right, Game 5 of the Avalanche Stars series. I'm going with the Stars. They are a home favorite, a goal and a half. Setting aside the Valeri Nistrusin suspension, the Stars have won the last 8 games after a road win. They won Game 4, and they have won by 2 in the last 3 games. So I'm going to say that this trend will continue. Go with the Stars as a home favorite, 1.5.
Against the Spread. Jeremy. I'm really into tennis now because of the movie Challengers. So I found a Challenger tournament in Bordeaux. Kirian Jacquet against Andy Murray. Andy Murray is minus 165. I'm taking Andy Murray.
Against the Spread.
That's how you're doing money line.
One moment Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Lucy.
More WNBA action. I'm going to take the Chicago Sky to cover +8 against the Wings. Both teams are missing their big right now. Camila Cardoso's out 4 to 6 weeks. Very sad. But the Sky beat the heck out of the Liberty in the preseason.
Yep.
I know it's preseason, but the vibes are high. I think the Sky will cover. This is Angel Reese's WNBA debut.
My
and
Sky.
That's against the
Billy, bring us home.
Real quick, though, just right there. Lucy, do you follow Juju tries and works very hard on these parlays. It hurts him when he loses. And last night he got 2 easy rebounding numbers in the WNBA, and Vandersloot killed him by not having enough assists. But Juju really knows what he's doing. He's analyzing the sport, and it hurt me to see him lose that 3-team parlay because Vandersloot had 5 assists instead of 6.5.
Mystics were a problem last night. I'm shocked. The Liberty were trailing most of that game. I'm sorry for Juju, and I think you should bet on DraftKings, but I don't know how much you should trust me because I don't put my whole heart and soul into it. I do try, but I don't put my whole heart like Juju does.
Billy, bring us home.
All right, Dan, I'm going to take the Carolina Hurricanes minus 1.5 over the Rangers. Wow. Why, you ask? It's a great question. I don't know if you guys were watching, but during the NFL Draft Watch-Along, we had an offensive line expert named Ian, who we later revealed to be Taylor's roommate. Now, I found out that Ian is actually a giant Rangers fan. It's the #1 team that he follows. And after the last game, Ian was not happy. He said, quote, Panarin is a fraud. Been saying that for years. He's a regular season merchant. So are Creeder and Zibanejad. core is made up of losers, and for that reason, I am taking the Carolina Hurricanes -1.5 over the New York Rangers against the spread.
Okay, objectively, I'm grateful that you poured yourself into that kind of research of, yes, getting Taylor's roommate.
Kreider, not Creeder.
Yes.
The bread man.
I will tell the audience and people who watch the show on the DraftKings Network and watch it seriously for information, because on channel 1168 on Samsung TV Plus.com and on the DraftKings Network.com.
A regular season merchant, Dan.
There are people looking to this channel for their gambling information. And you have just suggested, okay, and I'm going to go to my hockey expert here for help.
Ian.
You
have your hockey expert, I have
right.
mine.
I have Roy.
Yours is Roy.
Just, Roy, forgive me, but if I were to tell you that the Rangers, the best team in hockey, are going to lose tonight by more than a goal, you would tell me that you think that's probable, possible, likely?
It's probable. Like, they lost at home to the Carolina Hurricanes last time, so it's probable.
Probable that the Rangers will lose by more than a goal?
Yes, it's probable. I mean, the Hurricanes can get an empty net goal, and they can lose by 2.
Jeremy made a pick on a tennis match off a movie he saw.
Well, and more than that, here's the thing. That when I heard the way that he made that pick, I was legitimately thinking to myself, is he making a bet that makes him look like an asshole on purpose?
Yeah, that's right.
I'll tell you this. The stakes stakes are high in this one for Ian, because he said, quote, if the Rangers blow this, I will never watch another hockey game for the rest of my life. So game for his fandom, game for his life.
We are in a contract year with DraftKings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why, if I don't know something, I reach out to the experts. Ian.
All
He's
around
in finance.
us, all around us on this network, this gambling network, all around us are people who are wildly informed on how it is they make their bets. They are touts. They are helpful. They are information people. And we sit here like a turd in a
turlet.
A turd in a fruit punch bowl at a party, at a great party, a gambling party. We sit in the middle of it, betting tennis because this one saw a movie, and betting Carolina by more than a goal.
Ian's watched every game. He's in sales, we think.
You want those picks from Ross Tucker?
It was a preseason.
Ross Tucker is more
I think Ross Tucker's watching more Islander games or Rangers games, whatever, than Ian. Doubtful. I doubt it. But who knows? Because Ross Tucker's time
Intercepted.
seems to be working very different than everyone else's time. Guy knows everything. NFL, college. He has a show for every different sport, and he knows everything about all of them. How? How does Ross Tucker have the time?
I just texted my best friend Hannah and asked her who she thinks is going to win tonight.
Wow.
And she has never watched a hockey game this entire season. She's picking the Rangers. And she's an astrophysicist. She's real smart.
I'll text Joey.
Dan, you know what I found out about Hannah today? An anagram.
Lucy, you said Anna or Hannah?
Hannah.
Okay, I don't know.
Anna, too, depending on how you spell it. Even though there's 2 N's, it's also an anagram. Same with 1 N, Anna. Anagrams are fun. Race car. A anagram.
Lucy, I would like to talk to Hannah, the astrophysicist, and make hers the bet of the week that we're betting because I want better information than this group of clowns is providing me.
So she said, I don't think that's what I just said. I don't know what she was trying to type there. It doesn't make sense. But she said, if I'm wrong, that's showbiz, baby. So you have to trust that. I read another source. I texted my little sister and I said, who do you think? And she said, Rangers. Canes fans are annoying. 2 great sources.
Don't worry, Dan. I texted my brother as well. We'll find out soon.
I mean, it was an asshole bet on purpose you were making, right?
The movie's really good.
No, but just
seen Challengers?
Just all of it. Tennis. I'm going to bet tennis. Look at
Wow.
me. I probably smell like potpourri. Like, thanks. Okay. That's, yes. All right. That's what we were doing. The thing I wanted to get to before.
Willie Gault?
You're going too old, Stugatz. Pick something in this century for people to connect to.
It was my childhood.
I know, but you're making
when he was 9.
I know, but you're making jokes for people.
Freddie Sullivan? I mean,
we didn't get to your guys' against the spread.
You're right.
I don't have it against the spread because I wasn't prepared for this segment.
You need an Ian in your life.
You have actively played defense against me today in a way that has rarely been this undercut.
Defense wins championships, baby. That's show business. Hannah said that.
The story I was trying to get to. I want to talk to Hannah, the astrophysicist,
Damn.
and I want to make bets
She's
with
so
her.
smart.
No, but
Not Ian.
I want to, no. No. See, this is what I want to do with our show. No, don't let Philly's team of dumb demons spew all over the bottom of this company and piss all over the show. No.
Ian broke down everyone that was drafted on the offensive line except centers because the Jets didn't need one.
Let's have Ian go against the astrophysicist head to head, and let's see. Let's put some money on it. You're informed idiot, or Lucy's actually smart person who doesn't know anything. But at least we're going to choose an astrophysicist and not Taylor's roommate, who's not named Ian.
Well, I will say this. I've never met Ian in
Why,
person, so I
Mario?
can't completely vouch for him. But I was also told in my headset that Danny Benitez's cousin is also an astrophysicist.
Yeah, this
So
is
you could
what
have a
Billy
round
wants to
table.
do. No, I've got enough Danny Benitez's I'm paying around here because we've hired everybody's friends around here to run our video department.
His cousin.
No, I don't need any more of these people from the Miami that they told me never to build this in.
Yeah. What do you mean by these people?
My people.
Lavernius Coles.
My life. He's too good.
What? No, get out of
He's
here.
too good.
Get out of here.
Lavernius Coles is not mediocre.
Ray Mitchell.
He's that. Lavernius, go. That's not fair. Find me Lavernius Coles' best seasons. They are not mediocre.
Roddy White?
No, don't change it. And Roddy White was very good. How do you not know the definition for mediocre?
You're right. I should know. No one's more mediocre than me.
Joey likes Carolina.
Oh. So now we're split. What do we do?
The story, well, probably not get another contract from DraftKings.
Oh.
If I had to guess, my guess would be that in a contract year, they would find this segment insufficient for the people who want gambling content.
I don't know. I trust my sister.
I don't think anybody's given you info on the Challenger tournament in Bordeaux, though, Dan.
Yeah.
The Bordeaux was I'm like, he's not doing this on purpose, but when you said Bordeaux, I'm like, he is. He must be. He's leaning into, I'm going to be an asshole on purpose. It was the Bordeaux that got me.
It's what got me too. That's why I paid attention to it.
The story I was trying to get to, I'm going to tease a segment here because I think it's good. Just put up on the screen the frozen picture of the story I'm going to talk about next, because I've been wanting to get to this for 2 segments. This is sports television.
Stephen A's face.
Just all of it. No, it's how Stephen A is gonna age with grace by empowering very strong, funny people to take that show into whatever it becomes. It's great. It's a great career move. What you see on the screen is Stephen A's future, and those guys are dominating sports media, and JJ Redick could have any job he wants. I've been trying to get to this story for 2 segments. Would you guys please allow me, or do you want to give me more information from Taylor's roommate about what's going to happen in
the Vine?
The Dan Le Batard Show with Stugotz is sponsored by BetterHelp. We all carry around different stressors, big and small. When we keep them bottled up, it can start to affect us negatively. Keeping things bottled up can feel like carrying a weight that gets heavier with time. Whether it's talking to a trusted friend, journaling, or seeking professional help, finding ways to let out your thoughts and feelings can bring relief and help you navigate challenges more effectively. Remember, it's okay to reach out for help when you need it. It's helpful for learning positive coping skills and how to set boundaries. It empowers you to be the best version of yourself. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Get it off your chest with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/DLB today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/DLB.
Don Le Batard. Photography's not as hard as it's made out to be. And now with computers, I mean, you can make anything look like anything, Dan. It's almost cheating. It's not fair. If you push a button and it takes 1,000 pictures, you're going to find a good one in the batch.
There were a lot of photographers there taking thousands of pictures. One got that photograph. Okay, good retort.
Stugotz.
Haven't you ever passed by photographers? I guarantee you when that shot was taken, we didn't just hear... That's not what you heard. If you were by that camera,
in my ear with that.
He does a good camera.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stuttgarts.
Gibbons, his first NFL touchdown.
So, Stugatz, I need to tell our audience and everyone here, wherever it is that you are tired of me talking about sports media, I totally get it. I am tired of me talking about it too. It's been not just talking about it, but living it over the last few years has been quite the illuminating experience because our business is changing. Anybody who's been with us for this long knows everything that happened with us, and it's an interesting thing to, in the pandemic, leave a safe thing that's changing and just sort of push ourselves into an unknown future where you're fighting for yourself, you're self-employed, and the media landscape is totally changing. And, oh, look, during that time, Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce just built a giant entire empire. And look over here in that time. Shannon Sharp has decided to get in the game in a way that notices what McAfee is doing and says, well, I can be that because I'm going to be a workaholic late in life who competes the way I did at football, and fucking watch what I do now when I get some power and some business. And Stephen A. links up there. And says, yes, welcome. Here, First Take. We'll have a platform, and we'll build all our own shit on ESPN because ESPN is changing. Everyone sees the game, right? Everyone sees McAfee's renting. McAfee, $17 million rents, comes in and engulfs Stephen A's salary. And renting. Yes. They don't own McAfee. McAfee plays there and gives what he wants to them because he passed Stephen A., let's not say in voice or face of a franchise, but did in money. And now Stephen A.'s coming up for a contract. And he just buried Skip Bayless. Ended his career because I told you at the beginning of this, Stugatz. Watch how the old guys in media who have always been the kings age, whether it's Jim Rome or Colin Cowherd, getting into business with Shannon Sharp as we get into business with all the smoke and now try to make big deals in the realm where J.J. Redick resides, where he's saying to himself, okay, I've built this really cool thing over here. It's a plaything. It's a hobby. Do I want to coach with LeBron? Charlotte's job, not enough. I'm going to go to the head of the line. What do I want to do with my life as someone who regrets not being around for my child on Christmas days? Do I want to compete against the media where it's an easy win because it's not as tough? They all just realized it's Stugatz. All of them. Wait, all I got to do is beat Le Batard and Stephen A.? All I got to do is beat Cowherd? Wait, the punter? McAfee can do that? How did he do that? I'm more famous than him. I'm so much. I've got so Kelce builds that, and now Amazon's bidding for that, and Jason Kelce and his brother goes right to the front of the line. RG3, get out of here.
Yep.
You may have a media career, but it's not going to be on the biggest thing. No, Jason Kelce gets that. A center goes right to the front of the line. That happened in the last 3 years. That happened even though Travis Kelce was in Stugatz's ear in Tahoe. Hey, how do I do this? That all happened. How do I do this? How do I get to where you guys are? That's the conversation in Tahoe. And how does he do it? In 10 minutes.
Yep.
As soon as he gets into the game, he does it. Now, J.J. Redick. And I'm sorry if you're tired of hearing it, but it's been my life for 3 years, and it's been the second worst thing in my life in those 3 years because all of these athletes are coming for gambling money that is keeping the entire industry alive as ESPN and Disney shake so much that they got to rent to McAfee, and here comes Kelce and Shannon Sharp. How do I use your platform to build what Stephen A. Smith did as Stephen A. Smith? Every day on their air from 10 to noon is selling, I'm in a contract year, I'm the biggest voice you got, and I'm about to be a free agent to do whatever I want. Look at what I built here. I built this entire thing that has been #1 for 12 years. I did it over Bayless. Bayless went over there and competed, did it the same way, lost. Has Paul Pierce using the N-word on Undisputed by accident because that entire thing is caved in as Shannon Sharp and J.J. Redick are sitting next to Stephen A. Smith, and he ages like that. I've told you I admire that man. Now, I don't love some of the things that he does to broaden audience, because I don't think audience is always the most important thing. But as a conqueror, as a dude who knows how to win at this industry, there has never been anyone better, because look at the teammates he has now, Stugotz. He's gone and grabbed the best you can grab at what it is that they do, which is make good television, and he's got total power in a contract year. About to leave ESPN as all the athletes.
I mean, that spectator had every right to get his ass whooped, because you never put your hands on a.
How am I getting? And he's got a production
You never
deal,
put your
so
hands.
it's just, it's the big salary plus how do I build this with ESPN? Because you don't think that Omaha Productions and Tom Brady and Stephen A. You don't think he wants to compete with them there for the big money? How do I partner? Omaha's got a 10-year deal, Stugotz.
It's crazy.
It's all built around Eli and Peyton are willing to join you from their basements.
Yep. They are programming ESPN right now. Them and Pat
Correct.
McAfee.
It used to be Nick Khan of CAA who was programming ESPN. He is now doing the wrestling stuff. He's now in live television, bringing wrestling to Netflix. So this game has been my life for the hardest 3 years of my life, and I'm fascinated by what it is that's happening.
Of course, yeah.
JJ Redick has been great on First Take. Great because he's smart, he knows the numbers, and now, do I want to do a podcast with LeBron James and build that empire? Because, man, it's great dominating, making interesting content about the sport I love. Or do I want to coach LeBron James? That's the choice that one of the people on First Take who has used First Take very well has, because the whole thing at ESPN is changing, where everyone can lily pad, jump. You get there,
He
they
has
build your
spinal
thing, you
fluid
use them,
coming
you
in.
go to the next thing. McAfee can do that if he wants. You don't want Aaron Rodgers on next year? Okay, I'll do this somewhere else. You've helped me build it.
Or I'll get Belichick.
Right.
Or Saban.
Right, correct. And I will dominate whatever the future of ESPN becomes. But the thing I wanted to get to as it relates to J.J. Redick and Doc Rivers, because Doc Rivers, before J.J. Redick, played the media game better than anybody. Charisma, charm, doesn't matter how much I lose. I am great at just making you like me. And so I throw ESPN's entire broadcast plan for the NBA into total upheaval. They kick out Jeff Van Gundy. They make a spot for me because I've been let go, and I immediately jumped, well, I can coach Giannis. Okay, I've got a better job over here in actual sports, not sports media, which the athletes know they can conquer. It's easy. Doc Rivers has conquered media. That's easy. What he can't conquer is above him. He's won one title with a team for all time that birthed all the super teams, and J.J. Redick says things like this about him, and you will hear afterward Doc Rivers' recent rebuttal with Stephen A. Smith. So play all of that sound, please.
I've seen the trend for years. What's the trend? The trend is always making excuses. Doc, we get it. Taking over a team in the middle of the season is hard. It's hard. We get it. Just like getting traded in the middle of the season is hard for a player. We get it. But it's always an excuse. It's always throwing your team under the bus. They lose to Memphis. Oh, it's his players. Memphis was playing G League guys and two-way guys. And then you look at his quotes over the weekend. Now he wants to take credit for the James Harden trade to the Clippers working out. He wants credit for that. There's never accountability with that guy.
That was a couple of months ago, and everyone seized on it. A lot of people were hearing it for the first time, even though a lot of people know of Doc Rivers. He is extraordinary at the media game.
Yes, he is.
Just really great at how it is that I get you to like me. Well, this is how. He rebuts J.J. Redick when he's on Stephen A. Smith's show this way. And what I want you to listen to is how candy sweet he is all around it while really insulting J.J. Redick.
J.J. Redick was on the record getting on you pretty
Wow, what a dot.
about some of the things that you were saying once you ultimately ended up in Milwaukee and talked about passing the buck or whatever. Did you two ever talk about that? Did you ever resolve that with one another?
No. JJ's had a problem with me for a while,
God.
and that's fine. Players do. One thing, when you coach, Stephen A., you can be called a player's coach or whatever you want to be called. But if you make decisions that the player doesn't agree with, in JJ's case, we didn't cite him back. With the Clippers, I stopped playing him as much. because he wasn't very effective in the playoffs. And, you know, that's all known. But I'm fine with that. Like, usually they all come back to you. They do. Because they know everything you tried to teach them or do for them was in good. J.J. Redick's best numbers of his career was under one coach, and you're looking at him right here. I'm the one who grabbed him out of Milwaukee and decided to start him. From that point on, his career took off. All the movement plays, everything. First play of
Yes,
the game,
very.
every game. When we played with the Clippers, you would have coaches and teams come up to you and say,
You that much
"We're
of a
not
G?
going to score on that first play with JJ." And I would always say, "Just watch us. We're going to figure it out." So overall, nothing but love for JJ. Obviously, there's things he doesn't like, and I have no issues with him.
Nothing but love at the end.
That is a gift, man.
It's a gift if what you like is shit sandwiches. Because he said nothing but love, no issues, except for, I'm the reason for all of his success. And he wasn't effective in the playoffs, so I benched him, and he wasn't very good.
The coach for his best season, you're looking at.
That's right. I'm the reason for his success. It is the shittiest version of Brady versus Belichick. I'm the reason you won. No, I'm the reason.
And nobody is really, no one really won but them.
Well, but they care, though. The greatest, the Doc at the end, like, that is, God almighty, Doc. So insincere.
But lovable.
No,
you can tell
no, fraudulent, and if you don't like accountability and you like fraudulent, lovable.
My guy.
It's easy to trick the media is my point. It's
Yes!
I know.
The media's
We're idiots.
We won the media.
Down the right sideline, and they got it. A pick six.
That DraftKings segment. We won the media game. Do you know how easy it is to win the media game? It's filled with idiots.
I texted my friend Hannah and said, "Hey, do you want to make picks for us?" And she said she's going to create her own algorithm to get picks for us. So, DraftKings, you are welcome. She goes to Berkeley. Smart gal.
Eric Decker?
Please get Feldman to sponsor
Ian.
No.
Oh.
No. Your astrophysicist friend and her gambling knowledge, so I can get rid of all these clowns who are polluting our contract here at DraftKings, because we might not keep winning.
They're not clowns, they were mascots.
We might not keep winning the media game this year in a contract year.
We have a 20-year winning streak, though.
We're in danger.
We're going to take an L?
DraftKings this year could get any of the people who are competing against us.
Like Hannah.
They don't have
my
Joey.
friend.
Ricky Prohl?
You did him already.
Oh, I did.
Howdy, listeners. It's Mike, and a lot has changed over the years. Just look at sports. There's instant replay, a three-point line, there were shifts and then not shifts. But one thing that hasn't changed over the course of all those things I just mentioned, the great taste of Miller Lite. That's right. It's so good. And it's also less filling. So what's the best thing about Miller Lite, the original light beer? Well, Miller Lite sparked this debate way back in 1975. We still haven't settled it. Be like me. I don't pick one. I like it because it's both. Miller Lite keeps it simple. Undebatable quality. Great taste. Only 96 calories. It's a beer that strips away everything that you don't need and holds on to what matters most. You don't have to choose what's best. Be like me. Say both. Miller Lite, great taste, and is less filling. Tastes like Miller time. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/Dan. Or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs and premium regular beer.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
Stugatz just apologized to me, Chris. You'll find this funny. Stugatz just sincere. It might be the first sincere apology or the first sincere thing Stugatz has said to me in 20 years.
It felt different.
He legitimately apologized because he knew in the last segment, as I did, that I was talking too much. And I knew when I was in it, too, that I knew I was talking too much. But the way he apologized to me, and God, he's been wheezing to the finish line on the end of these shows with breath today that knocked out a mascot. Because Bernie
Wide open
smelled the cigarettes on
interception.
Stugatz and was truly disgusting.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but off air, Bernie was coughing.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was the real Bernie, the person
All right,
I heard coughing.
Look, over the last 3 years, Stugatz has done a great deal of damage to himself. And he smells like cigarettes in a way that I laughed in a way I shouldn't have when I walked in today because he was smoking a heater at 8:15 in the parking lot, and it just didn't feel like the height of show business. It's not even a parking garage. It's a parking garage. Like Stu Guys is at the top of the game. He's writing a book. He's conquered media. He turned down a big New York job. Like we wanted the media. Like we got a lot of money to leave ESPN and fight in this game, and I find it hugely interesting.
Right. Amazingly, it gets worse than you pulling in at 8:15 and me having a heater. It just happened.
I know. You smelled like cigarettes. You made the Hall of Fame mascot cough just by being in your presence. But he legitimately apologized to me because I know I sound obnoxious at the end of the show. I'm talking too much about something only I care about. You don't care enough about these people. You wouldn't be listening to us if you cared about these other podcasts.
I had Rambling Man loaded up during that segment. Almost went to it.
I know. But you don't understand. This is what happened, Chris, and I'm dead serious. I've been holding all of it down for too long. I've been hiding it from you. I want to talk about it, and the audience won't let me. And when the have I given a care about what the audience wants from me? Like, that's not where the interesting show resides. This shit has been interesting because it's consumed my life for the last 3 years. And thank you for laughing at me, Juju. I want to get to all of this because Stugatz legitimately just said to me, as my teammate who's now coughing from phlegm because he's so unhealthy and has so little left in the tank.
Oh, so little.
He just said to me, like mumbled it under his breath, "Sorry I didn't support you more in the last segment. I was trying to get bacon out of my mouth."
I was joking on bacon. The bacon out there is so good, man. It's got some honey on it. It's sweet. Bacon alone is good, but honey bacon, forget it, man. Anyway, I apologize.
Well, Juju misses this show. I know he does because Juju loves this show from a place that very few people do.
But you know, over 20 years, like you were going down a path that I love. I love having those discussions with you.
I was
about
looking
the media.
all around the room saying, where are my teammates? Where's my help? I need another sound from somewhere. Nope, they've gotten out of the way, and I'm going to get accused of being Rambling Man. I'll go to my trusted teammate of 20 years. He knows how to produce this show. Oh, no, there's bacon stuck in his throat. He can't fish it out. He's been digging around in his mouth for 3 days on air in a way that must disgust Juju. Juju, he has done it 3 times this week when you'll never forgive Jeremy for doing it 1 time. Juju, I don't mean to betray any company secrets here. You have not shared this with me, but just based on what it is you've said on the air, I think you respect Jeremy less than you used to just because he put a finger in his mouth.
I definitely go in with a fist bump these days because of my brother on most handshakes because that haunts me before I go to sleep
Juju,
most nights these days.
You are positive and also elusive. You do not say bad things about people. I've asked you a direct question. Do you respect Jeremy less than you used to because he was caught on camera with half of a sausage finger deep in his throat?
Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. I just want truth. Juju,
3 knuckles deep.
Juju, if we're going to establish, I am going to preface everything with the audience with Juju tries to be positive.
You know when plays
does
don't
not
even
want to
exist
take
on the
people
playbook,
out.
that is
Juju
literally
is the most
it's
honest
an
man
empty
we have
box.
in the company.
Close second, me.
Juju will tell me what the truth is while wrapping it in positivity. I have missed today's show, Juju. You heard today's show somewhere. What are the complaints from the audience? Did I talk too much about the sports media?
Nah, you didn't talk too much about it, man. This is your show, your name in the lights, bro. We here for it. But I think you have to remember that most of the people listening to this, me included, we broke bit, bruh. So you talk about Pat McAfee and JJ Redick, head coaching jobs, media landscape.
Wow.
Brother, we had to go to work today. We got to wake up and stuff to do. So that's a luxury that them brothers have, salute. But we don't give a damn. Like, they go off the air, somebody going to talk about sports. We just want that shit playing in the background while we do our lives.
That's interesting, Juju, but this is where I would disconnect with the audience because I believe that the audience rides with us, understands that Meadowlark has 45 employees because they're in this business with us. They're why we're worth so much. So the reason I promised people at the start of the pandemic I would sort of show them the innards of how the business of some of this works, and we've all seen it play out in public. It funds the entire thing, Juju, so I assume if they care about us, they care about this because this is consuming me They love us, but this is consuming me while I'm at my brother's bedside trying to keep 45 employees in this game. I'm assuming that our audience cares about the innards of that, even if they don't understand the money. But that money pays for everyone at Metal Lark.
Yeah, they care about it from the standpoint of you, because if they cared about those people's business, they're probably listening to them all day and tuning in to them and not even give us a chance. So I think they're interested in that stuff, but when you are involved, like, we care a lot more than, let's just say, just the examples you gave today, J.J. Redick and Pat McAfee and those people. Like, I don't give a damn. I don't even watch their shows. That's why I be thinking I be saying stuff for the first time in the history. This the only sports show I actually watch outside of one or two more. And, like, I can listen to podcasts later on. But I don't be watching none of that, bruh. I watched Pat McAfee for the first time, like, when I was down there and he had Aaron Rodgers on. Don't nobody watch that. Your loyal fans, we love you. We want to hear what you got to say, big bro. And so we care about your business, but not necessarily the other folks. You feel me? Respect for the salute to all the other folks, though.
No, but Juju, this is what I want this to become. You know this. You know this is the truth, okay? I believe that Juju has been an underutilized weapon around here for reasons that I can't totally understand, because I want to be doing cool stuff with him, at least in part, because in my 20 years doing this with the show, no one has been more honest with me than Juju. Juju will scream at me. Juju does not care. He just doesn't care about whether or not something's going to land wrong because it's the truth in private, but would never do that.
Unfortunate.
Right.
Gives nothing in public but positivity.
I just lost to the
And
fucking
well, but it's not just
Cardinals.
a friend; it's a good employee. Or I mean, I think people know some of the story of our relationship with Juju, but I want this to be our most honest segment. I want you to come in here and tell me, without regard for my feelings or anyone else's, hey, this is what you did poorly, this is what you did well, this is what the fans think, because I've had to get out of what was the constructive criticism of Reddit because of whatever the internet's become, but I miss the way the most clever listeners of this show used to produce it by trying to be competitive cleverly. And so I'd like to evolve this show into whatever the next steps look that way, and I wanted to begin with you telling us what we got wrong most honestly at the end of these shows. So, what did we screw up today?
Well, I'm going to start on a positive note, and thank you for saying those positive words, brother. I always want to tell you in front of the world, I love you, and I appreciate you changing my life, because I was on the road to nowhere fast, and you helped me pick myself up, so I will always show you my respect, bro. But
You
from
got it,
two... you got to know it. 2 bars, 4 stars on YouTube. They say, hey, great archive interview today. They're really enjoying them, and they really enjoy the art. I don't think you guys experience it, but us watching the show during your breaks, sometimes Mike takes us down the archive and go to old interviews, and those have been a blast, bro. Like, it's way refreshing to hear those than just watch a blank screen. So we got some positive stuff coming in today. He loves those, and I love them too.
They're cool. It does look cool. If you're not watching on YouTube, I should explain to the audience, because there are some things that have been concealed. Obviously, the move to video has been complicated and difficult, and a lot of people in the modern age are trying to figure out the video stuff, because that part slipped by when we were at ESPN, Stugotz. It happened very fast. We could have built all of this on YouTube, and we did not, because we weren't thinking that way then. So
we built the podcast, not the YouTube.
That's correct. Well,
yes.
The video, right. That's, but it feeds everything here. And yes, the television product is getting better because of things like that. It took a minute, but we've learned in front of you, and hopefully you have learned to love some of the video characters if they've stumbled around chasing the show.
Also, for the first time, now this has never happened before, and it's still happening right now. We still got 20 hours left on this. But is Inside Man one of your favorite Denzel movies? It's 50-50 right now, and you know that doesn't happen at all.
That's never happened before. It's never happened before.
Absolutely. Okay, and World B403 says, hold up. You mean to tell me that Dan's the most popular athlete in the world played last night, and he didn't mention her once? You're slipping, Dano. And I got to say to World B403, you got to tune in to the Big Suey, because me and Lucy got that covered for you. So he was just saving it for us. So salute to my big brother.
Juju. Thank you. I am not a sexist who refused to talk about Caitlin Clark. I asked Juju and Lucy to do so more informed than I am because they've been watching the sport for the last 4 years, and I have not.
Dan, I think you'll be happy to know I'm going this weekend, as a matter of fact, on a wellness retreat. I'm trying to become a better, a better me. I am going to Las Vegas for 2 Dead & Company shows. So I just wanted you to know that a healthier me is on the way.
Those words mean nothing.
Vegas, Dead & Company. I mean, they mean everything to me.
Juju.
Also a great fan of the show. He wrote in Michael Askew, a.k.a. Skew. He turned 44 yesterday, and we want to wish him a very happy birthday, brother. Thank you for all your support. Sorry, I didn't get to it yesterday.
To him. I don't care.
Dan
Good
cares
luck.
so much about women's sports that he outsourced the work to a woman.
That's correct.
Jeremy, we trying to work on
likability.
Yes, Juju. How's that going for us, Juju? How's that going for us? Juju, how much does it hurt you? I heard for you last night because your expertise was on display. Your 2 rebounding numbers came in very quickly on those bets. You had those easy, and Vandersloot betrayed you. She betrayed you. You pour a lot of your heart into those bets, and that was a good bet, Juju. You had the 3-team parlay.
Right, bruh. Salute doggy dog, man. Courtney Vandersloot. Like I said, I don't blame her. It was just Sabrina had off shooting night. She kept swinging at Sabrina. Sabrina shooting from the logo, but them things was clanking off the backboard hard as hell, bruh. She looked like old boy from that movie with Ben Stiller, Rain Dance.
Oh, that's so good.
It was more so.
It's so good. Make it raindrop. Yes, raindrop.
Sabrina was making it rain last night, boy, and so she fell through, man. But and it hurt me so bad. Now you already know I had a tough hour after that. Like I didn't want to eat food.
Juju. I need to explain this part to the audience just to let them go. Juju cares deeply about this. He does not want the audience to lose its money, and that bet hurt. It hurt because Juju cares, and it's supposed to. That's the way that whole thing works. It's why people love doing it so much, because you feel more alive caring about games more than you already did.
Right. This is how I watch the games video. I know you can't see it, but I have 4 TVs here at the house, and I was locked in. And after she didn't get her points, it just broke my heart.
See, but it's brutal. Chris, it's a heartbreaker. You hate it when you got.
I had it. I followed it.
You got 2 legs of the parlay. The third one's there. You know you bet it correctly, but you know you're informed enough. I just need her great teammate to make shots. That's all I need.
But once you have 2 legs, you have to head to third. That's the rule.
Well, but you can't do that.
If they're all going on at the same time.
But
the timing the timing was a little off. She fell before the other people even had a chance to. So my whole night was just ruined. If you couple that next to Anthony Edwards crapping the bed now, I predicted a lot of things, man.
Oh, wait a minute. So some last thing, because some people said that we made fun of Simmons and Cowherd for getting it wrong on the Timberwolves, but not Juju. But Juju got it right. I got it wrong. I apologized at the beginning of this series to Juju for his analysis because the Defensive Player of the Year did indeed bother him, it seemed like, for 1 game. But then he did not any longer, and it is fair to wonder. Juju, it's totally good analysis by you. The idea that those bodies might bother him, and they did in game 1, and then never again.
Right. But to my point, to my case, if Aaron Gordon is going to play like Aaron Jeffrey Gordon, like they're going to win the championship, brother. Like 27 points last game. Last night he looked like the second coming. Like that's what I'm saying. They look the part now. With the Lakers, they just look so lackluster. And I say if they bring that energy to the Timberwolves, they're going to get the head knocked off of that monster. But, like, the entire team is stepping up. Even Caldwell Pope got you 12 points last night. It's like, you can't do nothing with that, man. Rudy Gobert or not, especially the Joker with the look in his eyes. Bruh, the Joker had like 2 dunks last night. What is that?
There's never been anyone like him.
Air Gordon.
See you later. See you later, Juju.
Yes, sir.
Howdy, listeners. It's Mike, and a lot has changed over the years. Just look at sports. There's instant replay, 3-point line, there were shifts, and then not shifts. But one thing that hasn't changed over settled it. I mean, they're like bounces.
Well, that's going to do it for my broadcast. This has been fun, and I will see y'all later.